Hello, everybody. Are you ready? We're beginning the last leg of our journey. It's time for the final episode of Umineko to start. But before I start, I do want to go ahead and give a little acknowledgement since we did this. Unfortunately, the last time we did this was a few weeks ago, but I have to do it again. So Kyrie's voice actress passed away a few weeks ago, and now I have to give a solemn rest in peace message for Emi Shinohara, who was the voice actress for Natsuhi in the original Japanese for Umineko as well. So, a great talent. Rest in peace. Also, before I start, let me go ahead and read these donations that I had to get to beforehand. Okay. Arhabaki Gaming with the $5. Happy Frederica Friday. Make sure to have some tissues on hand. Your eyes might need them these next few streams. Enjoy the show. Very much so. And Mayday in Paradise with the $5. Here's to Game 8. Stuck in the VOD dimension, but have a great stream, everyone. Hoping that Ange finally gets to have her family back. And Peanut Kicks with the $50. Holy shit. Excited for the final episode to begin. Thanks for all you do. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And yeah, as you can see, we got a new little art in the corner of me as Ange, drawn by the wonderfully talented 9th Twilight over on Twitter. Thank you so much. Check out all of that wonderful art over there, please. There's plenty of it for all of you Umineko heads. And yeah, let's get to it. Episode 8, Twilight of the Golden Witch. Good morning. This farewell is as sad for me as it is for you. I've prepared a goodbye party for tonight. A game competition will be included as well, so please feel free to participate. The difficulty is small, but not to be trifled with. As this will be the last opportunity, why not take part yourself? Citrine Ray with a Canadian $10. Thank you for introducing me to Umineko. It has both ruined and uplifted my life. You're very welcome. Two silhouettes could be seen in the chapel, a big brother and his little sister. The big brother who would never return from that day 12 years in the past, and the little sister who waited all alone 12 years in the future. However, the big brother knew everything, understood everything, and the little sister knew nothing, understood nothing. So no matter how much time passed, the little sister remained as the girl she had been 12 years before. She remained a 6-year-old girl forever. Her sobs into her big brother's chest finally subsided. She quietly waited for his next words. After patting her head gently, the big brother fished around inside his shirt pocket. Then, he took something out. Are you listening, Ange? Take good care of this.
What is it? A key?
Battler took a large key attached to a necklace out of his pocket, then held it out to Ange. It was large enough to cover Battler's entire palm, and little Ange probably wouldn't even be able to wrap her hand all the way around it. The key glittered gold and had a beautiful, intricate design. Its weight alone made it clear that this key was something very important. Battler put the necklace around Ange's neck. This precious key is yours alone, Ange.
What's it for?
The time to use it will come soon. When it does, you'll have to decide for yourself. Understand? Of course, she didn't have a clue what Battler was talking about, but she did realize that he was telling her to take good care of this key. So Ange nodded, at least in response to that part. In her hand, the key had felt very heavy. However, now that it was around her neck, it felt as light as an ordinary necklace. How strange. Okay, let's go.
Where?
She had been sure that her brother was about to sit down. Just a second ago, he had said that he'd tell her what happened on ROKKENJIMA that day. She had thought that he would tell her here. On that day, on that island, what happened?
Weren't you about to tell me that, Oni-chan?
Oh, I will. I'll tell you the story and let you listen. However, it might be the kind of thing that you can't really feel if you just hear about it from someone else.
What do you mean?
What you really want isn't to know what happened on that island on that day. So, he does understand after all. What happened on that island that day? Trying to answer that question was all I was capable of, so I wished for nothing more. But if I could, I'd want to go there. To that island. On that day. To ROKKENJIMA. On that day I couldn't go. To the Ushiramiya family mansion. Mom and Dad. All my cousins. All my relatives. And everyone else. I want to go back to that island on that day. So I've always remained the way I was on that day. My heart and soul stuck as a 6-year-old's forever.
I want to go back there.
I know.
Mom, Dad, Oni-chan, everyone. I want to go to where everyone is.
That's why I've decided to invite you there.
Huh?
I'm the game master now. Only those who know everything about the game board can open it up and invite pieces in. So I'll invite you to come to the game board.
You'll take me to ROKKENJIMA on that day?
That's right. I'll invite you to the ROKKENJIMA of 1986.
Will I be able to see them? Everyone?
Of course.
Even though my memory is fake, and I can't remember anyone's faces clearly.
You'll remember soon enough. And though it'll be a reunion after 12 years for you, it'll only have been a short gap for the rest of us. Everyone will welcome you. Everyone will welcome you back from the distant future.
Will I be able to stay there forever?
This way, I'll be able to be with everyone forever. This is the goal that I'm supposed to reach. Ange, listen to me carefully. The battler spoke in an admonishing tone, as though warning me that this dream would not be granted. The ROKKENJIMA family conference only lasts one night, although the typhoon stopped the boat from coming that day, so it went on for one night more.
So when the typhoon passes, I'll have to leave the island again?
Not exactly. The decision is yours, Ange. You have to decide that yourself.
I understand, of course.
Heartwolf with the $5. Already crying. You and me both, I'm kinda close myself.
I don't exist on that island on that day. It's a miracle just to be invited there like this. Just the 2 days before the typhoon passes. Just getting those 2 days to myself is already the sort of miracle that will never come again. If I'm greedy enough to ask for more, that faint miracle might vanish. Even though I thought this, my young heart, which was still 6 years old, wasn't satisfied with that short-lived miracle. I don't want to leave.
I know.
I'll be with everyone forever. I'll stay with my family. Even if you tell me I have to head back, I'll stay on ROKKENJIMA.
You can stay or you can leave, but it's not as though one of those is the right choice. That's not how it is, Ange.
Even so, you'll let me choose?
Yes, that's what the key is for. Battler touched the glittering key that hung from Ange's neck.
I've already made my decision.
You don't have to decide now. The time to choose will come soon. When it does, you must use your honest heart to choose how you'll use that key.
You don't need to listen to anything I tell you. You're free to decide however you like. However, if you're a good kid, and if you can trust your big brother,
Then what?
then believe everything I tell you.
Believe everything.
That will lead to the best choice for you. Listen to my words and believe everything I say. Can you do that?
I don't know.
That's good enough. Just believe whatever you want to. That's also for you to decide.
If I don't believe you, will I wake up from this dream?
That won't happen, so don't worry.
For some reason, Ange was suspicious of her brother and scared of him. Her wish was to remain on that island on that day, together with her family forever. She was afraid that once she got her 2 miraculous days, her brother might tell her to be satisfied with those and ask her to return to 12 years in the future all alone.
I already told you. You can go or you can stay. There's no right decision. That's for you to decide. And you don't need to make your decision right now.
And no one will force me to make either choice?
Of course.
You won't tell me to go back to the future?
There's a choice I want you to choose. I want you to reach that decision by yourself. So, though I hope you make a certain choice, I will respect your decision.
And I've already told you. I've already made my choice.
And I told you, now isn't the time to choose.
When will it be time?
The key will tell you.
The large gold key hung from Ange's neck. Her small hand held it tightly. At that moment, she noticed a book lying on the chapel's altar. The book had a lock on it and was sealed so that it could not be read without a key. Ange looked between the key hanging at her chest and the book on the altar.
Will this key unlock that book?
Don't touch that.
His sudden forceful response made Ange flinch. Battler, realizing he had scared Ange, softened his expression.
Come on, let's go. I'm inviting you to come back to October 4th, 1986.
Okay.
Battler held out his hand, and Ange gripped it tightly. Then, they started walking. A brilliant light lay beyond the chapel's door. That blinding light peeked in through the cracks around the door. The brother and sister began to walk through to the other side.
Welcome back, Ange. And after this, that will be it. Just for you, I'll open this game board one final time.
Once again, Captain Kawabata's ferry boat to Rokkenjima cut across the sea in perfect form. Yes, the tale of October 4th, 1986 always begins with Battler's screams. But this time, one thing was different. There was another person's yell alongside Battler's. Battler was screaming. The other was... laughing? Gonna fall! Gonna fall! Gonna fall! No!
Fun, fun, fun!
Ushirimiya Ange, Rudolph and Kyrie's daughter, Battler's younger sister from a different mother. She gets sick easily, but she managed to get better just in time to attend this year's family conference. She's so happy this year, surrounded by her beloved family and relatives.
Battler looks funny! Battler looks funny!
Alongside the big brother, who was grasping at the handrail and screaming in a way that no one his age should, was the little sister also grasping the handrail and jumping about like it was a ride at an amusement park. George and the others just couldn't hold in their laughter at the difference.
Even after 6 years, Battlerkin's still just as energetic as I remember him.
Ange and Maria look more lively than usual this year, too.
Could this be the first time we've had all 5 cousins together?
Oh, is it? Well then, yeah. This year's gonna be more lively than ever before.
George Aniki! Don't you think this is way too fast? I'm begging you, ask the captain to slow down before it's too late!
You call this fast? Battler, you're a wimp! You're a wimp! I want to go faster! Faster, faster!
Any faster than this and your Oni-chan's gonna fall right off the boat! Is that what you want? I'm gonna fall! Well, the votes have been counted and Battlerkin's proposal to lower the speed is...
Rejected, it looks like.
Look out, Oni-chan, you're gonna fall! You're gonna fall! Battler needs to be punished for his cowardice. Tickle time!
Whoa, wait, stop, Maria! You too, Ange! No!
Thank goodness for that. I was worried about Ange's health, but she looks just fine.
Would have been too sad to leave her behind at home. I'm glad we decided to bring her anyway.
Wasn't she very sick shortly before you left? She was all better this morning. Kids can be incredible sometimes.
I'll bet she's the type to get sick when she's stressed or overexcited. It's not that strange for people like that to get all better when the big day finally comes.
She must really have been looking forward to playing with all 5 of the cousins together. Just watching them play together makes one feel charged with energy, doesn't it? The adults smiled as they watched the children play around. Ange had gotten very sick. For a time, everyone had expected that she would be absent, but she made a miraculous recovery. Thanks in part to her strong desire to join in, she had come along to the family conference with the others. And so, for the first time ever, all 5 cousins were gathered together. October 4th, 1986 became a day like no other. Atropos with the $5 decided to start watching Umi here. Hope I didn't miss anything. Surely nothing significant happened in the past 7 episodes. J. Anyway, I'm hype and scared. Yeah. The kids dashed up the path leading from the harbor to the rose garden. They were probably so charged up that even walking was too boring for them.
See that? First place!
Battler was the first to leap across the finish line that was the entrance to the rose garden. Apparently, he was trying to make up for the dishonor he had suffered on the boat by proving his superiority on land. A short while later, Ange and Maria reached him in a dead heat.
I'm second. I'm faster than Ange. No, you aren't. Maria One-chan cheated. I'm second.
The 3-year gap between Ange and Maria was large, especially since both of them were growing kids. It was only natural that Maria was faster, but Ange seems to be complaining about a shoulder bump at the start line. Maria One-chan cheated, so she gets last place. Teacher always says you get last place if you cheat, protested Ange. Come on, no need to fight. Geez, you're both so fast.
It's been a long time since I last ran like that. The breeze feels so nice. Are you out of shape, Georgianiki? You know, anyone who runs the daily race to beat the bell gets strong legs automatically. In other words, being a fast runner is proof that you sleep in.
Oni-chan always sleeps in. He didn't wake up today either, so I had to wake him up. Right?
A stomp followed by a flying elbow. And that body press from the top rope at the end there just about finished me. After a wake up like that, it sounds like you'd never get up again.
Sounds fun. I want to do it too. I'll bet Oni-chan sleeps in tomorrow. We'll wake him up together this time, okay?
I'd recommend against staying up too late tonight. Just a second. I have to pull something up real quick. Let's see. Okay. Sorry about that. Finally, the adults came into sight. The cousins waved at them, urging them to hurry up. Ange and Maria were so excited that they could hardly wait. Just by having all 5 cousins together, just by adding Ange into the group, look at how energetic this day has become. Oh, hi again, Lambda Delto. Nice to see you.
Excuse me. The family members have arrived.
They made it here safely then? I must let Father know.
Are they all in the guest house now? Yes. They'll come here to meet you after they set down their luggage. Understood. Canon, please guide everyone. Shannon, quickly get some tea ready. As you wish, madam.
Father, it's me, Kraus. It's about time for you to get ready.
After Kraus knocked on the door, it opened from the inside.
Oh, Dr. Nanjo. How's Father doing?
No need to worry. He's changing as we speak. I think he's just a little nervous.
Who are you calling nervous? I cannot find my favorite one-winged necktie pin. How many times must I tell Natsuhi? My possessions must never be moved without my approval.
Apparently, Kinzo had been in a panic for some time over the simple matter of choosing a tie and tie pin. Kinzo, who valued the dignity of the family head above all else, always made a big deal about being appropriately attired.
Will he make it in time?
Do you think you could give us a little longer? We'll come down as soon as he's ready.
Understood. I'm counting on you, Dr. Nanjo. Father, that necktie pin you have there looks splendid on you as well.
The necktie pin I have there? Is that your suggestion? The family conference is held but once a year. There shall be no compromise. I must have that specific pin. Where is it? Where?
Kinzo-san, you already looked in that drawer 5 seconds ago. Besides, you own several splendid necktie pins. It would be stylish to select one befitting this auspicious occasion.
You think so? So I don't need to use the one-winged eagle pin? As Kraus watched Nanjo calm Kinzo down, he began to wonder why this doctor wasn't his mother. Well, it was always like this. He always makes a fuss when no one's looking, but when the time comes, he makes his decision with pride. After asking Nanjo to come down to buy lunch at the latest, Kraus snuck out of the study. What do you think? A splendid aroma, is it not? And a unique one as well.
I've never had pumpkin tea before. That little touch of sweetness makes it delicious.
Before serving the tea to the guests, Goda served some to Shannon. Until then, Shannon had thought it would be outrageous for a servant such as herself to drink the same thing as the family and their guests. However, according to Goda, that kind of thinking was a mistake.
One must not serve something if one does not know the taste beforehand. For example, when you visit a restaurant, what are you likely to ask the waiter if a dish you've never heard of catches your eye? How does this dish taste, correct?
I see. If the waiter says that he's never tried it, that would seem a bit odd.
Precisely.
As a matter of course, anyone serving their customers must be deeply acquainted with the taste of the tea and the food that they serve.
And you'll always feel happier serving a sort of tea that you've tried and enjoyed for yourself.
That's right. After tasting tea this delicious, I can't wait to let everyone else try it.
And because of that, we servants must be very familiar with the tastes of all sorts of foods. So if you ever catch me stealing a little nibble, that's all part of my job description.
It's both a perk and a part of the job. Do you understand?
Yes.
Everything is proceeding smoothly. Are there any problems with the tea?
Oh, Genji-san, you must try some as well. Seeing as it's almost Halloween, I decided to make some pumpkin tea.
Later, perhaps. The family will be arriving at the mansion very soon. It looks as though the children will be with them.
Yes, sir. The cups are ready to go as well.
At that moment, the kitchen's extension line started to ring. Genji, who was standing right beside it, swiftly picked up the receiver before the second ring. Shannon and the others always thought that Genji looked like a samurai when he did this.
Okay. Take care when guiding them.
After making that short response, Genji set the receiver down.
That was Canon. The relatives will be here shortly. The children are with them. Shannon, Kumasawa, go to serve them. Goda, hurry up with that tea.
Right away! The family conference, the largest event of the year for the servants. Their morale was high and they were full of determination to make it through another year by banding together.
Pardon the interruption. The relatives are here.
Oh, you made it. Did you have any difficulties en route?
Nissan, you've been doing pretty well for yourself lately, haven't you? Isn't it about time you bought a private jet?
Well, it was another flight with only us or Shiramiya's on board.
Ange-chan, isn't it lucky that you could come? I was so worried when I heard that you might be too sick to make it today. Thanks for your concern. She suddenly got all better this morning.
My tummy ache went away. I rubbed my tummy clockwise. That's a magic term to heal tummy aches.
Now, Maria, quiet down.
Oh, is that Battler-kun? You've grown so big.
It's been 6 years, hasn't it? You've grown splendidly.
Well, I do keep getting bigger at least.
Can't really say that about his guts, though.
Yep, it's nice to know that he's still the same old Battler-kun.
Everyone laughed. No matter how big his body grew, Battler would always be Battler.
This brat's always been terrified of falling off planes and boats and stuff.
Would that be Asumu-san's blood?
I'm pretty sure I know what did it. It's probably because we made him ride all those wild rides in amusement parks when he was little.
Aren't there height restrictions to stop children from riding those things?
No, not those. I'm talking about teacup rides, paddle boats, all that kind of stuff, you know. Looks like we took those a bit too rough back in the day.
You've always gone a bit overboard on rides like that, Rudolph Nissan. Oh dear, I see. Poor Battler-kun.
Poor Battler-kun indeed.
Still, it's comforting in a way. That fear of riding things shows he's still the Battler-kun we all know so well.
Oni-chan isn't scared of riding things. He's scared of falling off them. Gonna fall! Gonna fall!
Hey, stop running around! Maria, you're one of the big cousins now, right? Be a good example.
Pardon me. I've brought some tea for everyone.
A pleasant aroma followed Shannon as she came into the room pushing a serving cart. Even Ange and Maria, who had been running around in circles, sat down obediently when they heard that drinks were here.
By the way, what's Dad doing? He should be down here soon. He's been rushing about all morning trying to choose a tie.
You mean all that about choosing an attire suitable for the family head?
Father's always been picky about ties, hasn't he? It's just something he has a passion for. Staying stylish is a good thing.
And yet he always shows up wearing the same tie in the end.
The family members burst out laughing. The sweet scent of Goda's specially made pumpkin tea spread throughout the parlor, and the calm atmosphere grew more cheery and excited.
Look, Mama! Look, Mama! It's a pumpkin cookie for Halloween!
Oh, that's right. The sweet scent is kabocha, isn't it?
That's right. Today we have some special pumpkin-flavored tea for you to try.
It really is delicious, so I suggest you try some without sugar first. Nizun, your sleeve. Be careful. Wow, I've never heard of something like kabocha tea. How does Goda-san find this stuff?
Delicious. This is excellent. You can taste the kabocha's sweetness.
Kabocha tea, huh? Still, kabocha always tastes best in tempura.
It's not kabocha, it's pumpkin.
Yeah,
Pumpkin's different from kabocha. This is pumpkin.
Maria seemed to be complaining about the difference of nuance between the Japanese and English words, but it looked like Ange thought kabocha and pumpkins were entirely different things. Everyone laughed, but Ange cocked her head to one side discontentedly, not understanding what was so funny. Just when it looked like she was about to get in a bad mood and start grumbling, Maria started teaching her a cookie game, and Ange immediately became engrossed with that distraction. Then, the clomping sound of approaching heavy footsteps could be heard from the hallway. Having a pretty good idea of whose footsteps they were, the relatives straightened their backs. Those quick footsteps stopped for a moment just outside the parlor door, as though someone was taking a deep breath and setting up a dramatic pause. Then, as the door exploded open, Kinzo, with Genji and Nanjo standing behind him, yelled out loud.
Happy Halloween! And trick or treat!
Trick or treat! The cousins shouted it back. The adults returned the greeting too, looking a little embarrassed. Ange alone stood there with her mouth open, unable to comprehend what had just happened.
Welcome, my grandchildren. If you don't give me a treat, I shall prank you.
Go ahead, Maria.
Happy Halloween, Grandfather! I got you a really incredible one this year. You'll be surprised.
Maria picked up a present that had been hidden behind a sofa. All of the other relatives were suddenly holding similar packages as well. Come on, Ange, you too. Give this to Grandfather. Kyrie handed Ange a neatly wrapped present.
Oh, Maria, you're always so thoughtful. Grandpa is so happy.
As Kinzo took Maria's present, a smile broke out across his face, and he rubbed his cheek up against it.
Master, your dignity.
That's right. You have pleased your grandfather greatly, Maria. In return for the treat you have given me, I promise not to prank you this year.
Now it's your turn, Grandfather. If you don't give me a treat, I'll prank you.
Yes, splendid.
Genji? Here.
Genji fished through something that looked like Santa Claus's sack and pulled out a present addressed to Maria, handing it over to Kinzo.
Here you go, Maria. Here's a present from Grandpa. I'm warning you, it's very cute. It's almost a waste to give it up to you.
Master, dignity.
This is a present from the Ushiromiya family head to Maria. It is a cute... an item worthy of the Ushiromiya family's dignity and grace. Take good care of it.
Thank you, Grandfather. I love you. Kiss, kiss, kiss.
Oh! Oh, Maria, my cute little granddaughter. Kissy, kissy, kissy.
By this point, even Genji had to give up on Kinzo's dignity. Still, the dignity of the family head had lasted a full 10 seconds longer than usual this year.
Happy Halloween, Grandfather. This is from me.
Happy Halloween. This one's mine. I hope you like it.
Oh, George, Jessica, I thank you for yet another year. I'm so happy.
With tears streaming down his face, Kinzo hugged George and Jessica.
Oh, and Battler, too. I'm so glad you've returned to the family. It's been lonely without you these past 6 years.
Well, anyway, happy Halloween. Not sure if you'll like it, though.
Don't worry. Don't worry, Battler. I know you have things you want to say. Things you want to ask. But now is not the time.
Grandfather.
I'm glad that you've returned to the Ushiromiya family. It makes me feel happy.
Slowly, Kinzo moved forward and hugged Battler. Battler drew back at first, but he then understood Kinzo's feelings and hugged him back. Digimaniac33 with the $5. Kinzo voice, kissy, 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 has killed me. I am dead. Ange watched this scene play out, shocked. Was Ushiramiya Kinzo always this kind of person?
Ange, you're up.
Go on, give it to grandfather.
Okay.
Ange didn't have a clue what was going on. She took the present her mother had given her and walked forward timidly. Kinzo's face, which had been looking so cheery a second ago, seemed to become much sterner the moment Ange stepped forward. No, it hadn't become stern. That expression was the one always worn by the Kinzo inside Ange's mind. This was Ushiramiya Kinzo. He was fickle, short-tempered, always with a stern expression on his face, the most terrifying person in the Ushiramiya family. It felt as though the world had gone suddenly quiet, and it had only done it when it was my turn to step forward.
Why? Why only for me? But even so, isn't this the way it should be? Isn't this the Ushiramiya Kinzo I expect? The Ushiramiya Kinzo I understand? I was like a puppet carrying tea. I walked forward, bewildered, with the present held out in front of me, and stopped in front of Kinzo. Without letting his expression change in the slightest, Kinzo slowly reached out and touched the present.
Ange!
In an instant, Ange was caught in a firm embrace, present and all. Kinzo's white beard rubbed against her cheek.
Grandpa. Grandpa is so happy. I'm so glad to be blessed with such lovely grandchildren. I feel happy. So happy the tears just won't stop.
Master, your nose is running. That, and your dignity.
Oh, Genji, forgive me.
As the old man blew his nose, he didn't look like he could possibly be anyone other than a kindly grandpa overcome with tears at his grandchildren's gifts. JunePop45 with the $5. Ange to Kinzo, I found you, faker!
Yeah.
Thank you, Ange. I heard that you chose to come even though you weren't feeling well at all. I'm so glad. Here, this is for you.
He pressed a large gift box to Ange's chest. She finally realized that all of the presents given out by Kinzo were wrapped differently and in boxes of different sizes.
I wonder what he got you, Ange. I heard the grandfather always personally chooses what he'll give each one of us. Pretty incredible with all these people.
Every year, he picks them himself.
He does. What every year? He picks what himself? This bizarre ceremony happens every year. The cousins were all happily chattering about what their Halloween presents would be this year. Maria came up to Ange and suggested that they compare the weights of their presents, but for some reason, Ange just stared blankly. After that, the adults also handed their presents to Kinzo one by one, receiving a gift in return, along with considerate words about their health and questions about how they'd been doing recently. Then, after watching to see all those exchanges had been completed, Goda appeared, and announced that lunch was ready.
So it is ready. Come, ladies and gentlemen. Let us enjoy this splendid lunch that Goda has prepared for us. Quickly, to the dining hall!
This way, everyone. Follow me.
We will carry your presents to the rooms in the guest house.
Please, feel free to leave them here as you leave for lunch.
The relatives stood up, leaving their presents where they lay on tables and sofas, and followed Kinzo out of the parlor. Only Ange remained standing there, stunned, as she clutched the gift box Kinzo had given her. Never once had Goda's lunches betrayed expectations. When Hideyoshi said that lunches were the only reason anyone ever came to these family conferences, everyone laughed and nodded. Delicious food had a way of keeping conversation flowing. You've gotten so tall. How have you been lately? Oh, you know, not bad. It was a fun meal, with everyone asking each other about the latest and laughing together. The Ushirimiya family sat at meals in a specific ranked seating order, so the adult siblings, the cousins, and the spouses all sat in groups. That made it even easier for conversation to flow smoothly. Ange had withdrawn slightly from the cousins' chat and was looking around the dining hall. What are Kinzo and the adult siblings doing? Their conversation seemed to be peaceful and fun. Most of the time, the siblings were mothers or fathers of their own households. However, when they gathered together by themselves in front of Kinzo, that burden was lifted from their shoulders, and they became young and bright as though they'd gone back to being kids again. Rudolph, who was usually an easygoing father, but one with a sense of dignity, became so bright and cheery in this group that it almost looked like there was another battler. Even Kinzo looked peaceful and relaxed. He didn't say a word about money or the inheritance. In fact, he didn't even insult his children or call them incompetent. He just looked like a happy old man, genuinely pleased to have his whole family together for the only time this year. The group of spouses was just as harmonious. Their conversation jumped from topic to topic on motherly issues like their children's education, the running of the household, and family health. Hideyoshi and even Nanjo happily joined in. And what about the cousins? There was no way that such a fun dinner table with such a fun group of friends could fail to be raucous. Maria was in her element, showing off her knowledge of Halloween trivia. George and Jessica would nod in understanding. Battler would say something stupid and Maria would laugh at him.
If I wanted, I could easily join in on the conversation. And I could easily slip out of it too by shifting my attention to the dessert. It was happiness, both fun and natural. It felt like I was enjoying a pleasant doze in the rays of the springtime sun.
According to the weather report, we can expect a big storm sometime tonight. It's supposed to be a typhoon. Looks like we'll be stuck here for more than one night again. I do not mind in the least. You may stay here as long as you wish. If it would mean seeing the faces of my precious grandchildren more often, I would pray for rain every day.
Give us a break. We do have work to worry about.
Why don't you leave the island? Why don't you leave the island, Father? That way you could see your grandchildren whenever you wanted.
True. Living on a remote island may have a sense of majesty, but haven't you had enough of it? It's too noisy in this city. I much prefer a quiet island with no one on it but my family. I like it here.
But on ROKKENJIMA, if something happens, it would take some time for a doctor to arrive.
I agree. At your age, I think you should at least consider moving to Nijima.
Yes, I am old. I want to live in peace, surrounded only by my family. And I am satisfied. I have this island to make that dream of mine come true. Father. It seems I've gotten you all down. Ladies and gentlemen, Goda's lunch is now complete. Grandchildren, it will probably be raining constantly starting tomorrow. Now's the only time that you'll have clear skies. Why not go enjoy the roses and take a walk on the beach? That sounds good. Okay, everyone. Wanna go?
I want to see the roses and walk on the beach. We can collect shells and collect glass too.
Collect glass? That sounds a bit dangerous.
Fragments of glass get washed by the waves and become round, beautiful gems which drift ashore. Did you forget, Battler? Remember how we used to pick them up together?
Oh, were those pieces of glass? I always thought that they were just pretty gems.
Have you ever seen a glass gem, Ange? No. Then let's go. I'll show you. Let's go, let's go. But the first to see them gets them. I'm gonna get them all.
In that case, I'm not gonna lose either. Let's see who can find the prettiest, biggest glass gem.
Alright, times like this, why not be a kid? I'm not gonna lose either.
Then I guess we'll be heading down to the beach. Take it easy and enjoy your time together, grandchildren.
The cousins rose from their seats and noisily left the dining hall. Maria grabbed Ange's hand and dragged her along. However, Ange's expression was vague and absent-minded, the opposite of Maria's full smile. The cousins walked along the water's edge, playing. They searched for bits of glass, polished by the waves to become small and gem-like. They caught up on news of each other's lives and joked around. They wrote words in the sand. They chased the receding waves and ran away from the coming ones. The cousins enjoyed this time they had to themselves.
Get back here, Maria! You won't get off easy this time!
No!
You'll get hurt if you fall. Be careful, you two.
Feels like the wind's gotten stronger. Maybe we should head back soon.
You're right. I think the sky's getting cloudier too. Battler-kun, Maria-chan, I think we should call it a day soon and head back to the guest house for the time being.
Oh, no way! I want to play more.
Hey, don't ignore your cousin. Okay, that's all for now. Here, I'll give you my glass gem.
Oh, really? Thank you, Butler. Now I have the most, so I win.
Ange, you okay?
Yeah.
What's wrong, Ange? You look a little down. She's just tired out. Come on, let's all head back together.
True, Anja's expression probably looked tired. However, Battler alone thought he saw something else in it.
What happened? Can you tell me?
It's nothing.
She said that, but something in her expression showed that she was unsatisfied for some reason. However, since Anja wouldn't say what it was and Battler couldn't think of anything, that was the limit of what he could figure out. So he squeezed her small hand, silently letting her know that she could tell him whenever she was ready. It had seemed such a bright, sunny day until a short while ago. However, the sky had turned gray, and the wind had started to feel more annoying than pleasant. If they waited around, they might have to deal with scattered raindrops as well.
And I guess it'll be raining the whole time from now on. What a drag.
Still, even though it didn't last long, it was fun to be a kid again for a while.
I can't wait to show Mama this glass gem. I'm gonna tell her that I won.
Even though you only won because I gave you mine.
Oh, I got it, so it's mine. So I won.
Anja walked distractedly, pulled along by her brother. George and the others thought that she had probably woken up too early and was tired, so they didn't try to talk to her much. As they reached the end of the forested path, the rose garden lay before them. They could see the strong winds making the rose bushes wave.
Mama, look! I won!
Waving a hand about and yelling, Maria ran. Rosa was waving to her from the front of the guest house.
I'm gonna head back to my room for a sec. I'll meet you in the cousin's room right after.
Okay, got it. See you later then.
Jessica ran off in the direction of the mansion. George turned around as though suggesting that they had better get going too. However, when he saw Anja standing still with a crabby look on her face, he realized that she might have been put into a bad mood by something.
Is everything okay?
Yeah, she's fine. Sorry, but would you mind going on ahead of us?
Sure, got it. See you later.
George headed for the guest house. The only ones left in the rose garden were Battler, who was waving at George, and Anja, who was still staring at the ground and holding Battler's hand. For the past few minutes, he had repeatedly asked Anja what was wrong. He realized that this wasn't anything like a stomachache, or something obvious that had put her into a bad mood. However, young girls sometimes get upset for reasons they can only they can understand. Battler knew this, so he didn't rush her in any way, and continued to gaze around the beautiful rose garden holding her hand.
Oni-chan,
What is it?
where is this place?
She asked the question, as though she was talking about something on the other side of the silver screen. Though Battler understood what that question meant, he played dumb.
What do you mean, where? It's ROKKENJIMA.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
How is this supposed to be ROKKENJIMA?
It's the ROKKENJIMA of October 4th, 1986. The ROKKENJIMA you've wanted to see for so long.
That's a lie.
Why do you say that?
This is all a pack of lies.
Anja wrenched her hand from her brother's grip. That hand hit a rose and sent flower petals flying.
I don't lie.
How is this supposed to be the truth?
Ange spat those words out. However, Battler's expression remained calm and composed.
What don't you like about it?
For one, Ushiramiya Kinzo. There's no way he was like that, and you know it.
He's just seen his grandchildren again for the first time in a long while. I think any grandfather would smile in that situation.
Not Ushiramiya Kinzo. He wasn't that kind of person. Ushiramiya Kinzo was...
Strict, discontented, short-tempered, and quick to anger?
So you do understand. What was all of that back there? How was that supposed to be Ushiramiya Kinzo? Halloween? Exchanging presents? What the hell is that? There's nothing like Ushiramiya Kinzo. This is nothing like ROKKENJIMA.
Don't you remember, Ange?
Remember what?
We did that every year, didn't we?
Every year? That?
Well, I guess it's no surprise. The last time you went to a family conference, you weren't even 6 years old. So, it's only natural that you wouldn't remember.
It's only natural that...
Ange understood what her brother was trying to say. However, she couldn't accept it.
It's true that Ushiramiya Kinzo was a strict man. When he was younger, he really did lash out at his kids, apparently. It was pretty traumatic for the old bastard and his siblings. You could say that they're still a bit scared of him even now. And, well, you wouldn't be wrong.
Chat, could we cool it with the gaslighting joke? I don't really care for it. The grand tale of how Kinzo had restored the Ushiramiya family was more than enough to paint him as a rigid, terrifying man. Furthermore, Kinzo was an investor. All the legends and tales that made him seem more mysterious had probably worked in his business's favor. At times, Kinzo may have even acted out this part people expected, endeavoring to make his presence all the more overpowering. That's why the world at large spoke of Ushiramiya Kinzo as a strict, short-tempered man. And they even thought of him as a fickle, bold, incomprehensible eccentric.
But that was just the face grandfather showed to the world. That's not how he acted in private, alone with his family.
Are you saying that weeping old man who doted on his grandchildren is the real Ushiramiya Kinzo?
He must have played with you and patted your head many times. Do you really not remember?
Things like that might have happened once or twice. But that would only have been a mere whim of Kinzo's. My parents told me all the time, grandfather's a terrifying person, so make sure you don't mess up. They always said that he's very scary, so take care.
And that means he was a scary person.
When you were little, you never questioned your parents or what they told you. I guess I could say that you were an obedient kid. But I could also say that you had an overactive imagination. Dad and the others were just trying to make you realize how important it was to be polite.
I saw it, though! I knew about it! I knew that Ushiramiya Kinzo was a scary person! I've even seen him yelling in anger! I remember that! I'll never forget it!
Well, like you just saw now, grandfather could be a bit abrupt at times. He might have just been trying to surprise you. Or it might have just slipped out when he was having a serious discussion with his kids.
And you think I just got scared for no reason? And got the wrong idea? That can't be! That can't be true! I mean, I still remember it! I know I saw Ushiramiya Kinzo yelling and being scary! Mom and Dad were terrified too, so I know I'm right!
The impression you had of grandfather when you were young remained with you. And that impression grew inside you as you grew up.
How many times did Ange see Kinzo in her life? How old was she the last time she saw him? Ange, who got sick easily when under pressure, couldn't have gone to ROKKENJIMA often, and since she was absent for the family conference when she was 6, her last memories of him must have come from when she was just 5 years old.
But even you haven't seen Ushiramiya Kinzo for 6 years.
That's right. But when I finally came back after 6 years, I saw that grandfather hadn't changed in the slightest.
Kinzo was fickle, so you could never understand what he was thinking. And he was an eccentric with a creepy love for the occult, and...
It's true that he had a love for the occult. Yeah, it was a bit of a strange hobby for him to get into in his final years. I'll admit that his hobby of collecting strange objects to spook his grandchildren with wasn't exactly praiseworthy.
Even Battler had been pranked by Kinzo in the past.
He showed me an attache case with 7 strange stakes in it, and said something about how witches in the Middle Ages used them in sacrificial rituals to gouge out the heart. When Kinzo first showed me those, I was pretty frightened, but looking back on it, it was really the kind of prank that could only fool a child. Grandfather only scared his grandchildren because he wanted to joke around with them. I'd be willing to bet that Grandfather pulled a prank like that on you, too. It's no surprise that as young as you were, you let that scare you and convince you that Grandfather was a strange, terrifying person.
I don't know what you're talking about, Oni-chan.
Ange bit her lower lip and stared at the ground. She said she didn't understand, but in truth she understood perfectly and was refusing to accept it.
Remember how we traded Halloween presents in the parlor just now?
What was that all about? The Yoshirimiya family never did anything that sentimental.
You don't remember anything, huh?
Are you saying I got presents once too? I don't remember anything like that. That could never happen.
Do you really think that Grandfather, a man who loved the occult and Western traditions, wouldn't celebrate Halloween? Grandfather's Happy Halloween was pretty much the standard greeting at our family conferences. You must have been given one. Youth can be so cruel. Grandfather must have put all his heart into choosing that present for you. But it looks like your heart didn't remember.
Are you saying that I was just too young to remember? And that was the truth of October 4th?
That day, just like 6 years before, Grandfather entered the parlor with a cry of Happy Halloween. Then he and I traded presents, as he shed tears over our long-awaited reunion after a 6-year gap. Grandfather was very sad that you weren't able to come. So he gave your present to Kiria-san, telling her to make sure you got it.
I never heard anything about a present like that! I never got one!
True. She never had the chance.
I don't believe it! I won't believe that was Yoshirimiya Kinzo! Then what about the family conference itself? Wasn't that a tense argument over the distribution of the inheritance? All of the adult siblings were in money trouble. They all hungered for Kinzo's inheritance money.
Ange, where did you hear that from?
What do you mean, where? It's the truth, isn't it?
Do you think Dad would talk to you about financial difficulties with his company when you were that age? And not just Dad. Even if Uncle Kraus, Auntie Ava, and Auntie Rosa talked about how they were in money trouble and wanted Kinzo's inheritance money, do you really think they'd talk about it in front of you?
But it's true, isn't it?
That was the bottom line. Ange's words were not mistaken. Not only Rudolph, but Kraus, Hideyoshi, and Rosa as well, all had companies in money trouble. People started talking about the ROKKENJIMA explosion accident as though it was some sort of conspiracy, and a mystery imagined by the public covered the island. Weekly magazines and television shows researched the circumstances of Kinzo's children at the time, and in the future where Ange lived, that research had been made public.
You learned about all of that after 1986.
But it's a fact, isn't it? There's no difference between facts and truth.
And does that prove that the inheritance created a strained atmosphere between the relatives on ROKKENJIMA? I guess that seemed to fit with your memory of your parents telling you repeatedly to be extra polite at the family conference.
Are you saying that what I know about ROKKENJIMA, what I know about the Yoshirimiya family, is wrong? You're the one who's wrong, Oni-chan. What I just saw can't be real. There's no way. I refuse to accept that as Yoshirimiya Kinzo. I'll never, ever be able to accept that Yoshirimiya Kinzo was like that.
So you don't believe, Ange?
That's right. I don't believe. I just don't understand why you're showing me something like this. After all, this is your game. No, your game board, isn't it? Beato and Burn. One witch after another has sneered at my fate, trying to make me surrender in their games. But I seek the truth. Those witches' deceptions won't work on me. Now I get it, you damn witches. So you've sent Oni-chan as a final assassin to finish me off.
You're right about one thing. This is my game. So of course this is my tale and I'm the one telling it. That's why I'm able to add what-if situations like that. What would happen if you came to the island too?
See? You made this tale. It's all a pack of lies, a fiction you created.
You're right. This is all a fiction I created.
See? You've admitted it. You have, haven't you? Just like I thought this is all a lie that you made. Why are you lying to me? Why won't you just tell me the truth?
Because there's something more important that I need to get across to you.
Something more important than the truth? What the hell are you talking about?
The purpose of my game is to help you understand that. Just as Beato's games were made to make Battler believe in witches, Battler's game was made to communicate something to Ange that was more important than the truth. Games never bring about their intended ends by force. After all, Beato's game could never be won for all eternity unless Battler himself acknowledged his loss. Battler's game was the same. This was a game that Battler couldn't win unless Ange acknowledged it herself. So Battler had advanced this game just as Beato had done in the past, to believe or not, to accept or not. The decision lay solely in the hands of the opponent. And so, Battler was trying to enshroud Ange with his own illusion.
I finally get it. This is a game between you and me, Oni-chan.
Ange, I'm not trying to challenge you to a game.
No. This is a game. I made a wish hoping to learn the truth of October 4th, 1986. And so you invited me to this game saying that you'd show me the truth. And now you're showing me this strange illusion, trying to make me believe that it's the truth. Well, too bad. I'm already used to dealing with witches. I'm fully aware that you're trying to use that kind face of yours to trick me.
The big brother that knew that no words of his would have any effect on his enraged little sister. So he just quietly listened to Ange's words. But for Ange, even that was frustrating.
I've had more than enough of this stupid farce. If you don't plan on telling me the truth, then end it all now. I'll find my own truth for myself. I won't rely on you. That's right. There was never anyone I could rely on anyway. I've always been all alone.
Sorry, but I won't let you leave this game.
That's right. Unless the game master admits defeat, the game never ends, right?
That's not what this is. I just want you to stay quiet and listen to what I have to say.
Okay. I'll just stay quiet then. Even if a player isn't around, the pieces just move by themselves and the game moves forward. Isn't that how it was?
All right. Step back from being a player and become an observer for a little while. You can come back whenever you feel like it.
I'll just do that. This is an endurance contest. It'll keep on going until you give up on trying to cover up the truth. Something more important than the truth? You're not making any sense! There's no such thing!
There is, Ange. Whether my tale is true or not, the fact remains that you lost something precious on this island.
Dad, Mom, and you, Oni-chan. I lost my family and everything that mattered to me.
She spat out those words as though no further questioning would do any good and looked away. Even as he watched this, Battler's expression remained gentle.
Just keep going however you like. Later, Oni-chan.
At least make sure you watch the tale. Even just listening is enough.
If I feel like it. Later.
Ange's eyes clouded. Then, a particularly strong gust of wind blew by, sending her hair flying. The wind must have been carrying some dust with it. Ange's nose twitched and she sneezed loudly.
Oni-chan?
What is it?
How long are we gonna stand here? The weather is all weird. Let's go back to the guest house.
Ange's eyes weren't cloudy anymore. However, the tone and atmosphere about those eyes seemed somehow different from before. In a manner typical of young girls, Ange signaled that she was too bored and wanted to go do something. This Ange was clearly a 6-year-old Ange.
Good point. Then why don't you head back to the guest house now? I'm gonna stay here.
Why? It'll start raining soon.
She should be here in a moment, so I'll wait for her.
Wait for her. For who?
Then, to Ange's eyes, it looked as though the strong winds were now carrying flakes of gold along with them. No, she had definitely seen something, but she wasn't able to describe what she had seen. So to her, it seemed like flakes of gold dancing on the wind.
There you are. I've been waiting for a while now.
It was as though he was talking to the wind. Battler spoke to the empty rose garden. That can't be right. After all, it was clear from his words that he was talking to someone right in front of him. So Ange thought it must be someone that she alone couldn't see, and she rubbed her eyes. Then, when she opened her eyes wide, another large gust of wind blew past her. She shut her eyes immediately, and when she timidly opened them, from the other end of the rose garden, yes, from the path that led up from the harbor, a person appeared. To Ange, it looked as though she had appeared along with a cloud of gold flakes carried by the wind.
You're late, Beato.
Am I? I'd call it early.
You should ride the boat with us every now and then.
You mean grasp the handrail and scream alongside you?
Yeah, sure, let's scream. Gonna fall, gonna fall.
I see, how interesting. Yes, I suppose I did arrive too late.
The pair casually walked up to each other and hugged. It looked like a pair of friends being reunited after several years. Ange, surprised by this unfamiliar woman, looked for somewhere to hide. However, her eyes met Beato's and she lost her chance to escape.
Oh, and you must be Ange.
She was shocked to hear this unfamiliar woman suddenly use her name.
Look how cute she was at the age of 6.
Oni-chan, who is this person?
A friend of mine.
A friend? How can you say that?
Oni-chan's friend?
This is Beatrice. You've heard from Grandfather, haven't you? About the Golden Witch who gave the Ushirimiya family its gold?
Have I heard that before?
The Golden Witch. Now I remember. That was the scary witch who would snatch you away off into the forest. If you didn't listen to your parents or stayed up too late on ROKKENJIMA. On rainy nights, if you look out the window at the dark forest, you might see the witch looking back at you and get snatched away. And that's what Mom told me.
Which must mean I'm supposed to be wandering about in the cold rain looking into each window to find kids staying up too late? How pitiful that would be.
Good point. Ange, your parents just made that story up to get you to go to bed on time. She doesn't do stuff like that.
Very well, allow me to introduce myself. I am Beatrice, the Golden Witch.
Or her grandchild, at least.
Grandchild?
That grandchild part puts a bit of a damper on things.
Well, it's true, isn't it? The person that Grandfather got the gold from and called the Golden Witch was your grandmother, right?
This is true, I must admit. Grandchild of the Golden Witch, is it? Can't I get a better title than that?
Is this person a witch?
Yep, she is. She's a guest who's been invited to the family conference today.
She isn't a scary witch? She's not gonna take me away into the forest?
Damn Rudolph and Kyrie. Just what do they think they're telling this kid about me? I don't do things like that. I'll lodge a firm protest later.
She looked like a very emotional person, but she wasn't at all what Ange had expected the creepy Golden Witch would be like. She was very loud, overreacting to everything. Nothing at all like the witch Maria One-chan had talked about,
Who had lived for 1,000 years and had various servants from the demon world. She looked, well, like an energetic young woman.
Oh, wow, okay. Narration going back and forth very quickly there. She looked, well, like an energetic young woman who Ange's mom might have been good friends with. Her brother and the witch talked together like a pair of close friends. Dogs often don't trust people when meeting them for the first time. However, people say that dogs feel more at ease with a person once they see their owner acting friendly towards them. Surely something similar to this was taking place in Ange's heart. As this pushy, temperamental woman who called herself a witch chatted happily with Battler, Ange watched her behavior closely.
What's that key for?
Beato noticed the gold key hanging from Ange's neck. Ange automatically grasped it defensively.
That's Ange's precious key.
After hearing these vague words, the witch stared blankly for a second. But almost immediately, she seemed to understand what he meant.
I see. Is that how it is?
I thought it'd be easier to understand if I made it clear what she's supposed to do.
Pining Tree with the $5. Battler and Beato are married for tax evasion reasons, like true witch besties.
Wait, do you have medical insurance?
No, why?
Okay, hold on, I gotta fix something.
Don't worry, Ange. I shall not steal your precious key.
Really?
Of course. That key belongs to you, and the choice is yours. Battler and the rest of us are merely signposts to guide you on your path.
When handing her the key, her brother had said that it was very important and she had to take good care of it. Ange didn't have a clue what that key was for, but it looked like Beato did. However, just like her brother had done earlier, Beato only spoke in riddles. This irritated Ange, but for the time being, the Golden Witch had said that she didn't intend to steal this key, so Ange calmed down a little.
Do you know what this key is used for?
But of course. However, I cannot tell you.
Why?
Because you might decide how to use that key for yourself. You must decide how to use that key for yourself.
The witch said the same thing as my brother.
The pair nodded to each other, but it was all Greek to me. It felt like someone had laid out a riddle that everyone knew but me, and everyone was making fun of me.
You'll know soon enough. You don't need to dwell on it.
Ange held the key tightly. Even if she didn't understand what it meant, it was her own key, and her big brother had told her to take good care of it. With her youthful suspicion, she was scared that the witch might ask her to hand it over, saying that she'd teach her how to use it if she did. Of course, her thoughts showed up clearly on her face. The witch couldn't help but laugh at that honest expression.
Fear not. It is impossible for anyone to steal that key from you.
No one can steal it?
You might say that it's been imbued with magic to make it so. At any rate, fear not. Neither I nor Battler nor anyone else on this island can steal that key from you.
Really?
Yeah, really. The magic won't let them.
The key was hanging around her neck like an ordinary necklace. Ange could take it off right now if she wanted, and if an adult tried to use force, it seemed like it would be easy for them to take it away. However, both her brother and the witch said that it was protected by a magic that would stop anyone from stealing it.
Does magic really exist?
Even the 6-year-old Ange knew about the word magic. However, she also realized that real magic didn't exist, and that certain kinds of magic tricks were sometimes called magic. However, her brother and the witch were talking about magic itself.
Yeah, magic exists.
Really?
Maria speaks of me often, does she not? Witches exist. Magic exists. She must have told you these things on many an occasion.
True, Maria had talked about that many times. When it was a part of a game, Ange had believed her, more or less. However, Ange was, in some ways, sharp for her age, and when she heard Maria talking happily about magic, she sometimes thought that such a thing couldn't really exist.
Then, show me. Show me magic, or I won't believe you.
Hold up a sec. Beato just arrived on the island, and she hasn't even gone to say hi to everyone at the mansion yet.
Battler spoke as though he was trying to smooth things over. When she heard that, Ange became sure that magic didn't exist after all.
Witches are all a big fat lie. I know.
Hey, stop that. You'll hurt Beato's feelings.
No, it's no problem. Anyone would say that upon meeting a witch. Normally I would ignore provocation from such a small child, but she is your little sister after all. Why don't we give her a special showing?
Are you sure?
Of course I am. Watch carefully, Ange.
Okay.
Though Ange had challenged the witch to show her if she could, now that she was about to be shown, she looked a bit hesitant. She gulped, then stared at the witch's face. The witch held out her left hand, bringing it close to Ange's face. Then, she slowly spread her fingers. Ange, thinking she was about to be turned into a frog, shrank back. However, after waiting a while with her teeth clenched, she realized that nothing was happening. So, as her fear turned to irritation, she began to argue.
Nothing's happening.
Don't jump to conclusions so quickly. I haven't used magic yet. See? Look carefully at my palm. I'm not hiding anything, correct?
Oh, so that's what she was doing. Now that she finally understood, Ange checked both sides of the witch's hand.
Yeah, there's nothing there.
Watch closely. I'll make a fist, and then stretch out my index finger.
She stretched out her index finger and held it right in front of Ange's eyes. Ange, refusing to show weakness by pulling back, stood her ground and concentrated on the fingertip.
Watch the tip of my finger closely. Ready? It'll be fast.
The witch rapidly lifted her index finger high into the air, pointing at the heavens. Just as Ange looked up to see the finger raised high, it swung down as though trying to dodge her gaze. In that manner, the finger swung up, down, left, right, then left again, as though Ange was playing a game of Achimuite Hoi. Feeling as though she'd lose if she couldn't keep up with the fingertip, Ange swung her face this way and that, looking serious. Ever since she was very young, Ange had always hated to lose. She would take even the most trivial games seriously, determined not to lose to the adults. The witch's hand moved faster and faster. Ange didn't lose track of it. Then, the witch's high-pointing finger took a sudden swing downwards, and when it stopped, her index finger was curled up, and her hand was held in a simple fist. Could it be that something was going to come out of that hand? Ange, suspecting this might happen, had followed the finger very closely. There had been no chance for that once empty hand to grab something.
Ready? I'm going to open my hand.
The witch slowly opened her right fist, and there.
What? How? How, Oni-chan?
The witch gave the cutely wrapped candy to Ange as a present. Ange took it and desperately searched for some kind of trick on it, but it was just an everyday, ordinary candy.
How? That was a trick, wasn't it, Oni-chan? Oni-chan?
Nope, that was magic. You were watching the whole time, weren't you?
I was watching the whole time.
So how?
She didn't like it, but she was unable to see how that could have been anything other than magic. As the little sister furrowed her brow and bit her lower lip, her brother gently told her once more that it was magic.
It's about time for me to head to the mansion to pay my respects. You should come along, Battler. I'll suffocate if I have to go alone.
You sure? Then I'll join you. What about you, Ange? Will you go back to the guest house?
I want to stay with you, Oni-chan.
She still couldn't accept it, but maybe, just maybe, she still looked grumpy. But it looked like she was becoming at least slightly interested in this witch.
Then let us go. The Golden Witch returns.
The Golden Witch's grandchild returns, you mean?
We really need to do something about that name.
The big brother and the witch really did seem close. Playing off each other like a pair of comedians, they started heading for the mansion. All the while, Ange held onto the corner of her brother's sleeve, trying to make sure he didn't forget about her. A pair of Canadians? Ah, yes. Battler's brief stint as a moose wrangler. The VIP room was filled with the sweet smell of pumpkin tea, and packed with smiles and laughter.
Simply splendid. I'm glad to see you in such high spirits.
I could say the same for you. What idiot said you'd be reaching your last years?
I just borrow a bit of cheer from you. Once I return to my study, I will be little more than a withering, senile old man.
Enough with your lies. Give it up and swear you'll be living at large until you're 100.
Same here. Haven't seen you for 6 years, but I was surprised to see how little you'd changed.
You little brat. So, it seems you've learned flattery these past 6 years. Sorry to disappoint you, but you're hardly a fair judge in the matter. I have grown quite old indeed.
I'll bet 1,000 yen that Kinzo's still doing great when he turns 100.
Yeah, me too. Grandfather won't be any different when he's 100.
Don't think that you'll get any more presents for complimenting me.
Kinzo laughed cheerily. Beato, who sat next to Battler, was also laughing merrily. Ange stood all alone by the window, staring at the others and trying to figure out what sort of relationship the Witch of the Portrait had with her grandfather. There was a knock on the door.
Is that you, Genji? Come in.
Pardon the intrusion. Kraus-sama and Natsuhi-sama are here.
Father. Oh, and Battler-kun's here too.
It's been some time, Beatrice-san. Has there been any news?
I'm just the way I used to be. Come, have a seat. And Ange, why are you standing by the window like that? Come over here and sit down.
Ange, come on over.
I'll just watch from here.
Ange grasped the candy she had gotten from Beato tightly, and with a still wary gaze she continued to stare. Genji offered her a chair, but Ange just shook her head.
Let her do as she pleases. Come, Kraus, Natsuhi, and sit. Is it something important? I guess Ange and I should leave.
Hey, if you leave, who's gonna back me up here? Kinzo, you don't mind if Battler stays, do you?
I have nothing to hide. I do not mind.
However, he had called Kraus and Natsuhi to the VIP room to meet Beatrice, the Golden Witch. It was hard to imagine that Kinzo wanted to have a casual conversation. After Kinzo said he didn't mind, Beato also asked Battler to stay, so he decided to do so. In order to avoid getting in the way of their conversation, Battler stood up from the sofa and walked over to Ange's window. When the big brother finally came back to Ange, she clung to his waist, as though determined not to let him go away again.
Oh, I see. That must be why Ange doesn't like me.
Huh? What do you mean? I don't really think she dislikes you.
You never could understand women, Battler.
Beato smiled at Ange, but the latter turned to look the other way.
Even a young woman is a woman nonetheless.
When Beato stopped laughing, the conversation switched gears. Why on earth did Kinzo summon Kraus and Natsuhi to the VIP room, and what was he going to talk about? Everyone fell automatically silent.
Beatrice, Golden Witch. Each and every day, I remember the debt owed by the Ushirimiya family for the time it was saved on the brink of destruction.
Yeah, you'd better thank me.
Well, it's actually your grandmother he's thanking.
Shut up, you.
No, it comes to the same thing. All of that gold has been lent to the Ushirimiya family for 3 generations. And for no compensation.
We truly cannot be grateful enough.
Gold is no more than a pile of bricks to me. It was a relief to have Kinzo hold on to it, since I had nowhere to put them.
Whoa, I'd like to say that just once before I die.
Is the Golden Witch a rich person?
Well, yeah. After all, she just went and lent grandfather 10 tons of gold. Precisely. I've been borrowing it for several decades, always promising to return it someday. The debt of gratitude I owe you for that favor is now far beyond my ability to repay.
The head family has never forgotten its gratitude. Isn't that right, dear?
Of course. If the Beatrices hadn't so generously lent it to us for 3 generations, the Ushirimiya family would have fallen long ago. Even someone as shrewd as father couldn't do anything without funds to start with. By now, my money is making money, and the gold that made up my original funds can sleep in peace. Kraus, do you know what I'm about to say?
Since the moment Kraus had been summoned here, he had guessed about the things Kinzo's words now hinted at. All things borrowed must someday be returned. That day had finally come.
Yes, I understand. Father, Beatrice.
I do not have many years ahead of me. In fact, this may be the last family conference that we will attend together.
How faint-hearted you sound. You must be joking.
Beato alone laughed. She looked at Battler, so he laughed along with her, but Kinzo and the others remained silent. Apparently, there existed some major concerns about Kinzo's health.
Of course, I do not intend to die as soon as next year. However, I don't believe I can make any certain promises about meeting you again next year. Not once have I ever made a promise that I cannot keep.
If you say it so profoundly like that, I'm in no position to disagree. Are you serious about this?
Beatrice, I want to make amends, and I must do it while I still have the energy. For that reason, I made the decision to do it today.
What's Grandfather talking about?
Quiet. Grandfather is about to talk about something very important.
By now, even Battler understood what Kinzo was about to propose. Beato probably realized it too. At one time, the Ushirimiya family had ruled the skies like an eagle, before being crushed in the Great Kanto earthquake. The eagle had one of its wings torn off, and it crawled in the mud, on the point of death. Then, they were saved by the Golden Witch's golden miracle. Under the Golden Witch's protection, the eagle had nursed its wounds for many years. And now, finally, it was time for the eagle to leave the nest the witch had provided.
All of the gold that your grandmother lent me, I will return to you. Kraus, you have no objections, correct? The gold did not belong to the Ushirimiya family in the first place. Of course, I have no objections whatsoever.
Are you sure, Kraus? You're an investor, aren't you? You could always do with more money, right? Didn't you want Kinzo to hand the gold over to you?
Yes, now that you mention it, it's hard to deny what you say. However, the contract was always between you and Father, and the gold was yours to begin with.
After all, my husband is the successor. Just as Father rebuilt the family in one generation, I'm sure my husband will make the family thrive in his. And this is something the two of us will do together.
Well said. That's the spirit.
So, you have no regrets in leaving behind 10 tons of gold. I must say that's quite impressive. What can a witch do against an opponent who cannot be swayed by the golden magic?
I will return the gold to you. However, that will not change the fact that the Ushirimiya family will always be supremely indebted to Beatrice, the Golden Witch.
To return the gold once lent by the Golden Witch, it was both simple and clear. However, the expression worn by the Golden Witch herself was slightly lonely. Ange couldn't understand why this was.
I can hardly refuse what's being returned to me. Oh well.
Beato rose from the sofa. Then she walked up to the window and looked down at the rose garden waving in the wind.
Kraus, I've also decided to present you and the others with my inheritance while I still live. Father, when I die, you will not only be busy with the funeral, but I imagine that you will have Ava and the others at your throats over the inheritance issue. If all is divided now, the funeral will be less trying for you. Kraus, write this down. And Genji, please be our secretary. I will now lay out the distribution of my assets.
Kinzo immediately began explaining how the inheritance would be split up. Battler, realizing that he shouldn't be listening in on this conversation, walked over to where Beato was loitering by the window.
Hey, rich person. You got too much gold on your hands, I'd be happy to lighten the load.
Gold would be no less useful if you turned it into firewood and used it to cook as a stew. Cook a stew.
What's the matter? You're looking a bit miserable.
So, this day has finally come. I do feel a bit lonely.
You do?
My magic revived the Ushirimiya family and created ROKKENJIMA. And now it seems the Ushirimiya family no longer has any need for the power of my gold. It's taken flight, leaving the nest of my magic behind.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
I've called ROKKENJIMA the Witch's Island. My island.
Yeah.
And now ROKKENJIMA is returning the gold to me. The day has come for ROKKENJIMA to awaken from my magic.
I guess it has.
I knew that this would be the last game. However, for that subject to be broached, even in a manner such as this, is surprisingly hard to handle.
You're the type of person who looks totally carefree, but who's actually full of lingering attachments and regrets.
The cruel and obstinate ones are usually the quickest to grow attached, and then to feel lonely.
That's right. That's the kind of person you are.
It was a game for you and me.
It was fun. It's a game you polished to perfection during those 6 years.
I once likened it to an eternal torture for the both of us.
Eternity is happiest when you can still believe that it's eternity. But all things must end, and we have to be aware of that.
So we must not avert our eyes.
Just as the sun always rises, there's no sun that doesn't set.
Of course, Ange didn't have the slightest idea what her brother and the witch were talking about. However, even as young as she was, she could feel that the pair had spent an incredibly long time together, and that they understood each other so well that they might as well be a married couple. Then, Beato noticed her reaction.
Ange, at one point, the two of us wove games for each other. However, that time is already over. This game has been made not for our sake, but for yours.
They were talking in riddles again. Grasping the key that hung by her chest, Ange looked at her brother's face.
We need to show you the contents of the cat box that is this day. That key I gave you is for opening it.
What do you mean, cat box?
He means this day.
You wanted to reach this day so much. Using the miracle of magic, I've brought you here. You must continue telling the story of this day, as the final witch.
Does that mean that I mustn't remain here?
Ange's tone was slightly tense. She understood what her brother meant, and it made her frown.
Just how long have I suffered, wishing that I could return to the ROKKENJIMA of 1986? And now I finally made it here. So why are you chasing me out? You said I could decide for myself.
That's right. I did say that.
I'm not leaving. And please stop trying to spoil me with this strange made-up tale. I want to know the truth of this day.
She's a moody kid, be it 12 years in the future or 12 years in the past.
Shut up, I didn't ask you. And what the hell do you think you're doing? Didn't the Golden Witch come to here to perform her resurrection ritual? Didn't you appear on the island with a crash of thunder and try to offer up 13 people as sacrifices? Why are you acting so happy and casual? It doesn't make any sense.
You're the one who doesn't make any sense. What are you thinking? Do you want me to be a murderer?
You wrote tales about it, sealed them in message bottles, and threw them into the sea. 2 of them were discovered later on. Both of them were stories of cruel serial murders.
What a shame that only 2 of them made it to shore. How sad that land, my greatest masterpiece, was never seen by human eyes.
That's a meta joke. Do you remember a very long time ago when I told you guys that Ryukishi wrote an original, full 3rd episode, and then he threw it out and wrote a different one because people were too stumped by episode 2? Land of the Golden Witch was going to be the original episode 3. So that's what she's basically just saying, in universe, yep, that one never got seen by anybody. Damn, what a shame.
I've been wanting to ask this for a while, but what's up with those message bottles?
As I was working out the details for my game against you, I began creating those tales along the way. Once I realized that I could create endless different tales out of the same game board, it really started to get fun.
So you wrote them down, hoping that I would read them someday?
Precisely. They were so good I just couldn't bear to wait for your return. Inspired by those classic works set on isolated islands, I tried sealing them in bottles and throwing them out into the ocean. Mysterious, don't you think?
Don't mock me! Those were your plans for the crime! You used the location of the hidden gold to fan up discontent between the family members, as you planned your brutal serial murders.
Sheesh. Is that how I've become in the year 1998? Well, I guess I can't blame them.
Huh? What's with the sudden change of character? Is this some scheme to make me let my guard down? I'm not gonna be fooled, Beatrice. Oni-chan. You want to make me surrender and say that witches exist, don't you? You think I'll fall for that? I'll find the truth without your help.
Even though that truth is all around you right now? You once called yourself Gretel, but it seems the name Middle would be more fitting.
Enough!
Ange tried to slap Beato's cheek. However, the difference between their heights was so great that Beato dodged before the hand could reach her.
Stupid. Stupid! I won't acknowledge it. I'll never acknowledge this farce as the truth.
After Ange yelled those words, her eyes grew cloudy. They cleared up almost immediately. By that time, she had already gone back to her 6-year-old self.
You're right, Ange. This is the sin I left behind, and the reason for this final tale's existence.
As Ange stared blankly, uncomprehending, Beato gently patted her head.
Indeed, this tale is a farce. It could not be true, yet he was prepared to look past that. No, to make it that way on purpose, for the sake of the message that he wants to convey to you.
Beato, I'm already showing it to her. I don't want to force it on her.
I see.
I don't understand what you two are talking about. I'm sleepy.
You're right. We should probably be going.
Kinzo, must I remain here longer?
My apologies, but I must ask you to stay a little longer. Moving on, Kraus. The continued support of the Gospel House should be viewed as your responsibility as the Ushirimiya family head.
What a pain. Forgive me, Battler. It seems I cannot go with you. Genji, would you mind taking these two to the guest house?
As you wish. Badler-sama, Ange-sama, please follow me.
Thanks. Okay, Beato. I'll see you later.
Of course. I have a mountain of things I wish to discuss with you. And I'd like for us to have some alone time tonight. We must act the part of a couple every now and then.
What do you mean, act the part of a couple?
Because Ange had gotten so bored, she had grown very sleepy. It would probably be best for her to take a quick nap. Battler walked through the windy rose garden, pulling her by the hand. When he questioned their guide, Genji, he learned that the old servant had known beforehand of Kinzo's desire to return the gold to Beato, and settle the inheritance problem early.
The master decided to start preparations early for his final task in this world, the ending of his life.
Most people don't think about what happens after they die. Guess grandfather's just on a whole different scale.
Today marks the day of a new flight, when the Ushirimiya family will depart from the Golden Witch's patronage.
That's true. That's a pretty cool way to say it.
Apparently, a grand Halloween party was to be held tonight, and Goda and the others had been ordered to start getting ready for it. However, it wouldn't be just a party. It would be a ceremony to mark the return of Beatrice's gold. At the start of dinner, Grandfather would make the announcement, and the Ushirimiya family would give thanks and applause to the 3 generations of Beatrices for their generosity over the years. Apparently, this is what he had planned.
Is this still being kept secret from Dad and the others?
Technically, it is a secret. However, the master did not suddenly begin thinking in this way today. He had often considered this day for many years, and he had even discussed certain matters with his children. I doubt that any will be surprised to hear this night's announcement.
Well, as for my old bastard, he's been running all over the place trying to get money for his company. Guess he'll be dancing with joy when he hears that he's gonna get to unwrap Grandfather's inheritance present early.
I rather think that Rudolph-sama will be galvanized by a sense of great responsibility. He's succeeded splendidly since he left the island. However, his successes so far have been supported by the master's wealth.
And now that he's suddenly getting his inheritance money, he'll have to keep going by his own strength alone in the future. In fact, it might actually put pressure on him.
The siblings must have suffered for decades because of their father's excess of success and ability. Simply having a parent who is too successful can be a great burden to a child.
And tonight, they'll be leaving the nest, truly becoming adults for the first time.
It seems the master plans to call this night a ceremony to return the gold. However, he first intended to call it a living funeral.
Sounds pretty depressing, having a funeral while you're still alive. I'll admit that calling it a day of a new journey and leaving the nest fits the Ushirimiya family much better.
Oni-chan, I'm sleepy.
Look, we're almost to the guest house. You want to go to Mom's room? To the cousin's room?
I don't care. Let's sleep until dinner.
Ange, still holding her brother's hand, crouched down and looked as though she was about to fall asleep. Battler lifted her onto his back and carried her. As she felt the warmth and safety of her brother's back, Ange drifted off into sleep. What happened that day? Just what on earth happened on October 4th and 5th, 1986? Because of the massive size of the ROKKENJIMA explosion accident, the time the explosion occurred was known almost exactly, down to the minute. The time was
The stroke of midnight on October 5th. The sheer improbability of that time proved that the explosion was produced by artificial means. Later on, the following statements were collected from individuals who knew Ushirimiya Kinzo while he was still alive. During his lifetime, Ushirimiya Kinzo built a clock rigged to blow up the island at exactly midnight. This clock was apparently inside his secret study. When he felt mentally cornered and wanted to think up a brilliant plan, he would activate that device and use the tension of the approaching midnight to bring some flash of inspiration to him. While Ushirimiya Kinzo still lived, this was only thought of as a tall tale about this eccentric man. But the fact that the ROKKENJIMA explosion accident occurred at exactly midnight supported the story. It sounds crazy.
You must have hoped to gain some sort of mystical power from those short periods of madness. If we think of it as being his source of high-output mental power, the story isn't that difficult to swallow.
Professor Otsuki spoke passionately. Witch hunters. Enthusiasts who treat this mad fantasy surrounding ROKKENJIMA as their plaything.
Ange had no reason to love these people, who embellished the deaths of her family just for the fun of it. And yet how ironic it was for Ange, who wanted to know what happened on that day, that these people were the only ones who knew most about that island. Were the ones who knew most about that island.
If someone used that device, the island would be blown away without a trace. There would be nothing left. No matter what happened there, they could erase it.
Theories that Ushirimiya Eva masterminded some kind of plot sprung up very early on. However, no one was able to explain how she set off such a massive explosion.
And the rigged clock proves that such a thing was possible.
Correct. We can theorize that Ushirimiya Eva, fully aware of the timing and radius of the explosion, took refuge in Kuidorian.
To get all of this family wealth to herself, she killed everyone and used the explosion to remove all evidence.
That idea gives the most logical explanation for the ROKKENJIMA mystery. It also conforms with the fact that Eva never spoke to anyone about the events of that day.
Where was that rigged clock, and how did Eva find it? Several forgeries have speculated on this matter. There's no need for me to waste time thinking about it. Eva activated the clock device hidden in Kuidorian to escape the blast, and was therefore the only one to survive. That was everything, the answer which eloquently told the whole story. When Eva first adopted me, our relationship wasn't as bad as it later became. I asked her several times, what happened that day? Every single time she answered, it was to say that she didn't remember. But, well, she must have been flustered at the time. The very first time I asked, she answered like this. I can't tell you about it. It was a slip of the tongue. She knew what had happened that day, and she left this world without even telling a bit of the truth. She sealed the truth in a cat box, and left this world taking the key with her. There can only be one answer. She was behind everything. She got all of the family wealth to herself and became super rich. And afterwards, she lamented the fact that her beloved son would never inherit any of what she had created. And she cursed me. Just remembering that old bitch makes me want to vomit. What happened that day? That's what I want to know. It's my only goal. The only reason I'm still alive. However, later on, I had to come to grips with the fact that my goal was an abstract one. After all, even if I don't know what happened that day, as for who did the crime, the whodunit, that's already clear. Ushirimiya Eva. She's the culprit. That has never changed since the beginning. Yes, I'm not trying to find out what happened that day. I'm trying to find out what Ushirimiya Eva did that day. If I can reveal that, then I can expose Ava's evil, even though she's already died. That is my true goal. The police also suspected that a crime might have taken place, and they did investigate. However, no matter how much they inspected the crater that had once been ROKKENJIMA, they didn't find anything at all. The public and the witch hunters cornered Ava with several pieces of circumstantial evidence, but they were unable to find a single piece of physical evidence. And so, though Ava was only the merest fraction of a shade away from guilty, they were unable to expose her crime. My goal isn't anything as vague as learning what happened that day. It's to expose the crime Ushirimiya Eva committed that day, and to have my revenge. I can't expose Ushirimiya Eva's crime, so people are treating the events of the island as though some bizarre Golden Witch did it all. Defeating the Golden Witch means exposing Ushirimiya Eva's crimes for what it was. I won't forgive Ushirimiya Eva. I swear. I swear. I will hate her and take revenge for my family. That is Ushirimiya Ange's one and only reason for living.
She knew she was hated that much, the president'd probably be rolling around laughing in the next world.
Shut up. I'll expose that old bitch's crime. I'll never accept that she blew away the evidence and committed the perfect crime. I refuse.
In other words, this journey of yours is a journey to take revenge for your family.
Got a problem with that?
You must be joking. It's great to know that you have a purpose in life.
Could you turn that off?
Oh? You don't like Imzaki?
Amakusa turned the radio off. The dull sound of the engine became the BGM that filled the car.
Is there something strange about it? A fight for revenge?
Not really. I've met people who live for that reason many times on the front.
You've been on battlefields many times as a mercenary, right?
Well, I've seen a few.
So are people who fight to take revenge for their families strong?
No doubt about it. Some people even strap bombs to themselves and commit suicide to take revenge for their families. Humans are more than capable of dying for vengeance.
That's right. I could do it too.
Have you heard of child soldiers?
You mean kids who fight like soldiers?
That's it. Kids who've lost their parents and have nowhere to go sometimes get picked up by groups of armed insurgents and become soldiers. They get a gun thrust in their hands and they're taught how to take revenge. But in the end, children are expendable. Anyone can be a soldier in a battlefield if they can pull a trigger.
Are you trying to say that I'm like that?
Our Habaki Gaming with the $2. Have you heard of child soldiers?
Revenge can be a reason for living. It can also give you the strength to become a soldier. Like a miracle, it can turn a girl who could do nothing but sob over her parents' corpses into a soldier almost overnight.
Manla with the $5. Somewhere in an abandoned forest, a yellowed and weathered wish paper from some past Tanabata festival flutters in a sudden breeze.
Nothing gives you more power than revenge does.
I guess so. And that's what I'm like.
Do you know about the child soldier problem?
No.
Child soldiers who are given guns and taught how to take revenge make that their reason for living. Well, that's not exactly right. It becomes their reason for shooting guns, but revenge is something that never ends. At some point, they no longer have any reason for shooting their guns.
What do you mean?
They used to shoot for revenge, but eventually they keep on shooting for no reason at all.
Because they've forgotten about their revenge?
When revenge is impossible, they eventually tire of it and forget their original purpose. When that happens, they have nothing except their gun. Eventually, they'll just keep shooting just so they can eat.
You're saying that child soldiers who started using guns for revenge end up as bandits or something?
After all, they've never even gone to school and they haven't been taught any useful skills as far as employment's concerned. They only learned how to shoot guns, and they were only ever praised when they killed the enemy. Eventually, your reason for living stops being revenge and becomes the means you use to try and take it. It's sad, really.
Are you saying that I'll eventually get tired of revenge, and what would it be in my case?
You'll get tired of exposing the truth, and your life will become entirely devoted to hating Ushirimiya Eva.
Well, that's true already. Got a problem with it?
Come to think of it, that's right.
I'm not sure what Amakusa is trying to say. Probably something annoying. So I'm not interested.
Revenge is stupid. Is that what you're trying to say?
You still have a long life ahead of you, Missy. With your youth, you could do anything. I get the feeling that this journey might be a waste of that precious youth.
It's none of your business. I already jumped, remember? Off a skyscraper.
And you were lucky enough to come out of that alive.
Back then, I died. So I'm already a ghost. And my only purpose is to expose the truth of that day to take revenge on my family's killer.
I see. That's an iron will you've got there, Missy.
There's no way a flippant man like you could understand how I feel.
After that, Amakusa was forced to shut his mouth. He shrugged, but Ange didn't see. Even so, Amakusa spoke once more.
On the first day we started this journey, you said something. You said you wanted to know what happened on that island that day.
It's the same now. What's changed?
Now you're saying that you want to know about what happened on that island that day so you can expose Ushiramiya Ava's crime.
And isn't that exactly the same?
Well, that's true.
I'm tired, so I'll sleep now. Would you mind staying quiet for a bit? Tell me when we get there.
Roger that.
I wasn't particularly tired, really. I just said that because I didn't feel like talking about this.
Don't become one. A child soldier.
Ange, who had decided to feign sleep, ignored him. But Amakusa kept talking. He wanted to make sure she heard at least this much.
You started on a journey to learn the truth. It's becoming more and more a journey of revenge. A journey to have revenge by exposing the truth. But as you know, there's nothing left on Rokkenjima. There aren't even any traces left. Exposing the truth might not be a picnic.
I know what Amakusa is trying to say. The police searching the scene so thoroughly just after the crime, and even they weren't able to find any physical evidence proving that Ushiramiya Ava was the culprit. And a full 12 years have passed since then. If the truth could be discovered by a girl like me, waving wads of cash around to pick up a bit of info from those who were somehow related to the incident, then someone would have exposed the truth a long time ago. I might not be able to reach the truth. If so, then my first desire to expose the truth will probably fade away. After that, only my hatred for Ava will remain. Just like the child soldiers who forget their original purpose and live just to shoot, I will forget my original purpose and live just to hate. For all of my hate of Ushiramiya Ava, my revenge of exposing the truth will have been foiled, but I will go on hating her anyway, and that will become all there is to my life. Is there any difference between shooting for revenge and shooting to live? When you pull the trigger, someone dies either way. And what about my case? Is there any difference between hating Ava as I expose the truth and hating Ava after I've given up? There's no difference. In the end, whether I find the truth or not, I'll just keep on cursing Ava, over and over until I die. What a crappy life. But now, that's all I have left. Ushiramiya Ava stole my family, so I'll take revenge by exposing her crimes and showing the world. My consciousness was slowly drifting away into sleep. Why is Oni-chan showing me such a bizarre Rokkenjima? Is this supposed to be the truth? Enough with this farce. Why is it even Oni-chan trying to hide the truth from me? I'm trying to find it so that I can avenge him and the others. Or would Oni-chan say the same thing as Amakusa? That revenge is meaningless, so I should stop. Is that why he's speaking in riddles, trying to make everything more confusing? That's none of his business. I'm not just trying to take revenge for their sakes. I'm doing it for my sake, too. After all, that's the only thing I'm living for. Taking revenge is my reason to live. I don't have a clue what Oni-chan is thinking. Outside, the rain had started to pour down hard. However, inside the cousin's room, it was loud and cheery. It could have been raining spears and no one would have paid any attention.
Full house! Take that! Whoa, you weren't bluffing.
The cousins were all bursting with energy, sitting in a circle on the bed. And I thought Battler always had crap in his hands every time he acted tough.
Of course, I've been losing all this time just to make you think that. Ushiramiya Battler, the man who loses strategically to win in the end.
Battler's amazing. All my coins are gone again.
I'll give you some of mine. Let's crush Battler together, okay? With just a deck of cards, the cousins could enjoy themselves for many hours. They were so engrossed that the occasional thunderbolt hardly even registered as static in the background.
I'm starting to get hungry. I wonder if dinner is ready yet.
Who knows? Should be ready soon. Goda-san and the others really went all out for tonight.
Which means we've got a lot to look forward to. Is this to celebrate my long-awaited return? I heard from Shannon just now that it's going to be a Halloween party. They'll set up a buffet in the hall. Sounds incredible.
A Halloween party? Wow, wow!
Hello? Who is it? There was a knock. The door opened, and Ange was there. Ange had been sleeping in her parents' room.
Hey, it's you, Ange. So, you woke up.
They said it's dinner, so we have to go to the mansion. They said to get ready. Food! Food! I'm hungry!
Perhaps because she was the hungriest, Maria celebrated more vigorously than anyone else. She jumped up happily and hopped off the bed. As the others all clambered off the bed and started putting their shoes on, Kyrie and Rudolph came into view.
Hey, brats. Time for food, so get ready.
It looks like today will be extra special. I can't wait to see.
Oh, I know! It's a Halloween party!
A Halloween party?
I know and Ange doesn't. Mom, what's a Halloween party?
Who knows? We'll have to go and see for ourselves.
Everyone ready? It's about time to go.
Is everyone here? Please follow me. Maria, over here. Your collar's crooked.
I'm so hungry. The food's the best part of these family conferences. Are you hungry too, Ange-chan?
Ava smiled at Ange.
Yeah, starving.
Ange, yes I am, right?
Don't worry about it. Yeah, I'll bet you're starving. My stomach's rumbling too.
Okay, let's get out of here. Looks like the wind's blowing hard outside. Make sure you don't lose your umbrellas.
Everyone, please take an umbrella.
Here's your umbrella, Ange-chan.
Thanks, Auntie Ava.
Oh, girls really are so cute. Come over to play at your auntie's house one of these days. It's a promise, okay?
It looks like Auntie Ava's taken a liking to Ange. Yep. Apparently, Mother actually would have liked to taught her.
I've heard that one too. I think she doted on me too when I was little.
My mama said she actually wanted a son. Ugh.
If your kid grows up happy, it doesn't matter if they're a boy or a girl. Maria's my precious, precious gift from God. Actual based Rosaline for once? You're so right about gender, ma'am. When they got outside, the wind was fairly strong. Neon roses with the $5. Ange is intentionally ignoring the heart. Yeah, but like, you know, you can't necessarily blame her for what she's going through right now. Just give her some time, and give Battler time to get everything he wants to get out there, too. When they got outside, the wind was fairly strong. Ava, who had now really hit it off with Ange, offered to share an umbrella with the little girl. It was hard to tell when they were what they were chatting so excitedly about, but it seemed they were already getting along splendidly. Battler opened his umbrella as he watched this. His little sister was cute when she clung to him, but she was just as cute and adorable when looking up at someone else with a happy smile. The wind and rain were strong, but even this must have been the perfect spice to heighten their anticipation of the coming meal. Thanks to some festive decorations, the main hall had been remade into the scene of a Halloween party. The Yoshirimiya family always took meals in the dining hall. This was the first time I'd ever seen a buffet-style party set up in the main hall.
Yo, Battler! Hey, Maria, long time no see.
Beato! Happy Halloween! Trick or treat!
I have some candy for you, but now's not the time. After all, it's just before a meal.
Thank you, Beatrice-san. I see you're looking as beautiful as ever.
You too, Rosa. One would never guess you to be a mother.
Have you been drinking? Your ears are looking pretty red there.
Well, after you left, Kinzo told me you'd come into possession of an unusual drink, and well, a little alcohol never hurt anyone.
And this coming from a person who tells little kids not to eat candy before a meal.
Pardon me. Beatrice-sama, the master is calling for you.
I saw Kinzo beckoning from over by the portrait.
Good grief. When it comes to ceremony, that man is always so obsessed with form.
It's probably that stuff about a ceremony for the gold's return. This is a huge turning point for the Yoshirimiya family. You'd better go and play along.
It does make one feel a bit lonely, though.
This won't change the fact that you're the Yoshirimiya family alchemist.
Perhaps. Then I'll be back shortly. See you later, okay? According to Genji, today's party has a bit of a twist to it. You'd better look forward to it.
You make it sound like you did any of the work.
You're another one who obsesses too much over details. Later!
Oni-chan, is something gonna happen today? Is it a special day?
It looked as though even Ange had picked up on that much. She seemed to be getting tense for no reason.
This is a special day for the Yoshirimiya family, but it doesn't have anything to do with you personally, so you should just relax.
Okay. That's right. Hey, did you know? I just heard a huge secret from Auntie Ava. Eva Maria One-chan doesn't know, but I'll tell you.
Oh? So, what's the secret?
So yeah, I heard that if there's an almond in it, you win.
Win? Is this like the lottery or something?
Anyway, if you get an almond, you win.
Ange puffed out her cheeks. Apparently she wanted to be praised for sharing this exciting secret. But just hearing that almonds win didn't really explain much.
Okay, got it. Thanks for letting me in on the major secret.
You're mean, Oni-chan. And I even told you my secret.
Ange, her cheeks still puffed out, headed back to where Auntie Ava was. They really are getting along well. Still, I guess I have no problem if it's her aunt.
If it was some guy from her class, I don't care if they're both in elementary school. It's not happening. No playing with the opposite sex without Oni-chan's approval. At that moment, Genji-san's voice rang out. The chatter gradually subsided, and the rain outside once again became apparent.
Ladies and gentlemen, I ask for your silence.
Silence filled the room. All of the relatives seemed vaguely aware of tonight's festivities consisted of more than a Halloween party. Battler already knew. This was a ceremony to mark the return of the gold from Kinzo to Beatrice, which had been borrowed for so many years. First off, that fact was announced by Kinzo himself. He spoke of how this gold had not only restored the Yoshirimiya family, but brought it to a level of wealth it had never before experienced. He spoke of how he would finally return this gold to Beatrice, the one who had saved the Yoshirimiya family. A weighty ingot decorated with a bright red ribbon passed from his hands to hers.
The debt the Yoshirimiya family owes to the 3 generations of Beatrice, the Golden Witch, is one that we shall never forget.
Dear me. I've nowhere to put it, but I suppose I can take it off your hands.
Beatrice-sama.
Despite her status, Beato's remark earned her a surprising warning from Genji. I couldn't help but laugh.
I am Beatrice, the Yoshirimiya family alchemist. Tonight I acknowledge the end of the loan contract for the 10 tons of gold. Many decades have passed since my grandmother's generation. The time has come for the eagle that lost one wing to fly once more. I will watch over that eagle, and I pray for its prosperity in all generations to come.
Applause filled the hall. Though she'd managed to make such a dignified speech, as soon as it was over, she stuck her tongue out and leered at us. I guess that's about the limit to how long Beato can stay serious.
By passing her name on through the generations, Beatrice the Golden Witch may live for thousands of years. Therefore, even her descendants shall be Beatrice, and all shall be alchemists to this family. The descendants of the Yoshirimiya family will praise Beatrice for her gratitude forevermore, and this will be passed on through the generations. This family will always be indebted to Beatrice, and she will always be our family, tied by a noble blood.
Let those who agree show their recognition with their applause.
After Genji's words, the relatives all looked at each other, then started applauding at once.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Beatrice, you are a member of the Yoshirimiya family, and your bond to us is more sacred than one of blood.
The relationship between debtor and creditor is indeed more important than blood.
Beatrice-sama.
After that, Kinzo's long-winded speech continued. Tonight, Kinzo would retire as the Yoshirimiya family head. Then he announced that he would reveal the distribution of his inheritance. A stir of excitement spread across the siblings in money trouble when they heard that they wouldn't have to wait for Kinzo's death to get their inheritance.
I am aware that each of you is in trouble with money. This should be enough to resolve all of those problems. But do not grow complacent. This is my inheritance, given to you before my death. In the past, though I have been strict, I have always watched over you. However, beginning tonight, your father will cease to provide support of that kind. I shall watch on as you take flight, as though watching down upon you from the heavens. No longer will I interfere. You may live however you please.
Dad.
Father.
We understand. You need not have any fear that we'll take flight on our own.
Here and now, all of us siblings swear to work together, to make the Yoshirimiya family even more prosperous. That's right. If we stick together, nothing can stand in our way.
Hideyoshi laughed, but Genji admonished him. However, he could understand why they were so happy. So far, the siblings had quarreled ruthlessly over the inheritance. However, this evening, the inheritance had been neatly split apart, and they no longer had any need to scheme for money. In other words, the siblings no longer had any reason to squabble with each other anymore. On the contrary, this was the time for them to join hands and help each other become more and more prosperous. Ava and Rosa were sniffling with tears in their eyes. And so was Rudolph. Perhaps now, even at their ages, they had finally left the nest. Tonight, the eagles of the Yoshirimiya family would leave Rokkenjima, the nest weaved from the witch's magic, and go their separate ways, with their own power and determination. It made Kinzo think, if only I had done this from the start. If he had settled the inheritance problem himself, there would have been no need for his children to quarrel at all. Instead, he had acted in a sullen manner and left the problem to them, which had resulted in their strained relationships to each other. Yes, all of that had been his responsibility, and now he was disentangled. It had been like an invisible rope wrapped around Kinzo's body. That rope had now come loose, and he had felt a sense of relief he hadn't experienced for many years. The four siblings stepped forward, and before Kinzo, they swore to all support Kraus, the new head, and lead the family to greater prosperity. Their faces sparkled with an unexpected youthfulness. It was only natural. After all, the four of them had not been so naturally united since the time they were kids. As the vibrancy of their youth returned to them, the siblings banded together once again. When Kraus finished his announcement, a warm round of applause filled the hall. The cousins, and the servants too, joined in on the applause that continued on and on. Ange watched this, dumbfounded. The four siblings had quarreled with each other constantly since they were kids, supposedly. Supposedly, they had pointlessly locked swords with Kinzo's inheritance as their goal, their worries over money spurring them on. Even the world of truth, the world I acknowledge, has been rewritten by this golden ceremony. Were they actually friendly towards each other, or did they quarrel all the time like I believe? It doesn't matter. Either way, right here, right now, all of those problems have been resolved.
I mustn't believe. This is just Uni-chan's farce, even though I knew that fact. When I watched Dad and the others hugging each other, with teary smiles on their faces, I couldn't help but feel something warm welling up in my eyes. I won't believe it. All of this is just another part of your farce. What will you have to see? What will you have to hear before you let yourself believe?
Red, if you say it with the red truth...
Is everything you can't say in red a lie?
I won't believe. This is just...
Ange looked at the floor and fell silent. As the game master, Battler was able to use the red truth. However, that rule only exists on the witch's game board. In the world of humans, red truth doesn't exist. People see things, hear things, and when they believe that something is worth believing, they accept it as a red truth. Unless Ange accepts it, no kind of truth can become truth. Battler wanted her to realize this. There was no point in using the red truth, a rule of this game, to force the truth on her. Ange would have to use her own power, her own heart, to accept the truth as truth. The decision was Ange's. No one could force her to decide either way. So there was nothing wrong with Ange declaring this scene to be a farce. But if so, then what was the meaning of the hot tears dripping down Ange's face? Ange would have to consider that herself, without anyone telling her. After one sniffle and a rub of her eyes, Ange let the 6-year-old version of herself take control of her piece. What followed was a harmonious, fun stretch of time. Beautifully adorned dishes were brought in one after another, and the champagne corks were loosened with pleasant sounds. Several small tables were set here and there, each with its own theme. That was where the fun lay in this stand-up buffet party, as the guests wandered from table to table, pondering what they should eat first. This sort of performance was where Goda's genius shone through. The hotel that let him go should probably regret ever having done so. Of course, a stand-up buffet would probably be a tiring affair for the middle-aged, so chairs had been set up as well. However, each time a new dish was brought into the hall, they could get up to look and wander the tables however they pleased. This way, they could bump into a new group of people, then mingle elsewhere when that group melted apart. People are interesting. As the members in each group changed, so did the topic of conversation. The bustling Halloween party played out like a colorful kaleidoscope. The origami chains decorating the walls recalled one to one's youth. They would make anyone enjoy themselves as they did when they were kids. Even to Ange, it was like a dream. She chatted happily with her cousins. She also chatted with her aunts and uncles. Beato showed her several tricks that she called magic. Maria said they were magic, Ange said they were tricks, and the night grew even more lively. The two young girls were so fired up that the adults decided to show some tricks they knew, shocking both of the kids utterly. Eventually, they each started showing tricks to the others, asking if they'd ever seen this one or that one before. And it became a party of magic, just perfect for Halloween. In addition to magic tricks, several quizzes, riddles, and games popped up, reminding everyone of their childhood days. Even the servants who were serving food got dragged into the groups, and the whole hall filled with chatter. To Ange, young as she was, every single magic trick, quiz, and riddle was an entirely new experience. They stimulated her intellectual curiosity, and she couldn't contain her excitement. And in the wide variety of delicious foods and drinks she could choose from, it was like being in a dream. Add in, I see, okay. Ange felt a floaty sensation, as though she was walking on a cloud.
Ange, you didn't drink this, did you? This is Daddy's drink.
I wanted to try some adult grape juice too, so it's okay.
Your face is looking a little red there. You feeling okay?
She only had a bit, so I think she'll be fine.
I'll be fine. I'm not a kid.
Ange-chan, drink this one, okay? Your dad's drinking a bad drink, so don't try any more, got it?
That's right. If you drink bad stuff, you'll end up as a bad adult too.
I'm not gonna be a bad adult. I'm gonna be a princess.
That's right. Ange's a princess to all of us.
Yep. Ange's this family's princess.
She's a princess to me, too. You'd better come over to my house to play sometime. We'll have lots and lots of fun.
Okay. Thanks, Auntie Ava.
Everyone was being really nice to me. It almost felt like I'd become a real princess. I felt so great. I could almost believe that this whole celebration was being held for my sake.
Battler stood outside that group of people. As he watched Ange smiling happily from a distance, he smiled too.
When she smiles like that, she really lives up to her name. It's so sad.
I agree. It really is a smile fit for an angel.
I hope that smile belongs to the real Ange, and not just the peas.
Even if it doesn't, she's watching this, and she can think it through herself.
This game between you and Ange really is overflowing with affection. For me, it's almost irritating.
And what's wrong with that? No one to get in her way. No obstacles or tactics or anything else to worry about.
That's right. This game is no longer a battle.
I'd call it cleaning up after our game.
I'll never be able to make up for the sin I did to her through my careless actions.
Our game was responsible. We'll make up for our sins together. That's why we're showing Ange this final game.
Borklaser 9000, thanks for the 12-month channel member renewal.
Do you think that Ange will be able to use that key the right way?
Of course. I've thought about forcibly dragging her in the way we think is right.
Such an attempt may have been meaningless. As long as life is, it's hard to accept that a decision you were forced into was truly the correct one.
Exactly. Ange must think and choose by herself. Even if she doesn't make the decision we view as the correct one, I think we should respect it.
Archiver of Worlds, thank you for renewing your channel membership for 8 months.
You are the game master. It's no longer my place to argue. I'll simply watch on and enjoy this night.
This game's very significant for Ange. But for us, it's kinda like a party after the show.
It's almost time. But are you sure? Ange might get the wrong idea again, right?
It'll be fine. In fact, this is necessary. Just like how you appeared in the way that you did. And everyone else, too.
Then let us enjoy this final celebration with the others. After all of them have acted their parts so well in this long game.
Yo, thanks for the 20 gifted memberships, Spork Laser. That's awesome. Just gonna let that run for a second. It's gonna keep going for a while. Oh boy. Apologies for the pause, I just don't want it to necessarily have the laughing in the background of the dialogue the whole time. And Hazel, thanks for gifting 5 memberships as well. Sorry, just adjusting in my chair. There we go. Goodness gracious. Okay, I guess I'll keep going. That instant, the sound of someone clapping for attention rang out.
Your attention, everyone. Please gather. And now for today's special event.
Goda had been the one clapping. Everyone gathered together, wondering what was going on. On the serving cart in front of him was a large sliced chocolate cake.
As the highlight of tonight's Halloween party, I've prepared this
What? Satritorte? I'm probably not saying that right.
for you all. As you can see, this was made specifically for the Ushirimiya family and bears the crest of the one-winged eagle in chocolate.
Yo, another 20 from Bork Laser, thank you! Oh my gosh. I appreciate it, sincerely. The stupendous cake drew a gasp of admiration from all present.
What a splendid cake! A perfect highlight for the party. Oh no, it's not just the cake. Tonight's cake has a little secret. Master, I ask that you explain that secret to everyone.
Very well. This is a bit of a game. There's one tiny thing in the cake that will make you a winner.
Toward if you would, it would have an agu if you pronounce it as torte. Okay, I see.
It's an almond!
Ange shouted happily. Kinzo looked at her fondly and nodded.
In just one slice of this cake, there is a single almond. The one who chooses that piece will become tonight's king.
Whoa! It's been a long time since I played the king game.
I'm guessing the subject matter was a bit different when you played it.
So, what happens to the person who becomes the king?
The king gets to name one wish. Then we shall all try to grant it together.
Oh, sounds interesting.
Ooh, kings are boys. Girls can't be kings.
If a girl wins, they get to become the princess.
Actually wrong.
The almond. The one with the almond wins. Right?
That's right. You're incredible, Ange. Times like these are when a man's luck shines through. Can't let myself lose now.
Hold up there. Let's let the smallest kids choose first.
Good idea. Ange-chan, you can go first.
Hey, you're the big cousin now, Maria. Let Ange-chan go first.
But what if Andre wins? Ooh. I'm gonna win. The almond wins. The almond wins.
It seems we old fogies must hope that leftovers are lucky today.
If we're going by age, I guess that means Kinzo's last.
But weren't you 1,000 years old?
No! Everyone burst out laughing. Her real age was unknown, but she claimed to be 19 years old. In front of Ange lay a large cake, cut so that there was one piece for each of them. Just one of those pieces was the winner.
Well then, Ange-sama, which piece would you like? Whichever you choose, it will be ever so delicious.
No way. I only want the winning one.
Well then, you'll have to try and guess right on the first shot. Go ahead, pick one.
Battler pushed Ange Small back towards the table with the cake.
Which one should I take?
The chocolate cake was cut into 15 pieces.
I just want to pick the one with an almond to become the princess. One of them has the winning almond.
Which could it be?
I get to choose first, but it sort of feels unfair.
I mean, it is, isn't it?
My chances of getting the right one are 1 in 15. There's no way I'll get it. And then, when Maria One-chan goes after me, she has a 1 in 14 chance of picking the winner. The next person has a 1 in 13 chance, then a 1 in 12 chance, and the last person will win for sure?
One-chan, this isn't fair. The person who goes first has a disadvantage.
Everyone laughed. Apparently there was something wrong with my calculations, but it still didn't feel right to me.
Come now, let us start this contest of luck with Ange-sama. Please, feel free to make your selection.
Okay. Okay.
If I have to pick one out of so many, there's no way I'll win. But for some reason tonight, it feels like I might actually win after all. I have no reason for feeling this way, but when I'm in a good mood, Lady Luck always brings me fortune.
Have you decided yet?
Yeah, I've decided. This one's the winner.
I concentrated on my fingertip and pointed at one of the 15 slices. The slice I chose was...
Well, chat, we can choose. I'm not really sure how to get you guys to choose, but, uh-huh. Yep, gameplay. It's happening. Choice. You can choose. Okay, I'm gonna close my eyes for 10 seconds, and the first number I see, I'm gonna count from this piece right here down and choose that one. So everybody just randomly put a number from 1 to 15 in the chat, and I will do that. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I am opening my eyes and looking at chat now. I saw Gona with 8, so we're gonna go with 8. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
This one.
This one? Are you sure?
I've made up my mind. I want this one.
When he asked me whether I was sure, I felt a little uneasy. Still, at times like this, it's better to stick with your instincts. It was one of the few bits of philosophy that the young girl had learned from her few life experiences. Goda took the chosen slice, put it on a plate with a fork, and handed it to Ange.
I go next. Which one should I take?
It was Maria's turn next. She was excited, determined to be the winner. I walked away from that group all by myself. I was struck by a temptation to quickly cut the cake open with my fork and check for an almond inside. However, I stopped myself.
If I check my piece first, my chance of winning is 1 in 15. However, if I wait for some other people to check their slices, then when I see that they've lost, my chances will go up, if only slightly. In other words, instead of searching for the almond right away, my chances will go up if I wait for some other people to lose. But if someone picks a winner while I'm sitting around here, the chances of my slice being a winner will go to 0. It'll be tough to calculate the right moment. I need to wait just long enough for as many losers to show up as possible. My chances of winning are highest if I can check my piece immediately before someone else wins. Yeah, that's the trick to winning this game. What a strange thought. It feels like I'm missing something. Even though no one else can touch the cake that's sitting in front of me, the almond inside it will appear or disappear depending on whether or not the other people win or lose. I was in such a good mood that I felt dizzy, and I couldn't figure out what was wrong with my theory, but I did realize that something was strange. There's always just one truth inside a cat box. No matter what happens outside the box, it shouldn't be able to shake the truth inside. Bailey with $5. Kraus math? No. Almond math now. And yet, I'm being influenced by events outside the cat box and trying to make them affect my observation of the box's contents. I don't even know what I'm saying. Another me inside of me is trying to say that, but it's too hard for me to understand. I feel like I'm drifting. I got so cheery and excited that even though I'm not sleepy, my mind feels hazy. Care Bear and Ross with $5. Zero escape voice. No, Carlos, the Monty Hall problem. Passes out. I assume that I will get this joke when I play Zero Escape finally. Maybe it's because I drink Dad's adult drink. In the end, even though I'd chosen the first piece, I decided to check it last. After I'd seen that everyone else had lost, my chances of winning would be 100%. I tried to find the contradiction in my thinking, but I didn't really get it, so I stopped. If it's much better to have a 100% chance than a 1 in 15 one, it's much better to have a 100% chance than a 1 in 15 one, so I decided to bet on that. I couldn't wait to open this precious treasure chest. But I waited for everyone else to choose their pieces and check them. How's it going? Has anyone found a winner?
Mine didn't have one.
I lost too, and I wanted to be the princess.
Even if you lose, this sacerdote really is beautiful and delicious. It's such a good decoration, it's almost a shame to eat it. How about you? Find any almond?
No, not me either. What about you, Hideyoshi-Nisan?
Mine's a loser too. Looks like I used up all my luck with my company and my wife.
What exactly do you mean by that?
What about you, Dr. Nanjo?
I'm checking it now. Well, games like this can truly be fun every now and then.
Yes. Sometimes a simple test of luck without any strategy or tactics can be quite entertaining. What about you, Beato?
Where's the liar who said leftovers would be lucky? Gah!
What about you, Ange? Was there an almond in yours?
I'm checking now.
Oh, you still haven't touched yours?
I was following my own personal probability theory, but I didn't think I could explain it well to Oni-chan, so I didn't mention it to him. I wonder if there's an almond in here. If I win, I'll be tonight's princess. I'll be happy if I win, but even if I don't, it'll still be a really fun night, so that's okay. It stopped when this cake game started, but before then, everyone was having a lot of fun trading tricks, quizzes, and riddles. This game is fun too, but I want to play it like that again soon.
What's up, Ange? Oh?
I stared at the tiny thing on my fork, then showed it to my brother.
This is an almond, right?
Whoa! Ange got it! That's awesome!
At the same time, a stir rose up in the other corner of the room.
I got one. I won.
Oh? So Ava won. My. Congratulations, Ava-sama.
That's wrong. I won. Mine has the almond.
I held the almond high and shouted across the room. The crowd around Ava split and everyone stared at me, surprised. I was surprised too. The thing in her hand was without a doubt an almond.
What the heck? What's going on here? And Goda, there seem to have been 2 almonds, so are they both winners? But they shouldn't have...
Does this mean that one of the two made a mistake?
Anji-sama's is clearly an almond. How about on your end, Kanon-kun?
Eva-sama's is clearly an almond. Then it seems they both win.
My lord.
What an odd occurrence. What's all this, Goda? Well, it seems we've had a little mistake. Perhaps they should do rock, paper...
Come now, don't be stingy. It just means that 2 almonds have appeared to signify the queen and the princess.
Precisely. Let's have them both be winners.
Well, but,
Goda was hesitant. Actually, he had prepared a single special dessert for the king. It had been decorated in a way that made it hard to split for 2 people. So it wasn't convenient for there to be 2 kings. When Ava heard Goda mumbling something to this effect, she shrugged and laughed.
In that case, let's have Ange-chan be the princess.
The princess! I'm the princess?
I'll be your attendant. That works, right?
Of course it worked. Ange had been worried that Ava would be declared the winner since she had spoken up first, so she hadn't even dreamed that Ava would give it up to her.
But are you sure? You won too.
It's okay, I get to be your attendant. Come, princess. What wish do you want granted? Let's hear it.
I've already chosen my wish.
Oh? And what is it? Won't you tell your auntie?
I want this fun time to keep on going. Forever. The young me spoke for the desire in my heart.
I want all that fun stuff from before to keep going.
I get the feeling that the nuance has changed. Still, that was unmistakably my wish.
From before? Oh, you mean those tricks and quizzes?
Yeah.
Then this is what we'll do. Listen up, everyone. This is an order from your princess. Remember how much fun we were having before this? Let's all entertain Ange-chan with tricks and quizzes.
Hold up there. I already used up all my material for tricks.
Then let's do quizzes and riddles.
So, we all have to entertain Ange-chan with quizzes.
And we can all present quizzes to our princess to entertain her.
I see. Understood.
Yes, how intriguing! Then, Ange, let us do it this way. Everyone will give you a quiz or a riddle, and you can try to solve them. Each time you succeed, I will give you a medal.
A medal?
He probably means commemorative medals. If you get a lot of puzzles right, you'll get a lot of medals.
Just gathering medals is a tad boring, don't you think?
Yes. Depending on the number of medals you collect, I shall give you a fantastic present. Well, do you suddenly feel fired up?
It sounds amazing. So there's even a prize. Isn't that great, Ange?
Yeah.
Everyone gathered around me, smiling as they thought about what sort of puzzle they'd give me. They're all thinking about me, so that they can play with me. Just the feeling of having them all to myself almost made me explode with joy at becoming the princess. Alright. So, chat, I think you've already guessed what's about to happen here, and I have to preface this by telling you. So there is more interactivity here. All of the puzzles are things that we must answer ourselves. However, unfortunately, I am gonna have to kind of railroad it a little bit, because every time you get one of the answers correct, you get a scene with the character that corresponds with that puzzle. But if you get it wrong, then you miss the scene. And some of those scenes are kind of really important, so I don't want any of them to be skipped. So, that being said, when we do get to the questions, I'll still put little polls up to see, just out of curiosity, if enough of you guys can get the answer right. But even if the most popular answer is wrong, I'm still gonna be going for the correct answer. But I wanna see your abilities. So, there you go.
I became the Halloween party princess, and the tournament of quizzes and riddles just for me began. It looks like I get a medal for each puzzle I get right. If I get a lot, I'm supposed to get a wonderful prize from grandfather. Okay, here I go.
Who should I start with?
I don't think it matters. Start with whomever you like.
I'd better think up a killer puzzle while I have the chance.
Maria, didn't you have a quiz book in your bag?
Oh, I do. I'm gonna bully Ange with a mean one.
Maria and Achan laughed with an evil smile. Looks like everyone's going to try and bully me. I'm sure they'll think up some really hard questions.
Don't worry, I'll lend a hand.
Really?
Of course. After all, I'm the princess's attendant. So let's give it our all together and get a huge pile of medals.
Okay.
Come now, Ange-sama. Let's start wherever you want. I, Goda, am ready to challenge you whenever you please.
Whoa, not so fast. The honor of the first audience with the princess belongs to me.
Ange, begin with my challenge.
Okay.
I suddenly got tense and my stomach began to feel tight. Then Auntie Ava gently held my hand.
It'll be all right. Let's do this together.
Okay.
Then let us begin, Ange. This is a story about December 25th, Christmas Day.
Christmas?
Even though it was October, he suddenly started talking about Christmas. Is he going to ask what day Christmas is? I know that. It's December 25th.
On Christmas Day, a woman looked up at the night sky and said, "Eventually the night will end, and morning will come. Wouldn't it be wonderful if after the sun sinks and it becomes night once more, it could be Christmas again?" Then the man beside her said, "Okay, I'll make your dream come true for you. Is such a thing possible?"
The day after Christmas is the 26th, the normal day. That's impossible.
Still Christmas, even after the sun rises. Oh, I've got it.
Huh? How? How can the day after Christmas be Christmas again?
Think about it for yourself, Ange.
So, we have here our first poll. A or B? Go! Damn, like none of y'all are getting this one wrong. Okay, so somebody did. Alright. That was an easy one. We don't have to linger on that one for too long. Alright. The answer is... A.
Oh, I see. It is possible.
Yep, that's right. After all, there are 2 nights in every day.
Right. December 25th starts at midnight. Midnight's during the night, so that's the first night. Then morning comes, and when the night falls again, it's still the same day until midnight.
Exactly. And both of those nights are on Christmas Day.
Am I awesome? Am I awesome?
With a delighted smile, Auntie Ava patted my head vigorously.
Well done, Ange. I tried to make it as a hard question, but you solved it like it was nothing.
Congratulations, Ange-sama. Here's a medal for getting the first question right.
Genji-san held out a gold-colored medal. Grandfather smiled at me, urging me to take it.
Thank you.
Keep up the pace. Well now, that's all for my puzzle. Head over there and ask whomever you choose for a quiz.
It was a heavy, gold-colored medal. If I get a lot of these right, my pocket might burst. I'm gonna get so many that I can brag about it to everyone. After bowing to Grandfather, I hurried off with Auntie Ava to where everyone else was gathered. Just in case, by the way, we're gonna keep saving for these. As Ange ran off, Kinzo watched her go with a warm gaze.
Did I make it a bit too easy? No. No, I think it was just right.
Genji,
Have I managed to act the part of a good grandpa? Of course.
Ange is young.
And she frequently grows sick and is unable to come to Rokkenjima. She probably won't remember me well.
Young children have their own kind of cruelty. They think of kindness as something they will naturally receive, and because they think of kindness as only natural, they forget about it quickly.
It's no different from gratitude to one's parents. It will probably take Ange-sama many years before she understands.
Do you think that she will ever eventually remember that I was a fun grandpa? Yes, I'm certain of it.
Kinzo's expression grew slightly darker. Eventually, even Ange will get older, and she will probably hear about how the public at large regards Ushirimiya Kinzo. The Ushirimiya Kinzo known by the public is completely different from the Kinzo who plays with his grandchildren. When she learns, will Ange remember the face of Kinzo the tyrant, known of by the world, or that gently smiling face?
If possible, I would hope for her to remember my smile, but such a thing is probably too much to ask for.
There's no way around it. That's what children are.
Oh, it's you.
Children just eat up kindness and it never remains in their memories. By the time 12 years have passed, she will surely learn what a bizarre, eccentric Ushirimiya Kinzo was. Your smile is fated to be painted over by that and forgotten.
Most probably. No matter how much I spoil her, my love will not be rewarded.
However, just as it takes a long time to remember what you owe your parents, Ange will surely remember someday. She will remember the smiles you showed her.
Let her forget. One smile from her is the greatest parting gift I could ever take with me when my time comes. This is the essence of unrewarded love.
I guess grandfathers are always unrewarded.
Oh, but I have been rewarded. With Ange's smile just now to look back upon. I could happily pass on in my sleep tonight.
This scene in particular, not to step aside and overshare with you guys, but this scene in particular actually really got to me when I first read this, because I'm not going to go into details about, like, many specifics, but I also had an older relative during my childhood that essentially, to put it one way, treated me extremely, extremely kindly all throughout my childhood, and, you know, I had no reason to believe anything other than that this was a very good person, a very sweet person. Then, after that person passed away, I found out what they were like during life, and there was a lot of really awful shit there, and it was really difficult for me to reconcile with my image of that person. But it's, you know, I had to accept that that duality still existed, that, you know, sure that yes, this was a person who had done a lot of awful things, but at the same time, that was still a person who loved me very much and was only ever sweet and kind to me. And, you know, it's just, that's just how family can be sometimes. And I think that Umineko really gets at that for me. With a lonely laugh, Kinzo spun around, setting his cloak fluttering. This was all the love he could offer Ange as a grandfather. Part of him wanted to be remembered, but he knew he mustn't wish for that. That was how unrewarded love worked. After looking at Kinzo's back, Beato stared at Ange's back again.
Ange, even so, please remember it someday. Remember the smile that Kinzo once showed you.
Okay, whose quiz should I take next? I'm gonna challenge more and more people, get more and more medals for getting them right, and get a wonderful present to show everyone. Uncle Kraus and Auntie Natsuhi are over there. They're looking this way and smiling. I'm sure they thought up some interesting puzzles. There's Uncle Hideyoshi beckoning for me to come over. He's a fun uncle, so I'm sure he thought up a fun question. Behind him are Mom and Dad. They're waving at me, telling me to have lots of fun. Dad probably knows a lot of really hard questions. He might be tough. Over there is Auntie Rosa and Maria One-chan. It looks like they're reading a quiz book together, searching for a problem. Every now and then, Maria One-chan glances over at me, saying, She can be mean sometimes, so I'm sure her puzzle won't be a nice one. Beyond them are Battler Oni-chan, George Oni-chan, and Jesco Nei-chan. Battler Oni-chan's usually nice, but he sometimes says really mean things, and I think he likes seeing me get confused. I get the feeling that he'll give me a really tough problem. Is there anyone who looks like they won't be mean? If I can, I'd like to start with some easy puzzles to warm me up. All the way over there are Genji-san and Dr. Nanjo. I don't think those two will be mean to me. And then there's Shannon and Canon. Shannon knows a lot of quizzes and fairy tales. I'm sure she'll give me something unique. Then we have Goda-san and Kumasawa-san who are serving tea. Kumasawa-san might be tough. I kinda think she'll give me a really confusing problem. It looks like everyone might be pretty tough.
Angie-chan, I've got a good one for you. Over here.
Uncle Hideyoshi is calling for me. What should I do? Should I go?
Do you want to try Uncle Hideyoshi?
Yeah. The order doesn't matter. After all, I'm gonna challenge everyone. I rolled up my sleeves and headed towards Uncle Hideyoshi.
That's the way. Mine's a tricky one, okay?
I wonder what sort of question you'll give her. Don't make it too hard, okay?
It's okay if it's hard. I'll solve it.
Ooh, looking pretty confident there. Okay, here it comes.
After clearing his throat, Uncle Hideyoshi started telling his question.
Mine's a riddle. Listen closely now. You know the story of Momotaro, right?
The boy who floated down the river in a peach?
Let's look at that together real quick. Momotaro, or Peach Boy, is a Japanese fairy tale named after its main character, Momotaro. The full story is a little too long to tell properly here, but it should suffice to explain that it is about a boy who was grown from a giant peach who came floating down a river.
That's right. But you know, one day an apple floated down that river.
An apple?
Yep. And the next day, a butternut squash floated down it.
I hate butternut squash.
And then the next day, a cabbage floated down it. And the next day, a dill pickle did. And the next day, an eggplant floated by. And the day after that, a fig did.
What a strange tale. Did a greengrocer live upstream or something?
Okay, here's the question. What floated down the river the next day?
Huh?
I've got it. Do you get it, Anji-chan?
I don't get it.
Then I'll give you a hint. There's an order to the things that float down the river. Can you guess what order they're in?
What a huge hint.
Alright, let's make this poll. A, B, or C? Go. Alright, I am watching. Okay. Alrighty. Everybody, you voted A, for the most part.
I know. It's a grapefruit.
That's right. It wasn't one of the choices, but green beans would have worked too.
The names all followed the alphabet. Apple was A, butternut squash was B, cabbage was C. It kept going with D, E, and F. So after F comes G. That's why the answer had to be something that started with G. And to go with the 2 pounds, this part is a video game. What do you mean? Umineko has been a game the whole time. Flex. Anyway.
Thanks, Auntie Ava. I got it right thanks to your hint.
You solved it by yourself, Anji-chan. Incredible.
Yep, nice work. Now here's your medal for getting it right.
Hideyoshi took out a gold-colored medal and placed it on my palm.
It felt heavy in my hand. Yeah, this is what victory feels like.
I'd better keep it up.
I've actually got one more medal here. I guess for me to give in place of Ava. But I can't think of any more problems.
Then maybe I should give Ange-chan a puzzle.
You will?
Sure. A quiz for the princess from her attendant. I've thought of a fun one, so please, have a go at it.
Oh no, not Ava's puzzle. Okay, let's see.
Auntie Ava smiled brightly. I want to get as many medals as possible, so of course I want as many chances as I can get.
Okay, I'll have a go at it.
That's the spirit. Okay, here it comes. We've talked about how I love to travel, haven't we?
Yeah, you said that you like traveling overseas a lot.
That's right. So this will be a puzzle about traveling. There was a traveler in a certain place.
A traveler?
First, the traveler walked 5 kilometers north.
Should I write this down on a piece of paper?
Don't worry. The puzzle isn't that hard, so listening to it will be enough. The traveler first walked 5 kilometers north. Then he walked 5 kilometers to the east. Then he walked 5 kilometers to the south.
5 kilometers north, 5 kilometers east, 5 kilometers south. You mean like a blocky N?
That's right. You work it out and he's in a spot 5 kilometers to the east of where he started.
That should be the case, right? But, incredibly, this traveler ended up in the exact same spot he started. Is something so mysterious possible?
There's no way. His compass must have gone crazy.
Of course it didn't. Do you know Ange-chan?
That wasn't because of his compass? Is this a play on words?
No, this is a real quiz. For a hint, why don't you try thinking about a globe?
Alrighty. Let's start a poll. A, B, or C. Go at it. I'm waiting until there's at least 50, because there were 50 votes last time that it got to before I decided to call it. So, 50 of you better vote. We're almost there. All right, that's 50. And you all voted for B. So, let's end it.
I got it. It's a really cold place. Yeah, it must be super cold there.
Perfect! Ange-chan, you must really be a genius to get something like that at your age.
If you start at the South Pole, then after you go north, going east just draws a circle around the South Pole. So anytime you go south again, then you just that takes you right back to the South Pole.
I tried to make it an extra hard puzzle, but Ange-chan was just too good.
Congrats. Here's another medal for you.
I got a heavy gold-colored medal.
Oh right, I did it! Auntie Ava and I held up our fists in celebration.
Okay, that's all for our puzzles. Go ask one of the others to give you one.
Okay, thank you, Uncle Hideyoshi.
Your auntie is really clever. With the two of you together, you'll be getting medals left and right.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah, let's do our best together, Auntie Ava.
I dashed away. Who will I ask next? Uncle Hideyoshi waved goodbye, smiling.
You're doing pretty good so far, chat. I'm impressed. Let's go ahead and get this. Hideyoshi and Ava watched as Ange ran off happily, looking for the next quiz.
That kid can wear such a cute smile. And I... will be the one who takes it away from her.
Ava.
Ava hung her head. A single tear sparkled in her eye.
Her reaction was only natural, considering how she felt. But I wasn't able to see past it and accept her feelings.
It can't be helped. You're as human as anyone else. It's not easy to put your emotions aside.
Even so, it was my fault. After all, I already had the experience of bringing up a child, right? I should have become her mother. And yet, I let sadness overwhelm me. And I didn't do it at all.
It can't be helped, I tell you. Don't think that you were the only one at fault. You shouldn't blame yourself so much.
By now, Ava was unable to hold back her sobs. Large tears dripped down her cheeks as she stared at the ground and shook.
What a sin I've committed. My sadness was no greater than hers. And yet I decided that I was suffering the most. So I didn't accept her feelings. I'm a failure of a mother. I wasn't able to become a mother for her.
That's wrong. You did your best for her, Evanesan.
Curiously.
Kyrie and Rudolph were standing behind Ava now.
I know how hard you tried to get along with Ange.
You held out well, Aniki. Guess that daughter of ours really has been a pain. Clueless about how much you suffered.
After the accident on ROKKENJIMA, Ava, the only person to leave ROKKENJIMA alive, adopted Ange, the girl who had survived the day through her absence. While they would eventually develop a sad and mutually painful relationship, it wasn't like that at first. As Ange's new mother and last remaining blood relative, Ava tried to shower her with love and affection, even as she fought back the sadness she herself felt. However, Ange wasn't able to accept that kindness. She lashed out at Ava, the only one who had returned alive, and accused her of stealing her parents away from her. Ava, understanding the wounds that this little 6-year-old girl bore, withstood these attacks. She grit her teeth and gave Ange her unconditional love. However, the wounds that Ava herself bore were also extremely deep. She was never rewarded for her sad efforts, and the future that followed was a sorrowful one.
You tried to show Ange the same affection you once showed Georgka.
But in the end, that was just for my own satisfaction. Ange-chan never felt any of it.
Ange was the only one who could. Ange was the one who couldn't accept it. It isn't your fault.
But who could possibly ask that of Ange-chan when she was just 6 years old? I should have held out much, much longer until she could understand my feelings.
Evanesan, if nothing else, trust me when I say this. We don't blame you in the slightest.
Curious.
Thank you so much for suffering so long for Ange's sake. If that kid has a human heart, then I'm sure she'll recognize the affection you showed her someday.
Thank you, Aniki. We'll always be grateful. Isn't that wonderful, Ava? All of your efforts have been witnessed. How are you doing, Ange-sama? If you wish, I, Goto, would be pleased to challenge you.
And I, Kumasawa, have a very tricky puzzle for you.
It doesn't matter how hard it is. I'm not alone. I'll solve it with Auntie Eva.
Goda and Kumasawa offered to challenge me. I have to go up against everyone in the end, so it doesn't matter who comes next. I waved at Auntie Eva to hurry up, and she ran towards me.
So, we're challenging this pair next. Who will we start with?
Okay, Goda-san.
Very well. As you wish. Here's my puzzle.
I'll warn you, it's a toughie.
I'll still solve it. I've gotten the knack of it.
You'd better not underestimate Anche-chan, right?
Right.
My. Well then, being the humble chef that I am, here's a puzzle about food in the kitchen.
We'll fight together this time. If you don't get it, just ask me to lend a hand. I'll give you a hint.
If I get a hint, does that mean I don't get a medal?
It won't affect your medals at all, so feel free to ask away.
Okay, so let's read this problem together, shall we? A witch had a house with a magic kitchen. The witch would always come home at the same time every day, and when she did, the kitchen would always have a freshly made dinner served for her. One day, the witch had to work very late. When she finally got home, all of the food was there to greet her. "Welcome home, great witch. Today we have some vegetable stew for you," said the stew in the pot. "Welcome home, great witch. Please, quickly dip me in the stew and eat me," said the crusty bread. "Welcome home, great witch. You must be thirsty. Please drink me right away," said the white wine. "Welcome home, great witch. If you eat me, the heat of the day will be wiped away," said the ice cream dessert. "One of them is lying. Who is it?" So let's make this poll. A, B, C, or D. Start poll. Let's go. Can we ask to see Ava exclusive dialogue? Yes, you can.
I've got it. The hint here is that the witch got home much later than usual.
What happens when she gets home later than usual?
Think carefully. The food's always freshly made at the usual time, right? So what happens when she gets home long after that?
Still waiting for 50 votes to cross. We got 42 right now. 80 you gots to vote. Alright, we've reached 50 votes. And you guys are answering D. So, let's see if the ice cream is lying.
The ice cream! The witch got back really late, so the ice cream would have melted. So she couldn't eat it.
Nicely done. See? Ange-chan's a clever girl, isn't she?
Congratulations, Ange-sama. Very impressive. How quickly you saw through the puzzle that I go to put all of my efforts into.
It was totally easy. Auntie Ava's puzzle was harder.
Thanks.
Congratulations. This medal is your prize for answering my question correctly.
Thank you.
Alright, that was easy. Now let's take a shot at Kumasawa-san's puzzle.
Oh no. The mackerel leagues.
Looks like I'm up next. Now let's test Ange-sama with my specially made super hard puzzle. Are you ready?
It's hard? How hard?
You'll have to wait and see. And now let the mackerel dessert puzzle begin.
Mackerel dessert?
This is Kumasawa-san we're talking about, so you can bet it'll be a strange one.
David J with the $5. $5 for my goat-da in his pathetically easy puzzle. You will always be king in my heart, sir. That's very true.
Be careful.
Okay.
The cook was in trouble. The only part of the dinner left to prepare was the dessert, but he had no ingredients except for the leftovers of a mackerel dish he called sabara. However, the cook had a flash of inspiration. By adding in just one new letter to replace an old one, he could make a great dessert out of those leftovers. What new letter did he use? M, T, H, or E? And let's start a poll here. Wait, not Q&A. Fuck. A, B, C, or D. Start. Wait for them 50 votes to roll in. You guys let me know if you need one of those Auntie Ava hints. Hint, please. Okay.
Auntie Ava, do you get it? She says you have to change one letter, so the answer is probably some sort of word game. We have to change one letter in Sabara and see if we can make it into a Ah! I've got it! Huh? What is it? What is it? Try using each of the letters in place of the B. In fact, that pretty much gives you the answer.
You guys got by Kumasawa. $5 from June Pop 45. Sucks to be dyslexic right now. No. Yeah, you guys understand. All right. Let's end this poll because you're all voting C.
I got it! The new letter's H. If you change the B in Sabara to an H, you get Sahara.
That's correct. The Sahara is a desert, and the last line said you could make a great dessert out of Sabara.
I figured out the trick in Japanese and English. Am I awesome? Am I awesome?
You're so smart, Ange-chan. You deserve a pat on the head.
I like it when you do that.
Just change a single letter and even mackerel can make a fine dessert. Desert. Yeah.
Whoops. Curse the part of your brain that autocorrects text. Yeah. Yeah.
Are you starting to see how omnipotent mackerel is?
The day I'm forced to serve a joke like that for dessert, I imagine heads will roll.
I wouldn't like it either. I like ice cream for dessert.
Of course. By the way, we shouldn't be worried, should we? What about tonight's dessert? I can hardly wait to surprise everyone with the mackerel fruit parfait waiting there in the kitchen.
No!
Everyone burst out laughing. For some time after that, I was tormented by the terrifying image of a parfait neatly topped with mackerel bits. Atropos with the $2. Me trying to solve this like the epitaph. Man. Yeah, I mean, you know, you'd think that you were the puzzle master at this point, right?
What a shame. I tried so hard to stop you from getting that prize, but you solved my best riddle like it was nothing.
Though she said that, Kumasawa smiled. A gold-colored medal glittered in her wrinkly hand. Ange took it.
Well then, that's all for our puzzles.
Please keep up the pace. Get more and more medals and win that splendid prize from the master.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to try to think even harder next time. We did it, Auntie Ava.
Let's keep it up.
We rushed away.
Okay, who should we take on next?
All right.
It seems that all of a sudden the tiny girl who used to hide and tremble in Kirie-sama's shadow has grown to be so bright and cheery.
With each passing family conference, one can feel the growth of those youngsters. After just a few years more, Ange-sama will surely learn of love, of makeup, will eventually grow to become a true lady.
Very true. If she grows normally with the passing time, that is.
A cruel fate forces the chick called Ange into a lonely future. If an egg isn't warmed, it won't hatch. The egg she is now will not be warmed by anyone, and neither will it hatch.
Inside that frozen egg, will Ange-sama have no choice but to face that isolated future?
An egg shell can always be broken from the inside. Even if a cold shell is very, very hard, that doesn't mean it cannot be broken.
Does Ange-sama have the strength to do that?
Is she capable of achieving that or not? I hear that question's what this final game is all about.
Perhaps we should have sent her a clearer message. If If the egg cannot be warmed, could we at least not strike it from the outside to make it easier to crack?
If a chick too powerless to even break its own shell is forced outside of the egg, it won't be able to withstand the cold winds. Ange-sama will have to find that power and resilience herself.
I understand that she needs power and resilience, but can we not somehow explain it to her?
Words cannot be given. They can only be accepted. No matter what we try to give Ange-sama, it will be meaningless unless she accepts it.
You're right. No matter what we try and tell Ange-sama, it won't matter unless she listens.
We can do nothing but watch over her. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink.
Ange-sama must choose a better future for herself. We can only pray that she does.
If Ange-sama does not abandon herself to anger for the sole purpose of distracting herself from her resignation and sadness, if she can just be honest about that one single wish that she truly desires more than anything else, then you can be certain that she will make her greatest wish come true.
It is ironic. Since the very beginning, she's been denying that greatest wish of hers herself.
Laughter brings happiness. Tears bring misfortune. Those who believe will be saved. People have the power to create their own futures by the strength of their emotions.
I wish we could just let her hear those words.
Battler-sama's very strict. He's hoping that Ange-sama will realize it by her own power alone, and is not permitting even words of this nature to be told to her.
It seems we can do nothing but watch over her.
And so let us pray at least. Pray that she grasps the world she desires most with her own hands.
Oh, you've selected me?
Yeah, I'll have to face everyone sooner or later. Right, Auntie Ava?
Right. Come on, let's have a puzzle. We'll solve it in a flash.
I see. Then it seems I must make it a good one.
Genji, you should give her one as well. A tough one.
As you wish. In that case, a tough one it shall be.
Whoa. I'd been thinking that Genji-san would give me a simple puzzle, but now he's saying it'll be tough. Scary. But I'll have to beat him at some point. I can't let myself get scared.
Then let us start with mine. I'm a doctor, so how about an ambulance puzzle?
Alright. Menlo with the $5. Did we just low-key learn what Kumasawa was meaning whenever she said I can only watch from the shadows in the message bottles? The word QQ means emergency. In Japan, if you add a certain number to emergency, you get a vehicle with a red flashing light, an ambulance. If you subtract, from 130, you'll get a different kind of vehicle with a red flashing light. And in the US, if you add, to emergency, you can get either kind of vehicle, but only if you put it in reverse. What number is, Hint, Q is a number in Japanese. Auntie Ava can help with this part. And I will start poll. A, B, C, D. Oh no! What? They won't let me make, more than 4 choices. Fuck. Shit. Okay, well, I guess I'll help you by narrowing it down and saying that E's not the answer, so choose from A to D. Sorry. And to help along, I will get Auntie Ava. Hint.
The question mark's a number? But emergency is a word. You can't add a number to a word, right?
That part sounds like it's some kind of pun. Q means 9, so QQ makes you think 99, right?
Oh, so if you add question mark to 99, you get an ambulance?
Why does some number added to 99 get you an ambulance?
Huh,
I've got it.
Huh? Really? Hey, what is it?
I'll give you a hint. The different kind of vehicle with a red flashing light is a police car. You're starting to get it now, aren't you?
Alright. You guys have gotten your hint. You guys are having a tough time with this one. I'm still gonna give you a minute, but if we're still stuck in a minute, then I might just go ahead. Gona, I don't know the emergency numbers in America. It's 911. Some people having some realizations here. Alright, we're not making it to 50 votes, but 45% of you are saying D, and that's the highest vote. So, let's go ahead.
20. QQ sounds like 99, so, and if you add 20 to 99, you get 119. That's the emergency number for ambulances.
And if you subtract 20 from 130, you get 110. That's the emergency number for calling the police.
Add 20 to 99, and write in reverse to get 911, the US number for both.
Splendid. That's correct. I knew you were a quick thinker, Ange-san.
Oh, well done, Ange! What a clever granddaughter I have!
Congratulations. This medal belongs to you.
At any rate, the gold medal glittering in Nanjo's hand is now mine.
Okay, now we'll defeat Genji too and get another one.
Yes, that's the spirit. Let's keep on solving them.
Your turn, Genji-san. My friend here doesn't speak much, but his knowledge is quite extensive.
Even I cannot wait to see what sort of puzzle he whips up.
Now then, Ange-sama, prepare yourself. The puzzle starts now.
I've never heard anyone say prepare yourself like that when giving a quiz. I started to get so tense that my stomach began to hurt.
It'll be okay. Hang in there. Auntie Ava gripped my hand firmly and my stomachache got a little better.
Ange-sama, have you learned division?
Yeah, I learned it in cram school.
Incredible. A 6-year-old who knows division?
Then there should be no problems. Here it comes.
This is bad. I did learn division, but I'm not very good at it.
We have a lit candle 5 centimeters in length. This candle is made so that half of its remaining length burns away over the course of each hour. Each hour, the candle is half as long as it was before, and when its length is 1 centimeter or less, the flame goes out. After 3 hours, the flame had disappeared. What was the length of the candle at that time? And yeah, again, we have too many options, so I am going to have to unfortunately rule one out in my poll. Kinda sucks that we have to do that, but I'm just gonna delete one that isn't relevant here. So, poll start. And if we're still stuck in a second, you guys just let me know if you need Auntie Ava's assistance. Okay, the votes are rolling in. They're coming. Oh damn, okay, we're pretty close to the threshold that I'm looking for here. Of votes, I mean. Alright, you guys passed the threshold, and the most popular answer is E. So let's see.
After 1 hour, 5 centimeters becomes 2.5 centimeters. And in the next hour, that becomes 1.25 centimeters. And in the next hour, that becomes 0.625 centimeters.
Ange-chan, you don't need to use math. Make sure you remember the problem clearly. How long is the candle when the flame goes out?
Ah, that was a close one. The candle goes out when it's 1 centimeter long, so the rest doesn't matter.
The flame on this candle dies when this candle is 1 centimeter in length. In other words, it can never get shorter than 1 centimeter. So the right answer is the fifth choice, about 10 millimeters.
That's right.
You are correct. Oh, splendidly done, Ange. How clever of you not to be misled.
I didn't even need division. I almost got tricked.
You were pretty mean there, Genji-san. You even asked her if she could do division. That was a trap, right?
Correct. My humble apologies.
After all, Genji-san is the sort who can trick you without changing his expression in the slightest.
Congratulations, Ange-sama. This medal is proof that you've correctly solved my puzzle.
Thanks. I got another medal, Auntie Ava.
Nice going.
I'll get lots more. I'll get a ton, and then Grandfather will give me a great prize.
Give it all you've got, my granddaughter.
Good luck, Ange-san. I'm rooting for you. There must be others waiting for you. Perhaps you ought to search for the next challenge.
Okay, thank you. I'll try even harder now.
We dashed away. There are still many people waiting to give me puzzles. I have tons of chances to get medals. Okay, who should I challenge next? After Ange and Ava left, Battler, who had been watching their progress, came over. How's Ange doing?
Oh, Battler. I'm not certain of her progress, but she seems to be enjoying herself.
I heard your puzzle, Genji-san. Even I was almost taken in back there.
You honor me.
Still, it's not quite what I'd have expected. Who'd have thought that you'd give a trick question like that? I figure you'd make a straightforward, simple puzzle.
You might expect such a thing from him, silent as he is. But he's much more of a schemer than he appears.
Very true. If you play a chess match against him, you'll see that right away.
He even fools me from time to time. He'll trick me right to my face with that stern expression of his. He's always been like that. And yet, despite the numerous occasions on which he's fooled me in the past, I keep on getting tricked.
Come to think of it, what sort of relationship do you and Genji-san have?
For just an instant, Kinzo glanced at Genji's face. Apparently, he didn't plan on touching on this subject if Genji had any objections. However, Genji began to answer the question himself, as though the matter was no longer deserving of secrecy.
I knew the master once. In Taiwan.
Knew me, he says. We were partners in crime, you might say. The two of us were both prodigal sons of rich families. A pair of ruffians who caused their parents nothing but trouble.
Genji-san, a prodigal son? That's a surprise. So Genji-san, you also moved to Taiwan and met grandfather there?
No.
$2 from our Habaki Gaming. Finally, Genji lore. You guys are like, you know the bit in the Scott Pilgrim, like, you know her? Oh boy, does she know me.
No. I am a native of Taiwan. Genji-san was born in Taiwan. Well, since Taiwan was under Japanese rule before the war, he is still Japanese, of course.
He was a man who hated losing. When we first met, we fought all the time. Once we hit it off, we became the best of friends.
There was a lot of disorder and conflict after the war. The master is the one who saved me during that chaotic period. If I spent the rest of my life trying to repay that debt, it would not be enough to pay it back in full. Don't say that, my friend. If only I had been a little bit more persuasive, I might have saved your family as well. I was too feckless to save anyone but you.
I don't know much about the details of Taiwan's history, but apparently there was still a lot of chaos there even after the war ended and Japan pulled out. Kinzo, predicting this chaos before it happened, worked out a way for Genji and his family to escape. However, Genji's family possessed great wealth in Taiwan. They were unable to abandon it, and they decided to remain there. This wealth had been built up thanks to their close relationship with the Japanese-run government of Taiwan. The new regime after the war wasn't likely to welcome them with open arms. Much mayhem and confusion followed, and Genji was the only one who had escaped harm. I don't know what happened to make this man, referred to by Kinzo as a troublesome prodigal son, change so drastically to become the person he is today. That's a story of friendship between the two of them, and there could hardly be any point in an unrelated person sifting through history books to argue for their personal interpretation. They had been good friends since long ago, and they owed each other their lives. Though the troubled times had tossed them about, their friendship held firm for decades. Genji's role was now that of a butler, but when the two of them were alone in the study, they sometimes shared a drink and reminisced about the days of their youth. And they're still that way today.
Leaving Kinzo and Genji to reminisce, Battler walked off on his own. It would be rude to ask for any more detail, and there was no need to know. Kinzo and Genji had been friends since long, long ago. That information was nothing new.
What do you think? Do you want to challenge Auntie Natsuhi and Uncle Kraus next?
Yeah, let's beat them.
Very well, we'll play along.
The two of us have prepared some formidable puzzles for you.
Should I go first? Or you?
I will start.
Very well.
Listen closely to what I'm about to say. White, black, white, black, white. Question mark. Black, white, black, white, black, white.
Huh? White, black, huh?
I'll say it once more. White, black, white, white, question mark. Black, white, white, black, white. What does the question mark stand for?
This is a really hard one. White, black, white, question mark, black, white, black, white. It looks like the white and black are alternating, but the question mark is between a white and a black. Is it gray? Is it that easy?
This is a surprisingly hard one coming from you, Natsuhine-san.
Auntie Ava was groaning. Apparently this one's really hard.
Is it really so hard?
There's a chance that some people won't understand if they haven't had the right experiences.
Ava-san aside, I think Anji-chan would have seen it a lot at school and kindergarten.
What? Are you saying I'll never get this one?
Is it a problem that I could get easier than Auntie Ava? It's hard. Okay, so we're going to make a poll real quick, but once again, we have to leave out an option. Also, I am going to get Ava's hint specifically because you guys need to see this. It's really funny.
The hint for this one is probably what Natsuhine-san said about something you might see in school or kindergarten. Do you know what that is, Anji-chan?
No, I'm stuck. See, even Anje-chan says she's stuck. Give her at least a little hint.
I see. Then a hint. White, black, white, black. They may be different colors, but you get a beautiful sound no matter which you push.
A beautiful sound. Are these black and white things something that makes sounds?
Black and white things that make a sound when you push them?
I just wanted you guys to see that because it's so funny to me that, like, in this one, it's not even Anje that's struggling, it's Ava that's struggling, and she's like, this child's having a hard time. Please answer, Natsuhi. Please do it for the child, Natsuhi, not me, because I get it, but she doesn't. I'm waiting for that 50. Goodness gracious. Alright, we've reached the threshold. You guys say A. So let's go for A.
The black and white thing. It's a keyboard. Like a piano. Is that it? It's a keyboard.
Something that can be found in kindergartens and schools, which is covered with a line of white and black things. It's an instrument. Like a keyboard on a piano or melodica.
The first two black keys are between do, re, and mi. The set of three black keys are between fa, so, la, and ti.
It started white, black, white, black, white, question mark, black. So the three white ones are do, re, and mi.
Care Bear and Ross with the $2. Natsuki. Ava never done piano before in her life.
There is no black key between mi and fa, so fa comes right after mi.
And since the question mark comes after the mi, the right answer is fa. In other words, the right answer is white.
Correct. I thought it might have been a bit too hard, but you did well.
Splendidly done, you two. Go ahead, Natsuki.
Congratulations, Anji-chan. Here's my medal for you.
All right, Auntie Ava, I got another one.
Things are moving along nicely. Next up is Nissan's puzzle. Let's solve it in a flash and teach him a lesson, okay?
Oh god.
How interesting.
Kraus coming in.
I see. It's my time to shine. Kraus Math returns.
Oh boy, oh boy.
How interesting. Looks like it's time you were taught a lesson.
Stop it, Auntie Ava, don't provoke him. You'll make the puzzle harder.
If there's anyone you have to blame, it's Ava. Now, take this brain twister. Here's a puzzle about the tenants of a skyscraper I've invested in.
There is a 14-story skyscraper with one company on each floor. The following companies have the following floors. Okamura Securities Company Limited is on the first floor. Iwamura Realty Company Limited is on the second floor. Tamura Transport Company Limited is on the 14th floor. I know that Murakoshi Publishing Company Limited is also a tenant of this skyscraper, so that company must also be on the something floor. However, the company president insists to me that it isn't. On which floor is Murakoshi Publishing Company Limited located? Bailey, $5. Kraus being framed as a boss is the funniest thing. Okay, so... Oh no. Hold on. Yeah, hold on. Let me make actually, I can't make the poll yet because the answer for this one on the wiki is actually different. And, like, it doesn't even have the same amount of answers. But, let's just, ask for Ava's thing.
I don't know anything about this skyscraper, so there's no way I could know.
I know it's on floors 1, 2, and 14, so the answer must be on the other floors. There's no doubt about that.
Do you give up?
I won't give up.
So Murakoshi Publishing Company Limited is definitely on some floor?
Some floor, yes. But not the something floor.
What's the difference?
Auntie Ava suddenly stumbled on something.
Then she started counting on her fingers, starting from the first floor.
I've got it, Anji-chan. Try saying them aloud, starting from the first floor. There's only one that fits the question.
Huh? What do you mean?
Let's see. Since I don't know which one of these is relevant, then let's do it like this, I guess. Kitty with the 5 pounds. You mean to tell me after all this time Umineko math wasn't just a bit? Aha! I see you guys' logic here. I understand what you're trying to say, I think. But I'm still gonna wait for that 50 vote threshold. God. I love how Kraus math became the hardest challenge. He got one last swing in. See, that's what I'm thinking too, Atropos. Alright, we've reached the 50 vote threshold, and everybody is saying B for the most part. I don't have the answer for this one. We will see if chat was right.
The 3rd floor. Well done, you got it. Ignoring the first 2 floors, the only floor that doesn't end in is the 3rd. Yeah, the 3rd floor fits, but all of the other ones are the something floor.
Nicely done. And even I didn't figure it out until I had the answer given to me.
Apparently, Uncle Kraus once had this puzzle shown to him, and he wasn't able to answer it right. He looks a bit bitter that a kid like me was able to solve it. I think what's really frustrating him is Auntie Ava solving it, not me. Weird.
Come on now, let's see that medal.
This medal is a mark of Ange-chan's intelligence. It's not for you, Ava.
Sore loser. Thank you, Uncle Kraus. Am I awesome? Am I awesome?
Very much so. You're a more flexible thinker than your uncle. I'm proud to have you as a niece.
Chat defeated Kraus. It's so real. Alright. That's all for our puzzles.
I do hope you enjoyed them.
I did. Thank you, Auntie Natsuhi and Uncle Kraus.
I hope you can enjoy all the tricky and interesting questions without worrying about your medal count too much.
We all hope that this becomes a wonderful night just for you.
We really are enjoying ourselves. Yeah, we're having a lot of fun.
Kraus and Natsuhi smiled at them as they dashed away.
Oh, it's you, Natsuhi. How did your puzzles go?
We selected our questions as carefully as we could, but I'm not sure how much they enjoyed them.
On the other side of the room, Ange and Ava were counting the medals they had gathered so far. Ange and Ava. Such an unexpected pairing, but they looked like they were having a great time.
A future parent and child, unrelated by blood. Watching them like this, they look just like a normal parent and child.
Well, I mean, okay, they're not unrelated by blood, but I get what you're trying to say, Beato.
Yes, they do. Bonds between people are nurtured by the heart. Ties of blood do not bond as strongly.
After saying this, Natsuhi bit back her own words and stared at the floor.
What's wrong?
I was just surprised that I would dare to say such words.
You don't need to worry about me.
Because I rejected you. You met a painful fate in so many worlds. All of that is my responsibility.
I understand how you felt. Unable to become pregnant, you were forced to feel shame for many years. In that situation, any woman would be shocked if they were handed a baby whose parentage they didn't even know and then was told to adopt them.
That was no reason for me to push you off a cliff.
True. You will have to carry that cross for the rest of your life.
Yes, I'm prepared to do so.
In that case, the suffering you must endure will come from the cross you bear, not from me.
You don't despise me?
Look, don't make that dejected face. In fact, no. I think I'll say the opposite. As long as you continue making that dejected face, I will feel no desire to punish you. As long as you continue to carry that cross, I will feel no desire to hate you.
Despite what I did to you, you still don't hate me.
Oh, I did hate you. I hated your guts. I hated you so much I wanted to hang up a pillow with your picture on it and use it as a punching bag. But as I watched you, that feeling faded away. You regretted and lamented, and I'm sure you'll never forget that feeling for as long as you live.
How could I forget? After all, I'm a murderer.
You burdened yourself with one hell of a heavy cross, didn't you? I feel compassion for you now.
I'm serious. I mean, all of this is really Kinzo's fault. It's his fault for having an illegitimate child in the first place. And the way he forced that child on you was even worse. Instead of "you can't give birth, so adopt this kid," he should have at least been able to avoid hurting you by saying something like, "Please take care of this poor child." Man, that Kinzo.
I no longer hate you. Does the cross you bear not feel any lighter for that?
It doesn't. I still don't know how I can make up for what I did to you.
Then let's do it this way. Hold out your arms.
Huh? Like this?
As Natsuhi spread her arms uncertainly, Beato leapt forward and hugged her tight.
This is a little...
I'll never say this again. So let me say it once. After all,
I never had a chance to meet my mother.
Still hugging Natsuhi, Beato spoke in a whisper. She spoke those words that she would certainly never say again.
Thank you for worrying so much for my sake. But I really don't hate you anymore. Please believe that. Mother. Beatrice.
Digimaniac 33 with the $10. This conversation between Beato and Natsuhi is so incredibly good and painful all at once. Yeah. It's, yeah. It gets me. Fuck. It actually got me. Fuck. Okay. Oh, man. Alright. Time for more puzzles!
Who should we get a puzzle from next? What about those two?
Shannon-chan and Kanonku? Sure, it looks like they put up a good fight.
My fucking glasses got smudged. Is that better? Okay, there we go.
Do you need something, Eva-sama and Anji-sama?
Don't be stupid, Nissan. They're asking us for puzzles.
My apologies.
Shannon was as absent-minded as ever. However, Canon looked extremely calm and would probably have a well-polished puzzle ready. Okay, I'll go first, while Nason thinks up a puzzle.
Okay, sorry.
So if I'm buying time for Nason to think up a puzzle, I'll have to make one tricky enough to keep you stumped for a while. You've got guts, kid. Let's have it, shall we? Show us the hardest one you've got.
Don't provoke him. I want an easy one.
Now that I have Eva-sama's permission, allow me to present an insanely difficult puzzle. Leave this to me. I'll solve it.
A scholarly king once decided to give out prizes to the learned people of his land. The one who won the copper prize got 29 gold coins. The one who won the silver prize got 47 gold coins. The one who won the gold prize got 79 gold coins. So, how many gold coins were given to the one who won the platinum prize? Alright, So, let's see. So let me make a poll. Obviously, this poll is ruling out E because E is not the answer. So you have A through D to choose from. Want a hint? Okay. I will get you Ava's hint.
The numbers of the coins are really different and kind of weird.
Wait a second, Canon-kun. What are you thinking? There's no way she'll be able to get this one, right? This is just to buy time until Nei-san can think up a question, so forgive me.
Thank you. I've thought of a question.
Understood. Now then, Ava-sama and Ange-sama, I'll give you a hint. Copper is 29, silver is 47, and gold is 79. That's the hint.
That's just what you said in the question. That's not a hint.
Copper is 29.
Silver is 47?
Oh, so that's it.
Huh? You got it? I get it too. Platinum's better than gold, so the price must be more than 79 gold coins.
That's wrong. With these rules, the platinum prize is probably worth less than the gold prize. Isn't that right? It is as you say. It seems you've already found the answer. This puzzle is impossible for Ange-chan. You'd need to have gone to middle school at the very least. I'll answer. Is that all right, Ange-chan?
Sure. I'll leave it to you.
Alright, there's your hint. Waiting for those 50 votes. I hate you, Candle. Oh boy, oh boy. You're close. Got less than 10 votes. Oh. About 4 left now. 4 of you. Just a few more of you now. 48. Just 2 more. 49. 50. And all of you are voting for C. So, let's give it a shot. Correct.
Awesome, Auntie Ava. Why? Why is it 78 coins? If platinum's better than gold, then why does gold get more coins?
The number of coins you get is always the same as the atomic number of the prize. Copper is 29, silver is 47, and gold is 79. And by the way, platinum is 78. So the platinum prize gets you 78 gold coins.
Auntie Ava, you're incredible!
Dad once told me that Auntie Ava was an enthusiastic studier and really, really smart even back when she was in school. Even Giorgio Nichan, her son, is smart, so Auntie Ava must really be incredible.
Still, that was a pretty nasty riddle to choose. You should have at least given one to Ange-chan, one that Ange-chan could understand.
You did give me permission to show her the hardest one I've got.
That's right. You said it yourself. That's why we got a puzzle that was too hard for me.
Is it my fault?
Sorry, Ange-chan. But look, we got a medal, so please forgive me.
We got another medal. Just how many have we gotten so far? But we still have a lot to get. Next up is Shannon.
Alright, the big double digits, let's go! We've got 10 medals! Alright, Shannon, I don't trust you. You're gonna give some bullshit, too. I don't believe you.
Mine isn't that hard, so you can relax.
Since you only have to think on Nesan's level.
You're making fun of me. Then do you want to have a go at it too, Kenon-kun?
Bring it on. Sounds like you'll be able to understand it this time, Anji-chan. I'll stick to giving hints again.
Okay, I'll do my best. I'll solve it. Another medal for me. Let's go then. Listen carefully.
Pining tree with the $2. Get the helium prize. W equals white chocolate. A equals anchovy pizza. P equals piri piri chicken curry. I equals black coffee. And question mark equals lemonade. Which letter does the question mark stand for? A, O, P, I, or W? Okay, and looking at the answer here, you guys don't need E, so just worry about A to D. Piri piri puku pollo chicken? Hint solely for extra dialogue? Okay. Let's get that hint.
I don't get it. Why are there letters?
Could it be the first letter of each word? That's what I thought at first. White chocolate is W, anchovy pizza is A, and piri piri chicken curry is P. Those are the first letters of each of those words. But then how do you explain black coffee being I?
Do you get it? Don't you have any more hints for me? I do. I'll teach you the letters for some other foods. First, walnut cake is W. Albacore tuna is A. For P, how about picante potatoes? Iced green tea can be an I.
It really does sound like the first letter is the key. But then how do you explain black coffee being I?
I love W foods. Cream cakes are W, right? That's right.
In that case, it isn't the first letter at all.
What's going on?
What is the W group? White chocolate and walnut cake, right? Are these desserts? Treats? A is anchovy pizza and albacore tuna. P is picante potatoes and piri piri chicken curry. And I is coffee and green tea. Just what are these groups?
I sort of get it, but I sort of don't. It's a little annoying. One last hint. Have you ever had lemonade to drink? I have. I thought it was just going to be sweet, so I was really surprised. I'll never drink it again.
Ah, I've got it. Anji-chan, thank you. Thanks to you, I've probably figured it out.
Alright. Waiting on you guys. Queen, I got no idea what you're on about. Just waiting. Oh, that one switched quite a bit in the middle there, didn't it? Very interesting. Alright, we only got 5 votes left that we need. Keep going. Damn, it's fucking neck and neck right now. Got one more vote to break the tie. 50 votes, and D is what you guys are going with. So I will end the poll and answer D.
Giving up? What about you, Canon-kun?
I don't get it. I think I almost do, but
Yeah, I almost know what all the groups mean, but I can't figure out the last step.
It's tastes, right?
Yes, that's right.
Have you figured it out now, Ange-sama and Canon-kun?
I'm confused. What is it, Auntie Ava? Tell me.
Everything in the W group is sweet, right?
Menlo with the $2. Shannon's trick.
So what about the A group? And the P group?
I see, so that's what it was. Not bad coming from you, Ne-san.
Why don't you try saying sorry for making fun of you? If you don't, I'll make all of your meals O and I.
O is one thing, but eating I all the time would be awful.
In the end, Canon caved under the threat of eye cooking and was forced to apologize to Shannon. Ange was still confused. No point thinking about it anymore. I've got to pull myself together and take a shot at the next one. Yep, you got that one wrong, chat. We gotta go back. So let's try. B was the other most popular one.
See, Ange-chan? Think about the tastes of all these foods. How does white chocolate taste?
Sweet.
And what about anchovy pizza?
Salty.
Then how about piri piri chicken curry? And black coffee?
I see, so that's what it is.
Piri piri is spicy. Coffee is bitter. So what is it? Do the letters match the tastes?
That's right. The second letter of sweet is W. The second letter of salty is A. Spicy is P, and bitter is I. So what does lemonade taste like?
Sour.
Exactly. And the second letter of sour is O. So the answer for lemonade is O.
Nice job. You got it right, Ava-sama and Ange-sama. Auntie Ava, you're so awesome.
We had to work together to solve that one. It's a team effort.
And here's my medal. Please take it.
Citrine Ray with the Canadian $5. Save Scum Gaming.
All right, I got another medal. Thanks.
You didn't get it, did you, Canon-kun? I'll bet it was hard.
Not bad coming from you, Ne-san.
Why don't you try saying sorry for making fun of you? If you don't, I'll make all your meals O and I.
O is one thing, but eating I all the time would be awful.
I want to eat W all the time.
Careful, you'll get cavities. But if you ever come to my house to play, I'd be more than willing to share.
Yay! Auntie Ava!
In the end, Canon caved under the threat of eye cooking and was forced to apologize to Shannon. All right.
That's all for our puzzles.
Did you enjoy them?
Yeah, thanks.
It seems the others still have some brain twisters waiting for you. Please be careful.
Good point. Everyone left looks like there'll be a challenge.
But we'll win. We can do it if we work together.
That's right. Let's combine our wits and move on.
Goodbye, and good luck.
Shannon and Canon had returned to the kitchen with the serving cart. The dining hall was filled with such an exciting and fun atmosphere. But out here in the corridor, one was reminded of the fierce winds and rain. But they were satisfied with this. The whole point of the noisy farewell party was to forget the loneliness of the rain for just a little bit.
So, we've reached the end of this long game.
I feel relieved. Finally, we won't have to be toys for anyone else. I'd like to be quietly forgotten, to get covered with dust and vanish.
You're wrong. We aren't going to vanish like that. In the world locked inside the cat box, our future will continue, unknown to anyone.
You're right. Sorry. That's a world even we can't know about, so I forgot.
Just what kind of future will we make for ourselves in the cat box world?
No one knows. That's why it's called a cat box.
Good point. Don't you have any regrets, Nesan? About George-sama, for instance? Receiving that ring is all you can do for George-sama. As for marriage, living together, and all the rest,
Our future inside the cat box is what'll make all of that come true, isn't it? I'm not the only one. It's the same for you, right? What about a future for you and Milady Jessica? There's a possible future where I break off my engagement with George-sama, then leave the island and disappear. In that world, you wouldn't have to hesitate for my sake. You could enjoy your youth to the fullest with Milady.
If you gave up on your engagement with George-sama, that sort of world might be possible.
So, the world where I spend my life with George-sama, and the world where you spend your life with Milady, can both exist at the same time. That's what the inside of the cat box allows.
It's a world where any contradicting dream can exist at once.
That's the world we'll be put away in as pieces. So there's no need to be lonely. No need to be sad. Even though the me here right now can only observe the part where I accept George-sama's ring. The other me, who lives in the cat box in a world I cannot witness, will surely build a happy life in the future. The cat box is such a strange thing. A place where any pieces and toys and dreams can be kept. It's no cage sealing us in. On the contrary, the inside of the cat box is a boundless world that frees us from everything.
A world where we're freed from everything, and yet where all of our wishes come true. However, the me in that world won't be the me here and now. That's a bit depressing.
Hey, Kenon-kun,
Yes?
let's do it.
What?
Duel.
Are you sure?
We both wished we'd settled this much sooner, and yet we've put it off until the last moment, just before the game is going to end.
Sure. The game's nearly over anyway. Now, at the very end, it's time for us to settle things by ourselves.
That way we'll be able to see our future before we're put away in the cat box.
Sure. Let's do it. How will we decide it? A coin? Or with pistols again?
Well, why don't we have our own quiz tournament?
Huh? You're really getting into this.
Okay then. Question 1.
I'm gonna give you a really hard one. I'll trick you with my extra hard puzzle and make sure you never get my medal. I'm gonna solve it. I'm going to solve it.
As soon as Maria and Ange crossed gazes, they started fighting. The two girls so close in age were really good friends, but they also fought a lot, especially when they were opponents in a game.
Maria-chan probably knows a ton of different puzzles. This should be interesting. Let's have it.
Not now. I'm the star, so I'll go after Mama.
Really? You're sure it's okay for me to go first? Then I'll ask the first question. Ready?
ROKKENJIMA is about to explode. There's only 1 hour left until the explosion. Rosa can make it to the stack of ingots in the underground VIP room in 3 minutes. However, the ingots are heavy, so she can only carry out one at a time, and it takes her 5 minutes to carry one up to the surface. Starting at the surface and going back and forth between the surface and the underground VIP room, how many ingots can Rosa carry out of the room? 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8? And yeah, okay. Just had to check real quick before I could make the poll. All right, here's your poll. Menlo Marcials, the $5. The image just flashed in my mind of Ange and Maria's rival Pokemon trainers, and I got so sad I almost passed out. Yeah, I know there's no D because there's not enough room to put 5 different answers, so I put one that definitely was not the answer. So you guys don't have to worry about D, just worry about A through C and E. Well, listen. I wasn't thinking that hard about it, okay? Well, all right. I guess I kind of accidentally screwed the pooch on that one. Oh well. you guys haven't figured it out anyway. Have figured it out. I mean.
Eight ingots.
Are you sure? It takes 8 minutes to carry each ingot to the surface, right? 8 times 8 is more than 60.
That's right. After all, the question asked how many can she carry out of the room. You only have to take one step out of the room to carry it out.
Nice going, Ange-chan. All those puzzles have really warmed you up good. That's right. To do 7 trips, you need 8 times 7 equals 56 minutes. There are only 4 minutes left. However, you can make it back to the underground room in 3 minutes, then carry out the 8th ingot in the last minute.
Not bad, Ange. Nice one, ew. I'm not going to lose to you, Maria One-chan.
Congratulations. Here's my medal. Now you can try the puzzle Maria picked out just for you.
Oh boy. And thus Rosa dies in her puzzle. Well.
So it's finally my turn. You took so long on Mama's easy puzzle that I got a little worried. There's no way you'll ever solve this one. No way. I've got Auntie Ava with me, so we'll solve it together.
Or how about you gave me the $2? I consider Maria's the hardest. Good luck, chat. Good luck, chat, indeed.
Impossible, impossible, impossible. Even Auntie Ava won't solve this one. Wolves and sheep puzzles are incredibly hard.
From her handbag, Maria pulled out a wolves and sheep puzzle book that was worn out, well used, and had a majestic feel to it like a grimoire.
You know what a wolves and sheep puzzle is, right? I know. You show me those all the time.
They're puzzles about using a boat to take everyone from one shore of a river to another. They usually have a few bizarre rules. When there's wolves and sheep, you can't let the number of wolves on either shore get bigger than the number of sheep, right?
Yeah, that's right. Send a boat back and forth, moving everyone to the other side while making sure that there are never more wolves than sheep. But the ones that just have wolves and sheep are only the simplest, easiest, plainest, beginner's basic practice puzzles.
When you get to the higher levels, you have many other things than wolves and sheep. It's pretty clever. Should we write this down on a piece of paper? Good idea. That'll definitely make it easier for you to sort out your thoughts. Sounds like this puzzle will be a handful.
There's no way you're getting my medal, Ange. I won't lose. I'm not gonna lose.
You must use a 2-passenger boat to carry each person to the opposite bank of the river. On the rear bank, there is a farmer, his wife, a shepherd, a sheep, a cow, some meat, and some vegetables. Each of these occupies one of the 2 spots on the boat. The boat can only be rowed by the farmer, his wife, or the shepherd. If the wife is with the shepherd and the farmer isn't around, they'll run away together. If the shepherd is near the meat and neither the farmer nor his wife are around, he'll eat it. If the sheep is near the vegetables and the shepherd isn't around, it will eat them. If the cow is near the vegetables and none of the humans are around, it will eat them. It's a lot of trouble to unload the meat, so once it's been unloaded once, it can't be unloaded again. The vegetables are easily bruised, so they can only ride on the boat once. What is the smallest number of moves required to achieve the objective? Do we have time to keep this one up for like 10 minutes? We'll see. We will start the poll, and again, we'll just be ruling out an irrelevant answer, so don't worry about E, just go for it. And I will cast my answer when you guys reach 50 votes. Do you guys want an Ava hint? By the way? Not that I'm rushing you, I'm just asking if you guys want the Ava hint. Yes. Okay. Let's get Ava's hint.
Wait a second. Who ever heard of a puzzle with such complicated rules?
Did you only know about the ones with the wolves and sheep? There's lots of complicated puzzles that you gotta deal with in different ways. See? You don't get it either, right, Ange? Please give me a hint. You have to organize your thoughts carefully. Only the 3 humans can row the boat. Then you have to memorize all the things to look out for. While the farmer's away, you can't leave his wife with the shepherd. When both the farmer and his wife away, you can't leave the shepherd with the meat. When the shepherd's away, you can't leave the sheep with the veggies. You also need someone to watch the cow, but any of the humans can do that. Still, I guess the meat's the real key to the whole thing.
Ah, I see. Just because you can't put it on the boat again once you take it off, that doesn't mean you can only take it across once.
You got it. But the veggies really can only make one trip, so once you've sent them across, you can't get them back. But as long as you didn't take the meat off the boat, you can take it back and forth as much as you want. It's so complicated. Even after thinking about it, I don't get it at all.
I'll have to write it down and sort out my ideas. What about you, Ange-chan? Do you want a pen and paper?
Impossible, impossible. You'll never solve it. Why don't you just give up? Thinking's a waste of time for the incompetent.
Can this really be solved? Don't tell me there's actually some contradiction that makes it unsolvable.
Huh? Who knows?
All right. You're at half the, well, you just got to 26, or, well, yeah, so you're rising up there to that threshold. You got this, chat. I can tell there's a lot of gamers in chat. Yeah, yeah. I kind of want the shepherd and wife to go be happy together. Ange going to Maria like,
And what if I want them to elope? What then? What? Oh, well, I guess.
you're close, chat. You need 10 more votes. What if the husband is evil? Have you ever considered that, Maria?
Well, you're making the question even more complicated. I didn't ask about all that.
What if the farmer and shepherd ran away together? That's true. This one's definitely taking the longest amount of time. Maria, always the smartest. Yeah, imagine if Maria just whipped out the epitaph. Stun locks you. She is Jesus too, that's true. But Maria didn't even make this puzzle, she just took it from a book. Shh. Shh. Don't worry about that. Anji just effortlessly solves the epitaph on the spot because the voices in her head told her the answer.
No metagaming?
Good night, ERA. Hope you enjoy the rest of the VOD later. Only a few votes left. Better make it count. Better hit it big. Alright, you're very, very close. You only need 2 more votes. Citrine Ray with with $5, sorry. Maria knows gay people exist. Virgilia and Gap are right there. That's also true. Alright, you've reached the 50 vote threshold, and you're all voting A. So let's go with A, less than 10.
This really is a nasty problem. Can it be solved? Can it really be solved? Is there some trick to it, like throwing things into the river and letting them drift to the other side without using the boat? Or making the cow eat the vegetables so they can be carried as one passenger? Or some other trick like that?
Well, who knows? If more thinking isn't getting you anywhere, should we take that as you giving up?
This one's really hard. Even Mama couldn't solve it. But I solved it on my first try.
So, do you get it? How many trips does it take to get every person across?
This is a cheap trick or a riddle, right? There's no way you can solve this straightforwardly.
No, that's not true. I'm sure you'll get it, Nason, smart as you are. How many trips does it take to get every person across?
I've got it. 3 trips.
Huh? 3? How?
It's easy. The farmer and his wife get on the boat, then the wife gets dropped off on the other side in the first move. Then the farmer takes the boat back across in the second move. Then he crosses with the shepherd in the third move.
But what about the cow and the sheep?
What about the meat and the vegetables? But Auntie Ava, it said to take every person across, right? Cows aren't people.
What?
As Auntie Ava's mouth flopped open, Auntie Rosa started applauding. After clicking her tongue, Maria One-chan joined in too.
That's right. The question just asks how many moves it would take to move each person across. The animals and luggage never had anything to do with it.
They only got it because you kept saying every person over and over again, Mama.
Auntie Rosa had probably said it so much as a sort of hint. Without that, even I wouldn't have figured it out.
Come on. I was totally taken in. That was a mean question.
Go on, Maria. Give Anji-chan her medal.
Whining like an unhappy dog, she reluctantly handed the medal over. I grabbed it and started jumping around like a happy dog.
As Maria One-chan smiled at me from behind, her face was brightened, just like a big sister's. That's the end of our riddles. Let's play again sometime, okay?
Next time I'll have a really nasty puzzle that's even harder. One so hard that even I can't solve it. No way! I'm not playing with you anymore.
Look, Anji-chan. Your parents are waving at you, so let's go.
Habaki Gaming with the $5. Fun fact, I calced on my first playthrough where I got it right. It is possible under 10 moves regardless. All did was make it fit Ava with Chilean. Damn.
See you later, Rosa. Sure. Later, Anji-chan. There aren't too many people left with puzzles for you. Keep it up until the end. And make sure you keep on cheering her on, Nason.
Of course. We got all these medals by working together, right?
Yeah.
We dashed away. Dad and Mom are waving at me from over there. I'm sure they thought up some mean problems. Still, they're bound to be easier than Maria One-chan's. I hate Maria One-chan. She's such a meanie.
Who knew? You bullied her too much with that puzzle. Well, I wanted to play with Ange a lot. It was an easy one, if it was an easy one, she'd have solved it right away, right? You really love Ange, don't you? I hate her. She made fun of you and called you a stuffed animal.
Maria pouted as she said this, but her expression didn't match her words at all.
I hope Ange finds happiness. I'm sure she will. After all, look at all the people here wishing for her happiness. And now Battler's the game master and he set this final game up just for her. After all this, there's no way she won't be happy. Still, even though everyone can bring a person happiness, only the person can grasp it for themselves. That's right. That kid's really bad at finding fragments of happiness. We can try to teach her how, but 12 years of time have sealed her ears up tight. This game must be harder for Ange than Battler thinks. I'm sure that Ange will find happiness. Yeah, if she really does enjoy herself at this party, that itself might be the greatest lesson we can teach her now.
Ange, the girl who wouldn't believe any magic shown to her, calling them simply tricks. 12 years in the future, she'll become the last person to inherit Beatrice's name.
At one point in time, that kid understood my white magic. Yeah, and she understood me too. She even summoned all of the 7 sisters and understood magic itself. And yet she still can't use magic on herself.
Let us believe. Battler used to be much the same.
Beato.
It's easy to cast magic on other people, and believing in other people's magic is not so difficult. The hardest thing is casting magic on yourself.
Is that something Ange can do?
She can. Even that Battler managed to understand magic. Of course, his little sister will be able to do the same.
You're right. There's some magics that we can only see when we're kids. There is some that only adults can understand. Right now, Ange's between the two of those.
She's lost the magic of children, and yet she has to understand the magic of adults, the most painful period of one's life.
It's so sad that she didn't have anyone close to her during that period. That's not true. We're always by that kid's side. She just doesn't believe it. Ange, please realize that quickly. There are so many people smiling at you from behind, watching over you. If you would just turn around, we'd be able to smile at you so much more, and talk to you so much more. Ange Beatrice, final witch of Mariage Sorcier. Even if you aren't able to reach the proper end, I pray that you can at least enjoy yourself tonight. Have fun, Ange. So long. The time we spent together feels so long, yet so short. Even so, for me, the memory is eternal.
How's it going, Ange? Did you get a ton of medals?
I wonder how many it is now.
Me too. Let's count them later, okay? It seems you've been given quite a few puzzles already.
Yeah. Once I get your puzzles, only the cousins are left, I think.
Sure. Okay. Time to take a shot at Mom and Dad's puzzles. I'll warn you, they're gonna be hard.
Everyone says the same thing, but we just keep on solving them.
Yeah. So we'll get those medals together.
That's the spirit. Okay, I guess I'll go first.
There are 3 girls. Miyoko says, I am the oldest. Satoko says, Rika isn't the oldest. Rika says, Miyoko is a liar. Nipa. Only the oldest of the 3 girls is speaking the truth. So, who is the oldest? Miyoko, Satoko, or Rika? All right. The votes are rolling in. ask Ava for the dialogue. Alrighty.
Ah, it's a classic liar puzzle. Those are the ones I'm best at.
Don't you mean lying is what you're best at?
Wow. I didn't think Dad's ears could stretch that far.
Only one of them is speaking the truth, and both of the others are lying. So if you find an answer where two of them are telling the truth, it's wrong.
I don't really get it. I want some more hints.
That's all for my hint. If you want more, try talking to Auntie Ava.
Auntie Eva!
Rika's the key. Rika says that Miyoko's a liar. So if Miyoko's speaking the truth, then Rika's a liar, and if Miyoko is lying, then Rika's speaking the truth. In other words, since that pair contradicts each other, we know that one of them is lying and one is telling the truth. That's Ava Nason for you. Exactly. In liar games like this one, when you see a pair that contradicts each other, you know that one of them must be telling the truth. And once you know that Satoko, who's not one of those two, must be a liar. Looks like the answer's already popped up.
Yeah, like don't worry about any Higurashi stuff here. It's just a funny Easter egg. You can solve the question just fine without knowing anything about Higurashi. Care Bear and Ross with the $2. I love the Detective Reaper invites. Yeah, you could call them A-ko, B-ko, and C-ko and solve it just the same. Yep. Pretty much. Alright, we've reached 50 votes, and you guys are voting for Rika. So let's go ahead and... oh shit. I misclicked. I misclicked out of the window. Okay, there we go. So let's go for it.
Rika!
That's right. Nice job, Anje-chan. Hard to imagine that such a smart girl is related to that dolt of a father.
Yeah, sorry for being a dolt. Nice going, Ange. Did you think of all the combinations?
Yeah. If Miyoko's the oldest, then what Satoko says is true. Only the oldest person's supposed to tell the truth, so that doesn't make sense.
That's right. Then what if Satoko is the oldest?
If she is, then Rika, who says Miyoko's a liar, would be telling the truth, which doesn't work. So Rika has to be the oldest.
Good job. Here's my medal for you. Congrats.
Thank you, Mom.
Alright, let's stop talking about Higurashi. Get that Higurashi talk out of my chat. You shut up about Higurashi. I'm just playing, but yeah. No need to get into that right now. Not right now, anyway.
Rudolph is up next. I wonder what sort of puzzle he has for us.
Well, guess I'll do a liar puzzle too. Let's crank it up a notch this time.
This time, Miyoko, Satoko, and Rika are all wearing masks. None of them know who is who. We'll have them write on paper so no one can recognize the voices of the others. Girl on the right. The girl in the middle is Miyoko. Girl in the middle. The girl on the left is Miyoko. Girl on the left. The girl on the right is Satoko. Miyoko is telling the truth. However, Satoko and Rika aren't necessarily lying. So, from left to right, who are the three girls? Damn, we have 6 answers here and I can only put 4 of them down. So, let's see. Which ones am I gonna put in here? Okay. These are your options. see the votes climbing. Ooh, dinner soon. I might have to step to get dinner at some point. Hopefully we can wrap up before then, but I'm hoping to sort of end off right around the time the quiz tournament ends. There's like a little afterwards scene, but you know, I'm hoping to basically do that. Well, of course nothing has gone wrong yet, Indigo. Burn isn't here yet. Burn's not at the party, so why would anything go wrong? Okay. In the interest of speeding things along just a little bit, I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna go ahead. Not because you guys are having trouble with it at all, just because I just want to get stuff done so I can eat whenever dinner is ready. So we're gonna just keep trucking. But the most popular vote is E. So let's go for E.
I know who Miyoko is. She's on the left. After all, the girls in the middle and on the right both say that someone else is Miyoko. If they were Miyoko, they couldn't lie and say that someone else was Miyoko.
That's right. Miyoko is supposed to be honest. So anyone who says someone else is Miyoko can't be Miyoko.
So since the middle one and the right one aren't Miyoko, the left one automatically is. And since Miyoko speaks the truth, then it's also true that the kid on the right is Satoko.
Which means the only kid left, the one in the middle, is Rika. Perfect.
You solved it like it was nothing. Ange, you really are smart like your mom.
Dad rubbed my cheek and hugged me.
That's all for our puzzles.
Listen up, Ange. Life will lead you through countless puzzles. Auntie Ava is here to help you now, so it's okay to rely on her. However, you have to solve most problems in your life by yourself. When that happens, you must remember the advice you've gotten from those who have helped you in the past.
Okay, I get it.
Ava-san, take care of Ange. Yes, of course.
Oh no! Food is ready! Okay, hold on. Sorry, chat. I'll be right back. We will be finishing the quiz tournament, don't worry about it, but I do have to grab food. All right. We will be starting back up. Sorry if I have to pause every now and then. I'm letting my food kind of cool off right now because it's still pretty hot.
Yes, of course.
Even though the cousins were the only ones who hadn't given us puzzles, Mom spoke as though I was leaving on a long, long trip.
Weird. Let's go, Ange-chan. The game will be over soon.
I wonder what Grandpa will give us for getting all these medals.
Me too. Still, we've already gotten a lot that's far more wonderful than that prize.
What do you mean?
We've all had a lot of fun talking to you like this, Ange-chan.
I don't get it.
You're weird. I'm sorry. Let's go then. Now all that's left are the cousins and Beatrice, I guess.
What is it? Why did you tell me to come over here? Is it something to do with Ange?
No, that's not it.
Rudolph put a cigarette in his mouth and toyed with his lighter. Though lighting a cigarette should have been second nature to him, he somehow managed to mess up several times.
I wanted to take this to my grave. No, to hide it away in a cat box. If I just kept my mouth shut until tomorrow night, I'd be able to do that. It'd be easy. I've been thinking, I'm probably gonna get murdered tonight. But I've gotta say it.
I've known all along that you had something that you were hiding.
Have you? Guess I still need more practice.
If it isn't about Ange, then who is it about? Not Asumu-san, surely.
It's about Battler.
That comes to the same thing. I've been very adult in my treatment of Battler-kun, if you ask me. Even though he's Asumu-san's son, I've treated him the same as Ange. I do think of him as a child in our family, so don't worry.
He's not just a kid in our family. He's my kid and yours.
I'm sorry, but you'll have to let me draw the line here.
You don't get it. He's my kid. And yours.
What?
You didn't have a stillbirth. Asumu did. Back then, when I was double-timing the two of you, I got myself stuck and couldn't find a way out.
You don't mean... You don't mean...
Asumu and I were married. You and I were cheating. Then Asumu had a stillbirth and you gave birth. My head was a mess with it all.
The sin that Rudolph brazenly committed when his mind was at its most chaotic was to switch the two babies. David J with the $2. Congratulations, baby swap theorists.
I was better off financially back then. I was young and I didn't give a damn about what lengths I went to. I threatened the hospital with money and switched your kid with Asumu's.
If Kyrie had a child, Rudolph would have two households to worry about. However, if Kyrie had a stillbirth and the child who survived was Asumu's, that would settle everything. The stillbirth might even have given him a chance to break off his relationship with Kyrie. It was a grave sin, one that simply couldn't be forgiven as an act of youthful enthusiasm and immaturity.
That's why I should be apologizing to all three of you. I forced Asumu to raise a kid that wasn't hers. That woman may have looked easygoing, but she was surprisingly sharp. There's a chance she figured it out. However, she raised Battler, who loved her as a mother, with all the affection she had.
And in Kyrie and Battler's cases, he had to atone for an even greater sin. He stole every moment of everyday family life that they should have shared as a mother and son. Until this very day, Kyrie had believed that Battler was Asumu's child. Though she had acted kindly towards him on the surface, she had always kept a distance in her heart between herself and Asumu's son. Finally, Rudolph's conscience had been unable to bear seeing her like that.
But
Kyrie sank into a crouch, unable to speak.
Feel free to curse me. In fact, I couldn't complain if you killed me where I stand. That's how horrible my sin against you is. This is the secret that I wanted to confess before the cat box closes over us.
Battler.
I'm so sorry, Kyrie. And to you, Battler.
Yeah, you see why I didn't want that to be missed. Sorry, 1 second. Alright, sorry, I'm just muting my mic whenever I eat because I don't want to subject you to a bunch of mouth sounds.
Come to think of it, we've already gone through a ton of puzzles.
Yeah. Now there's only Giorgio Nichan, Jessica Nechan, Battler Nichan, and Beatrice left.
Oh, they're finally here.
We've been waiting a painfully long time. We thought you might have forgotten about us.
Finally, we challenged Giorgio Nichan and Jessica Nechan.
Sorry to keep you two waiting. So, did you think up some incredibly hard ones for us?
We decided to give you one puzzle together.
My, even one riddle from this pair sounds challenging.
It's a special puzzle we made just for Ange-chan, so good luck.
I'll solve it. I'll definitely solve it.
Okay then, let's get started. Jessica-chan, let's set them out.
There you go.
They placed 3 small, colorful cubic boxes on the table.
2 of these are traps. The other has a medal inside.
Ange-chan, do you think you can guess which one has the medal inside?
Can't do it without a hint. That's just luck.
That's right. So far, this is just a test of luck with 3 choices. In other words, your odds of winning are 1 in 3.
George, this isn't a quiz, right? It really is just a test of luck.
The puzzle comes later. Let's move ahead.
Okay, Ange. Which of these 3 has a medal inside, do you think? Just say the first one that pops into your head.
A red box, a blue box, and a green box. There's no way to know which one it's in. This really is a test of luck. In a way, this is even worse than a hard puzzle. After all, you can always get a hard puzzle right, you just have to solve it. But in the very beginning, I picked the almond with a 1 in 15 chance. Compared to that, a 1 in 3 chance is 5 times easier to get. There's no point worrying about it. Might as well test my luck again.
Then this one.
The red box? Then let's see the box right in front of you. Let's set this box right in front of you. Wouldn't it be great if there was a medal inside? So let's start with a little warm-up. The probability of the medal being inside the red box is 1 in what?
1 in 3.
That's right. If this really is a simple test of luck.
Are you sure, Ange? Are you absolutely sure you're happy with that red box? After all, we're gonna make you open it in a second. If it's a trap, it'll be really scary.
Jessica Nechan grinned threateningly.
Are you happy with the red box? The medal might be in the blue box or the green box. Do you want to change your mind?
It's not fair for them to scare me like that. Not after I've already made my choice. And I know. All of the boxes have the same probability of having the medal in them. Whether I open the red box or change my mind and open a different box, the probability will be the same. So, stick with your first choice is my motto. I'll stay with the red box. I won't change my mind.
I'm happy with the red box. I'll bet on it.
That's the spirit. But seriously, the traps are really terrifying.
Why don't we show you just how scary they are?
Jessica and Achan laughed creepily, then opened the green box.
And then, bang! With the violent sound of a party popper, pumpkin monsters and ribbon came flying out of the box. Care Bear and Ross with the $2. George, I was just kidding about Monty Hall. Stop, you'll cost $9.99. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I was a little scared. No, that's a lie. I was really scared. If that came flying out of the box I opened right at my face, I might fall to my knees and start crying. Ange, are you sure you want the red box? Something really scary might come flying out, right? Are you sure you don't want to switch to the blue box?
I'm not scared. I'll stick with the red box.
You're going a bit overboard, Jessica-chan. So, now one of the boxes is gone and there's only 2 left. This is where the puzzle starts, Ange-chan.
You mean which box is the medal in?
We have the red box that's been sitting in front of you the whole time, and the blue box here in front of me, which has the higher probability of having a medal inside it. That's the puzzle.
There are 3 boxes, 1 red, 1 blue, and 1 green. One of these boxes has a medal inside. The other 2 have terrifying traps inside. I picked the red box. Then Jessica said, "Are you sure you want that one? The trap boxes are really terrifying. I'll open one and show you." And she opened the green box, showing me that it was a trap box. Only the red and blue boxes were left. Do you still want to open the red box, or do you want to switch? So, which box has a higher probability of holding the medal? The red box or the blue box? We'll start a poll. A, B, or C? Go ahead. And I will mute my mic for a second. Just 15 more votes we need. That is a fair point, Ultimate Zora Link. All right. I think I'm just gonna go ahead and move on. The popular answer right now is C. So we will go with C.
Oh, the odds are better for the blue box.
And why's that?
Well, I just sorta... Think back to the 15-slice cake that you found the almond in. If there was only 1 almond, the odds of winning were 1 in 15, right? Yeah, 1 in 15.
I figured that out when the fritten cake first appeared. I thought that waiting for a lot of people to get wrong ones would make my chances for winning higher. But in the end, no matter when I ate my slice, the odds were still 1 in 15. Still, Ange-chan, what if the servants had also been eating that cake and it had actually started with 20 slices?
Huh? What?
This is a party, right? It's not fair that the servants don't get any cake, don't you think? So let's say it was originally a 20-slice cake. The servants took out 5 slices, then redecorated it as a 15-slice cake and let you choose a slice. If so, what would your chances of choosing the right slice be?
If there were really 20 slices, then the chances would be 1 in 20.
However, the servants know where the almond is, so they chose 5 slices for themselves that have no almonds. In other words, they removed 5 losing slices. That would mean your chances of winning were 1 in 15, not 1 in 20.
They took out losing slices, so it's only natural the probability of winning would go up.
Just now, Jessica-chan did the same thing. Jessica-chan took 1 losing box away from the pair of boxes you didn't choose. In other words, the odds of the winner being on the side you didn't choose went up a bit, right?
I sorta get it, but not really.
If you remove a losing box, it's only natural that your chances of getting the right one go up. And just now, Jessica One-chan removed a losing box from the boxes I didn't choose. So, doesn't it make sense that my odds of winning with those boxes went up?
Now I'm getting confused.
Actually, you really are incredible, Ange-chan. Even though you're only 6, you're trying to understand posterior probability, a concept in probability theory. Probability really is interesting. I'm sure you'll like it when you get into high school and college. Go ahead and enjoy studying it all you can.
My little head was already filled to the brim. Bewildered, I had to beg Auntie Ava for an explanation. Auntie Ava wore a bitter smile too. I'll bet she doesn't really get it herself. As we felt a sense of connection through this failure, we happily grasped the medals we had wrangled out of them.
June Pop 45 with the $5. Basically, the chance of you being right the first time is a 1 in 3. The chance of you picking wrong the first time is 2 out of 3, so you should always switch.
Anji-chan, could you come over here for a second?
What is it, Giorgio Ni-chan?
Giorgio Ni-chan and Jessica One-chan were calling to me from the window. Auntie Ava was talking with Mom and the others, and since it looked like they'd be a while, I went over to Giorgio Ni-chan and Jessica One-chan.
What?
Looks like the quiz tournament's almost over.
Yeah. There's only Battler Oni-chan.
Wow.
I just transgender. I did it.
What? I mean, I guess. That's fine.
There's only Battler Oni-chan and Beatrice left. I'm starting to get sleepy.
It's probably because of that adult drink I swiped from Dad. I felt floaty ever since I drank that. That floaty feeling keeps getting stronger, and I'd been feeling sleepy for a while now. I gave a huge yawn.
Sleepy?
Yeah. If I had a sofa, I'd probably fall asleep.
I see. Then I guess it's almost time for this party to end.
The party will end if I fall asleep? But I just wanted to take a nap while everyone else kept having fun.
Was our puzzle just now a hard one?
Yeah. I still don't really get it. And I'm sleepy.
It's called posterior probability. That's what we call it when the probability of something changes because we learn or fail to learn some sort of information.
Did Giorgio Ni-chan call me all the way over here to lecture me on math? For some reason, I feel even sleepier now.
So, if we have 1 almond and 10 slices of cake, our chances of getting it are 10%. But what if we learn that those 10 pieces were chosen at random from 100 pieces?
You'd think that the probability went from 1 in 10 to 1 in 100, right?
Absolutely nothing has changed about your slice of cake. But depending on whether you know or don't know a certain fact, the probability of your slice being a winner changes. Doesn't that sound strange?
That sounds hard, so I don't want to think about it.
Ange, please, just listen till the end. Jessica One-chan's voice grew a bit stern. As young as I was, I couldn't understand what all of this was supposed to mean to me.
There's only one thing I want to tell you. So please, don't forget this.
What?
In the future, various bits of information will affect the slice of cake in your hands. By learning about those, the insides of your slice might change. Sometimes they'll change into things you want, but most likely, almost all of the changes will be into bad things.
The truth is always right there in your hands, Ange. Don't you think it's stupid to let it change around just because you hear someone else's words? Just because you hear what they think the truth should be?
The truth inside of you has always been in your hands from the beginning. And the nature of that truth is actually something you decide for yourself. You change it yourself depending on what you hear and what you refuse to listen to.
You probably don't get what we're saying, but you have to understand. Even if you can't understand when you're 6 years old, I'm sure you will once 12 years have passed.
With very serious expressions on their faces, they grasped my shoulders as they spoke. I don't know what they're trying to tell me.
The truth that lies in your hands is not unchangeable. You'll be interfered with in many ways that'll make it change. So if the truth you hold in your hands is really important to you,
you need to protect it yourself. Don't forget it.
All that's left is the puzzles from you and Beatrice, and I'm done.
I see. Even though there were so many of us, it looks like it's finally over.
How was it? Did you enjoy tonight's party?
Yeah, it was fun, but I think I'm a bit sleepy.
That's no surprise, considering how much we've been running around.
I rubbed my eyes. I must have gotten really excited. But whenever I get excited, I'm always tired afterwards. Right now, I'd rather have a sofa to lie on than medals.
I've got a special puzzle for you, but are you sure you want it? If you're sleepy, you can stop now.
No. I've come this far, so I'll keep going.
Oni-chan and Beato laughed at my yawn.
Looks like it's time to call it a day.
Yes. Ange, let us leave my puzzle for later. It's too difficult to be solved by one with eyes as sleepy as that.
No way. I've come this far, and I also want Oni-chan's medal.
I'm just so sleepy.
Ange drifted over to a chair in the corner of the room and plopped down onto it. Then she closed her eyes, looking like a doll sitting there. It didn't take long before the cute sound of her breathing in her sleep could be heard. When she heard that, Ange was finally asleep. Beato spoke softly.
Quiet, please, everyone. Ange fell asleep.
When she said those words, the pleasant noise that had filled the room softly returned to silence. Everyone looked down upon Ange's sleeping face. Each of them wore an affectionate gaze, as if they'd just watched a baby finally drift to sleep.
Did Ange-chan have a good time?
Of course she did. She might not feel that strongly about it now, but one day, she will surely remember tonight's party and appreciate how fun it was.
You're right.
It was fun for us too, getting to play with Ange-chan.
By this point, everyone was standing in a wide circle around Ange as she slept. Now that the guest of honor was asleep, this Halloween party had reached a conclusion.
So long, my granddaughter. I was so pleased to have this chance to play with you again after 12 years. It matters not if you forget everything about me. Remember me as an arrogant despot, but every now and then, try to remember how much I adored you. She will remember. Ange-san, you have a long life ahead of you. Even after 12 years, there is still much for you to experience. I pray that you find this life meaningful and worthwhile. You are the final grandchild and daughter of the Ushiramiya family. We all pray for your happiness.
Ange-chan, stay well. Happiness isn't something you find. It's something you make. And in fact, memories work the same way.
True. There are some things that we can only truly understand when we think back on them years later.
Make sure you remember my pretty face every now and then. Just having you remember us is the greatest memorial service we could ever have.
Oh, come on. It's not like we're dying. We're just going to the inside of the cat box.
The other side of the curtain.
That's right. It's not even a curtain. It's just like we are now. Ange-chan's there sleeping away. The rest of us are right by her side watching over her. We'll always be with her.
All of them still wore warm smiles, but the sound of sniffling came from several places throughout the room. This party wasn't only for the girl who wasn't able to be here this day. It was also for all those people who weren't able to meet her there, who never had the chance to say goodbye.
Ange, live life strongly. Our blood flows through your veins. That'll definitely bring you strength.
Eva-san, take care of our daughter. She's not honest with herself, and she'll often be selfish and short-tempered. She might be a pain all the time, but I'll make sure that she's happy. As long as that's what she wants.
Ange-sama, it's okay if you forget my face, but please at least remember the taste of my cooking.
And I won't ask you to remember old Kumasawa, but please at least remember the taste of mackerel juice. Someone said, "When did you feed her that?" And everyone laughed. Her face looks so cute, sleeping there like that. She looks like an angel, just like her name.
She's not an angel, she's a witch. Ange's the final witch. Ange Beatrice.
I wonder if that magic will bring her happiness.
Will she become a white witch or a black witch? That's for Ange to choose. I've shown her both sides.
I'm sure a painful life lies ahead for you. You'll probably believe that you're all alone in this world. But we will always be there, right behind you, cheering you on. Don't forget that. Ange, don't forget. Yourself, your happiness, your fate. You're the one who creates all of these things. Only you can choose. Those aren't things that someone else can give you, and they aren't things that someone else can hide from you. Remember.
I'm certain your message reached her.
I hope so.
I'm certain the tale of the two of us will help Ange-sama understand.
Yeah.
Don't you have anything to tell her, George-sama?
I've already said all I wanted to with that box puzzle.
Will that puzzle teach her something?
I don't know, but I do know that she's wise. I'm sure she'll learn something from it.
Ange-sama, I pray that you're guided along the right path as you move to the future. One by one, they stepped forward and said final words of farewell to Ange. Then, finally, Battler and Beato walked forward.
Ange, were you able to remember everyone? At least a little bit?
Of course, Ange didn't answer in her sleep, but Battler continued.
It's true that the Yoshiramiyas are a strange family. We're super rich, and that's given rise to all sorts of rumors and stories. However, all of those are just speculation made up by people outside the island.
Young as you were, no one will blame you for forgetting the memories that were so kind to you. But even so, you must remember for their sakes. It is not a sin to forget. The sin is to refuse to remember.
All of us. We're really happy to have you at this party. Right, everyone?
Everyone nodded at Battler's words. Everyone knew about the merciless and lonely life that awaited her. It was no longer possible for them to heal those wounds. If there was one thing they could do, it was to make her remember what a kind, fun family she once had, and to remind her that today and into the future, they would always care for her and watch over her. It goes without saying that this is an illusion. You cannot come to Rokkenjima on October 4th, 1986. This whole party we shared was all a magical illusion created by the Game Master Battler.
But you remember now, right? How kind everyone was. How much of a blast we all had at the family conferences. Do you remember the truth?
Ange breathed softly in her sleep. Who knows if those words truly reached her?
Auntie Eva. Take care of her.
really think that I deserve to become her mother?
I do. Even though your own sadness was so unbearable, you tried so hard to be a mother for Ange.
But in the end...
It's alright. Ange, listen carefully.
Battler grasped Ange's hand, then took Ava's hand and joined the two hands together.
We know that a tragic fate led to a future where the two of you hurt each other. It was a very sad thing for you, and just as sad for Auntie Ava. It wasn't fair on you that you were asked to open your heart to her, and it wasn't fair on Auntie Ava that she was asked to endure her own sadness for your sake. Neither of you is at fault. Even so, we have no right to tell you to forgive her. So we won't. Just try to understand. It doesn't matter how long it takes, how far into the future it happens. Try to understand, Auntie Ava. And every once in a while, remember us.
And don't forget about me. Every once in a while, remember this merry, cheerful, attractive paragon of a woman and chant my name and praise 3 times every day.
The relative smiled bitterly, apparently disagreeing with some of that last bit. Ava softly stroked Ange's cheek and spoke one last time.
It's okay if you don't forgive your aunt. But still, it's true that I don't hate you. At least understand that.
Ava wiped her tears and slowly stood up. Hideyoshi held her shoulder, and Rudolph and Kiria gathered around her too.
Genji-san, would you mind carrying Ange to somewhere she can lie down?
As you wish. Shall I take her to the guest house?
It'd be a little too sad to leave her all alone there.
You're right. Could you carry her to the sofa in the parlor? That way she'll be able to come back if she wakes up and feels like joining in again.
Genji gently lifted Ange up and carried her towards the parlor. Everyone continued to watch over her as she left.
Shannon, count on. In the end, how many medals did Ange gather?
She got 17 medals.
I see. Then place this by her pillow.
Yes, as you wish.
Genji carried Ange to the parlor and set her down on the sofa. Shannon quietly laid a warm blanket on top of her. Kanon placed a message card by her pillow, along with that thing Kinzo had given them. The message card reads as follows.
We'll all be with you, always. From the whole Ushiramiya family.
And there, right by her pillow, was the gift from Kinzo, a Beatrice doll. Ange, mumbling in her sleep, held it tightly against her cheek.
Let us go. We mustn't wake her.
Ne-san.
Yeah. Shannon thought she saw something glittering silver near Ange's eye. The servants left and closed the parlor door. As Ange slept, she was wrapped up in the soft sound of the rain. Surely she was reliving that fun evening once more in her dreams. All right. That, everyone, is going to be where we stop for tonight. But stick around once more for discussion and fan art. Whoop. Let's just go to the character menu here and put on our new map hats, courtesy of Indigo. Felt like the most appropriate choice here. And as you guys talk, let me pull up art. this art tab. Oh, whoops. Okay, there we go. Pull up the Twitter tag. Okay. And let me make sure that there is nothing on the Discord that I need to pull up. Okay, I think that should be good. I am going to, while you guys are still talking, I'm gonna finish up this curry real quick. I only have a few bites of it, so bear with me for just a second. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for your patience. So, let's see what you guys are saying. Noza, that wasn't what I was expecting from episode 8 at all, but I enjoyed it quite a bit. Still, Burn is definitely coming, and shit is gonna get wild when she does. What do you mean? No, we're just having a good time. Indigo, I and the others immediately assumed Battler was lying, but when reminded that literally everything has been a subjective opinion on dead people, it really reframes everything. Obviously, this wasn't the capital T truth, but all of the games contain truth, including this one. Absolutely. The thing, like, yeah, there's a lot going on here that's, like, it's difficult to accept at face value, but whenever you remember some things, it's like, oh, yeah, I mean, like, yes. Like, even Ange acknowledges, oh, yeah, I bet there, like, I think I do remember a couple of times of, like, you know, grandfather being nice to me or whatever. And, like, all of these things we've seen from Kinzo on the game boards is largely written post his death, and, like, you know, not like they're basically like interpretations of him from people surrounding him. That isn't to say that Kinzo isn't a piece of shit. He definitely is. But, like, you know, there's nothing saying that he did not have any good in him at all at any time. You know, that's just how people are. It's very interesting. Oh, can we look at the green text tip? Yes. One moment. I don't know if they... Yeah, I'm gonna have to load into the actual episode to check that real quick, sorry. Because I forgot to do it in the moment. Let me just, find that real quick. Yeah, so Achimute Hoi is a popular Japanese variant of rock, paper, scissors. In Achimute Hoi, whoever throws the winning hand sign is not immediately declared the winner, but rather earns the opportunity to win, while the other players must try to avoid losing. The player with the advantage says, Achimute, look that way, and then in time with a call of Hoi, he or she points one finger either up, down, left, or right. At the same time, the other player turns their head, also in one of those 4 directions. If the player with advantage correctly predicts which way the other will turn, they win. Otherwise, the process returns to the beginning with another round of rock, paper, scissors. So there you go. That's that. Let me put these 2 back on. And go back to the... Ah, shit. Wrong thing. Whoops. I meant to go to this. Okay, anyway. Let's see. Horse Fry. Fun fact, the Beatrice plush is the best gift for 17 medals, but each score has a unique gift. If you get exactly 8 medals, you get a signed poster of Kinzo.
Call that the fucking one-winged eagle tour. That's right. No, I will not play Freebird. I don't know how to play any instruments. I just know how to scream the melodies.
Zynga Girl moment. On retrospective, I appreciate the quizzes a lot more than my first playthrough. I do get why some people consider it to be a slog and see it as pace-breaking. I definitely do prefer hide and seek, which replaces the quizzes in the manga. It's really funny at times, made me cry with its additional scenes and all the extra little details Chef Kiss. Oh yeah, the hide and seek game in the manga version of episode 8 is fucking great. It has some really, really good moments, and obviously, as with a lot of episode 8's manga, I would suggest people to check it out at some point after we finish episode 8 in the visual novel, because there's lots of little bits and pieces that they add in there that are really good. Some of them inspire a little bit of debate among people, and I'm not going to comment on that. It's your choice on whether or not you want to read that additional stuff or not, but I think for the most part it is really good stuff. And I do think that it actually strengthens some scenes from the VN. Let's see. So clearly this episode has something to say about people theorizing about the events of ROKKENJIMA and how those theories can cover up the truth, especially from those who were never there. Honestly, I would count Ange remembering her family loving her as more important than the capital T truth. Yep. Yeah, that is definitely something that is being commented on as well. Normal Gay Bro, seeing Rudy and Kyrie murder everyone last stream, which I just watched, and then switch to giving fun riddles and then be like, hey, actually, I stole your baby. Like, Rudy is still my fave guy, but geez, man. Yeah, Rudolph is... Oh, man, Rudolph. We don't have time to get into Rudolph right this second. I have a lot that I could say about him, but, I don't have enough energy right now. Care Bear and Ross, the prizes include a toilet brush, a can of mackerel, a bag that laughs in Kinzo's voice, a mass-produced Sakataro, a Battler doll, and a Beatrice corsage. Yeah, there are a lot of things. If you hack the game to get more than 17 coins, you also get a Mr. Tomitake Jiro plush, which is a character from Higurashi, of course. Mr. Tomitake. What a guy. You will meet him soon enough, if you haven't already. Delina, the Rosa and Maria bit in the manga gets me so much. Rosa connecting with Maria through her dolls. Yeah, it's so... that's where the bit of, like, extra canon knowledge comes from, where we learned that Rosa's older siblings also tore apart a plush that she owned as a child in a similar manner to the way she tore apart Sakutaro in front of Maria. So she was literally just reenacting something that was done to her when she did that. Was caught off guard by Rosa's ROKKENJIMA explosion riddle, but it made me think that this entire set of riddles has some deeper meaning. I was too focused on solving them to notice anything, though. Peanut Kicks. Wasn't here for last stream when it was more relevant, but today I had the thought that Undertale and Umineko have a similar idea of storytelling and what it means to consume a story. Namely, that ripping it apart to expose the secrets is seen as a bad thing. Oh, well, interesting, yeah. There are definitely some interesting parallels between the two. Does Baby Ange have a character screen? Yes, she does. I looked at it when it first came up. Cameron Ross. To be fair, all the interpretations we see are from Yasuo's POV, so the depictions of him are being dramatically unfavorably Beatrice obsessed, like to the point of insanity. Like it's all Witch's side. It only switches to him being nice to Kinzo the moment Yasuo stops writing him, and it swaps to Battler GM. Yasuo is presenting Kinzo from the perspective of someone who survived trauma directly caused by Kinzo that is deeply colored by their worst experiences with him. Yeah, that's a very good point. He's a very complicated guy. not that ever makes me think that he is necessarily forgivable, at least not to me. But yeah, it is definitely colored by perspective. I can't believe that Rudolph reveal is in an optional scene. Yeah, it sure is. This entire episode is literally beating true crime people over the head without love. Without love, it cannot be seen. Mm-hmm. It sure is. Because, I mean, like, you know, imagine that you went through an incident where, like, your entire family died and, like, you know, the circumstances weren't very well known. Imagine what it would feel like if, you know, real-ass people were going around in the world and being, like, you know, making theories about which one of your relatives did it, even though you have very fond memories of all of those people. Like, you know, doesn't it just feel kind of fucking gross to imagine? Like, imagine somebody calling you up on the phone and being like, hey, what do you think your brother did it? Like, because I have a theory that explains how your brother could have done it, and you know, like, you don't want to hear all that shit. Like, what? Leave me the fuck alone, dude. Yeah. Also was going to say, I noticed the games run by Beato are the ones with the specific stakes in, so it's interesting to think about how their Sayo's perspectives on all the people. They're also very true. It's a very keen point to observe, actually. You can definitely see where a lot of Sayo's frustrations with particular people come through in that. How much does episode change from VN to manga? It's, like, I don't necessarily think I would say that it changes a lot. I wouldn't say that I personally think it changes a lot. I think it has some significant changes, yes, and, like, some significant additions. But, like, I think that overall, the conclusion is largely the same. That's my perspective on it, though. Honestly, what warmed me more towards Erica is that she was an unrelated girl who just so happened to die near the island, and it got her entire identity erased by theorizers. Yeah. It certainly is something that people in Ange's future did that to her. In short, Umineko loves people who embrace the inherent lies of the storytelling and allow the story to be told. Genji and George Pride Stakes, Kumasawa Envy, Nanjo Sloth. So interesting. Yeah. Alright, well, good discussion, gang. I do want to be rolling out of here, because I got stuff to do. So let's go ahead and get that art on, shall we? Get the tab up real quick. Cha-cha. Hello? Fan art? Please. Please? There we go. Alright, so first, this one wasn't submitted. I actually commissioned it, but I did want to show it off first. This is the little art for the layout that was made by 9th Twilight over on Twitter. Again, me dressed as Ange. Very cute. I like it a lot. I thought that it would be good to mark the occasion of the final episode with something a little bit different. And for reasons I hope are probably pretty clear. Very, very good stuff. So, yeah. There's that. Hold on just a second. I hate Tumblr's layout. It makes things so difficult for me. Anyway, so let's move on. These next few are all from Chiyoko Arts over on Twitter. So here is a sketch of Pining Trees OC Seimei. Here is Transange. Very, very good. We have this, which is a sketch of Torrential Stardusts, which Sona, aka Indigos, Sona. We have this, which is Murmur, the 54th ranked demon, another one of Pining Tree's designs. And this art of Rose, which is Atropose's OC. All fantastic stuff, Chiyoko. It's again, as I've always said, it's so heartening to see you guys drawing each other's OCs. It's so fun. I think it's really, really cool. And your art style is, again, lovely as always. Very, very good. We have this from Normal Gaybro on Twitter. I finally finished my OC, our male witch Trej. Okay, his name is pronounced Trey and then Z, Treys. But if that makes sense, then just say it however. I thought of him as a joke at first, but he's got a whole proper story now. The Witch of Yearning. A witch who loves nothing more than to see humans with strong desires in pursuit of their goals, to see them strive and work and never give up. To this end, he seeks out individuals with grand goals and offers to aid them in their endeavors. In truth, he intends to place them in a position to near enough their desires for surrender to seem reasonable, but too far for success to be possible, thus trapping his victims in eternal yearning. Unfortunately, Trey's regularly underestimates the humans he comes into contact with. When he believes he is setting their goals clearly in sight, but just out of reach, he is in fact placing their goals along the perfect trajectory for his would-be victims to reach out and seize a goal that would never have been reached had he not intervened, and so he is confounded every time. Because he ultimately ends up assisting the humans he speaks with, rumors of a male witch who will help you obtain your desires began to spread. They would say that if you're able to win his favor, whatever you yearned for would ultimately be yours, and thus the original meaning behind the title Witch of Yearning had become completely lost. That's really cool. I really like that push and pull. It's a very interesting dynamic. Yeah, very cool stuff. I'm always glad to see you guys getting creative with your OCs. So, fantastic job, Normal Gaybro. We're moving on to the Tumblr stuff now. This comes to us courtesy of Dingo's Trash. finally got around to drawing NezumiVA's Umineko OC. She's got such a cool design, I was worried I wouldn't even be able to draw her. I drew her with my not Umineko OC, Malphus, because they too have wings on their head, and I thought it'd be fun to see them next to each other. No, you did a fantastic job with Barbados here. Holy shit. I really, really like her in your style. The expression, like the little like bags under the eyes, the bandages, the posing, it's very, very good. Like, also your OC looks sick as hell. Like, this is just really, really good stuff. And by the way, I guess I should say, because I hinted at it a long time ago, but again, it's been a long time ago now. I did say before that I had, a tiny bit more lore that I'd be able to share about Barbados at some point. That lore will be coming at, not the end of Episode 8, but there will be one bonus stream after Episode 8 ends. And the remainder of that lore will be coming in that final bonus stream. So if you're interested in that, then you should tune into that bonus. I mean, you should tune into it anyway, because there will be some really cool extra short stories and stuff in there, not from the main series, and a special epilogue chapter that Ryukishi wrote several years later, but it's pretty short. It'll fit in one stream. But yeah, lots of cool stuff will be in that final bonus stream, so you should watch it. But anyway, not to advertise over your wonderful art, because it is wonderful. I love it a lot. You did a fantastic job. Thank you so much. We have this from Pining Tree. This community cannot have peeps making a Witch of Dreams and a Witch of Waking and not have me believe they'd have a bitter feud that plays out every person with sleeper fatigue, but neither side ever makes progress due to being thwarted by the anti-magic toxin or some crap or something. Brexta by Gloomy Squids, and Aurora by Once the Sleep Comes.
Look at yourself. You're tired. Wouldn't it be alright to sleep some more? The sun is up. Since you value living so much, isn't it only fair for you to wake up?
I need to see a sleep doctor again, don't I? I love that dynamic. It's very fitting and well considered. All right, so we have this sin chart of Natsuhi from the Deathbird. Best girl, here's your final judgment. Pride, A+. Natsuhi's main drive in anything she does is pride. Everything in the mansion must be done correctly, and her lying about Kinzo's death was to keep the Ashiramiya name from shame. Plus, trying to cliff the baby 19 years ago was out of pride. It could have been an accident, but her intent and dislike of the child still adds up. Envy, A. Natsuhi probably felt a great deal of envy towards Eva and the other siblings for being Kinzo's children and not her, as well as the servants. You can also argue that cliffing the baby was also fueled by envy, as it would be the envy of other mothers and maybe the child itself. Fair enough. Wrath, C. Natsuhi is a little quick to lash out, for lack of a better term, when her pride is threatened. Okay. Sloth, E. Yeah, this girl takes up a lot of work when it comes to handling the mansion, as well as trying to clean up her husband's mess. I feel like she rarely has restful sleep because she usually is the one to take charge in family business, while her husband handles getting money. Greed, E. Natsuhi cares not for family money, she cares about the family title and status. Sure, she would like not to be in debt, but like, come on, being in debt was her husband's fault and is not a greedy want in the first place. Gluttony, E. Nothing to really say here, has not been seen drinking, eating, or smoking in excess. Headache medicine? No, she needs those. Lust, E. Stated in red that she is a faithful wife to her husband. No sins of lust have been committed by this woman as stated. With the downgrade of Wrath, her stat total lowers to 35, staying the least sinful member of the adults in this family. Good job, Natsuhi! You did it, girl! You should be proud of yourself! I mean, a reasonable amount. As for you, we got a total for Rosa here. Okay, Rosa, let's do this. Just know I'm holding back. A story of a single mom who abuses her child. Pride, A. Wants her child to be, quote-unquote, normal for sake of appearances. She cares about her own self-image to look like a good mother. This is a lie. Blames literally everyone around her for problems but herself. Envy, A. Here's a list of all who Rosa envies. Rudolph, Ava, Kraus, married woman, normal children, her own child. Yes, part of Maria's abuse is out of envy. The episode 2 tea party pretty much confirms this. She resents her child being born, so it's less that she envies Maria and more she envies the Rosa that didn't have to take care of a child. Is it clearly in the text? No, but subtext is enough for me. I kind of agree with you on that too. Like, I think that she is jealous of Maria for being able to make, lemonade out of lemons, basically, because she did not have as an easy of a time doing that when she was a child. So she's like, well, fucking... Our Habaki came in with the $5. Not so he did nothing wrong. We all clip babies for enrichment, right, guys? Right, guys? Well, Wrath A, on top of her casually abusing her child to make herself feel better, she gets angry on the drop of a hat the moment she can get away with it. Also, she destroyed her child's things and attacked a social worker. Sloth B, neglect, need more than that. Let's see, leaves a less than 8-year-old child alone at home on a regular basis, not even preparing said child proper food, just leaving her money to buy food from the convenience stores herself, not to mention canceling events she promises her child casually. Yes, failing to follow through promises is a sin of sloth. Greed A. To her credit, she only takes what she needs at the end of episode 2. However, 2 problems. 1, she still went for and thought about money during a life or death situation. Money over life. 2, she still didn't hold on to Maria until she was literally the only thing that had left money over own child. Okay, time to talk about episode 7. What she said is reasonable. Ava turns herself in, split the bank card, convert the gold. However, this take is still filled with greed. As Ava suggested, Rosa probably did think about taking Ava's portion of the gold. Not to mention, if taken long enough, murder for the money would have been in her head, but that part won't be accounted for as it was something creeping into all of their heads. Gluttony B. Again, Mama was busy with her work and didn't come home. Mama works so much overtime that she doesn't come home until late because she has dates or something. She always comes home after drinking lots of alcohol, even though she is not good at drinking, and with a pale face she'll go straight into the shower and then to bed. And because she has overtime even on the weekends or something, she says she has to spend the night there and almost never comes home. Thanks for the testimony for Maria. To clarify, getting super drunk is normal in Japan. It's coming home visibly drunk frequently to her child that is the main issue here. Lest A, going on dates with your kid alone at home, lying about having work and going on dates. Oh right, one of those men were married, so home wrecking would be the sin here. Her total is 320. Now, very slight defense on the getting drunk thing. I know, obviously, I do think there is something there too with, like, if I'm remembering correctly, there is a thing with, like, Japanese businesswomen where, like, they're expected to drink a certain amount at, like, certain social gatherings with, like, work colleagues or whatever, and it can actually be done to them as a way of hazing. So, like, that may have also been the implication in that scene. I'm not sure, but, regardless, not that it changes much, I suppose, but it's just a possibility. So, next, we have this set of images from Indigo over on Torrential Stardust, Tumblr, Umineko OCs, Pumpkin Pod, and Karenid. Lots of words and doodles this week, not so much polished work. If you don't want to read this all, totally understandable. This was very fun, though. Pumpkin Pod and Charinid are spirits from the Coven of Weavers who create grand tapestries of possible futures, providing prophecies and warnings to those who will listen. Many witches call upon them in their aid in their planning. In the context of a board game like ROKKENJIMA, they can weave possibilities for solutions by using the blue truth and the orange. The orange truth is truth on par with the blue, but is designed solely to deny it. By having a color truth present, it pressures others to come up with a solution that accounts for this. This is especially useful in games where the game master is reluctant to give out red truth, functioning as a reasoning aid. Pumpkin Pod, it, they, and Karenid, they, it, named by our beloved JunePop45, are partners who originate from one singular spider, Georg the Weaver of Fear. Pumpkin Pod is more stoic, choosing to deny premises with the orange, whereas Karenid is more energetic, determined to come up with the most outlandish reasoning to work around. Neither of the two are male or female, but according to them, they are still opposite genders. When the possibilities have been exhausted, Pumpkin Pod removes its large cloak, showing its crimson red heart, and is finally revealed which orange truths were in fact real. It is unknown if the red truth is something Pumpkin Pod always possesses, or if it is attained through real-world revelation. It's best to treat it as both possibilities are true while it remains unclear. This is my fleshy got from Tea Turtle after finishing my uni course. Georg, I named them after spiders, Spiders Georg, And that one Zelda boss, Georg, is pronounced with a hard G rather than George, is how it's pronounced. I came up with the idea for a stand-in Red Truth, and even the furniture with opposite, but still non-binary genders around Game 4, when Beato wasn't using the red so much. It's taken me a while to draw out the OCs. TBH, I still think they could use more detail and paraphernalia. If you do end up drawing them, do go wild with headcanony accessories and designs. I also took the time to draw my Witch Sona again. I love imagining myself as her makes me feel. I actually managed to get a payment through for HRT this week. Congratulations! Once again, if anyone wants to help me cover the costs, comms are open. That stuff was not cheap. I'm still not sure what to do about the remaining drawings. I might want to start on a couple plot-sensitive drawings and try to get them done quickly, then move on to drawing people's OCs, so if it rolls over into our Higurashi reading, spoilers, it's not bad for newcomers. Anywho, I'm excited for the beginning of the end tonight. Much love, as always, to you all. And now that I've read that whole caption, let me go through all of the art itself. Sorry, folks. This one's just too tricky. Can we think about something else instead? I suppose it's not the easiest mystery. Yeah, I'm mostly just bluffing. The shed isn't locked. There's more than one key. The shed was locked, and the only key was in Goda's pocket. Maybe the culprit got in through the window? That's dismissed by the narration. The shutter is likely the only entrance. Alright, so United Pharmacy's welcome discount lasts until October 8th. If you only shop at Aldi and lie to your mom about the price of your train ticket, she may ask for the receipt. We can edit the email with the inspect tool. Never mind, mystery it is. You should try using she, her pronouns. It's been a while since you last considered it. Plus, you're way more comfortable with femininity now. If you did that, you'd run the risk of becoming that one meme. That would be pretty funny, though. What if we had a bit where we were both non-binary, but in undefinably opposite ways? This VN has heavy themes of gender. There may be a duo with that gimmick already. That never happened. Okay, I figured it out. Virgilia is an analog for Kumasawa, so she is likely an accomplice. She killed Goda and then herself. Kumasawa is not a killer.
You don't say.
Evie Curry, I will get that. And the witch art as well. So wonderful. And here are them spiders. Very cool. So we have this from Pining Tree. After calling Battler and Beato Canadians and Battler a moose wrangler, I can only imagine this to be the reason it took him 6 years to come back. It is white. Oh my god.
I came for you. On a moose. I got it from a room with the moose.
Oh my god. Very good. We have this from Lifeless Lilium on Tumblr. Watching these streams in the background have brought back my Umineko fixation. Bazinga Girl moment being my YouTube alt. Ah, I see. They've inspired me to try drawing again and start writing a forgery, especially with seeing all the wonderful OCs in the art corner. This is my witch Venus, although I wouldn't necessarily call her original, since she is a fantasy counterpart of someone on the game board, and who she is the main mystery of the game. I've created a few sprites for her as well as some mock-ups of how it would look in the game. Here's some lore in the style of the Umineko character tips. Venus, the Witch of Tragedy, considered to be extremely young compared to her fellow witches. It is technically a self-proclaimed title with no verification from any other witch, as she is a notorious liar. Many do not trust her claim. However, she is undoubtedly a witch, which makes her peers speculate if her true domain relates to lies or deception. For how she became a witch is unknown. She alleges that she served as a Miko and reader to many powerful witches, gaining their titles through their recognition or by solving their game boards. However, her titles became distorted when she began to stray off the teachings she once followed, their original magic becoming unrecognizable in the process. As a result, she keeps all but one of her titles secret, only being known as the Witch of Tragedy. This story is again unverifiable, and many witches scoff at it as another lie of hers. Her supposed magical power apparently gives her the ability to make any event end in tragedy, guaranteeing it does not have a happy ending. She is apparently responsible for the sinking of Atlantis, the love between Romeo and Juliet, the eruption of Mount Vesuvius, the Sphinx's arrival in Thebes, and the death of Featherine Augustus Aurora. Oh, interesting. Okay. As the last event has not happened and will never happen, her so-called power has lost all credibility, especially since she has never shown her power in public. She likes reading and lying to others. She hates liars and happy endings. Interesting. And then we have all of these images in sequence here. These different expressions.
Venus. Did you get your name from the Roman goddess of love or the planet? The star.
Beatrice was slightly puzzled by the response. Was there ever a star or even a constellation dubbed Venus? Her fellow witch seemed like the type to jest and banter, but where was the humor in answering that? Perhaps Venus was telling the truth and merely revealing a piece of common knowledge. After all, Beatrice was the Golden Witch, not the Astronomy Witch.
Instead, whenever I or another character lies, it will be spoken in green. I call it the green falsehood. Whatever is spoken in green is guaranteed to be untrue, but only if it is intended to be a lie. If they intended to lie by their statement is actually factual, then the green falsehood will not appear. For example, Natsuhi asserting, "Father is in good health," will be stated in green, but if she said, "I did not kill a baby on ROKKENJIMA," nothing will happen as it was unintentionally a true statement. Erika had the chance to kill Rosa as she lied about sleeping in her room the entire time. It's possible that she does not have the detective's authority on this game board.
Or wait, is that... Okay, yeah.
Erika Furuto is not the detective. As a result, she could commit murder. I've always loved those last-minute plot twists where the detective is the culprit. I assume you like Christie too, Beatrice-chan.
Interesting. Very interesting. We have this from Atropos over on Tumblr at Dapper Snakes. Colored my Umineko OC Rose. I imagine she communicates mostly through letters, another type of magic, and she has lots of ocean friends. As furniture, she mostly serves to give you encouragement, and she will also give you little gifts in her letters. She especially likes to give pretty seashells and sea glass. I posted about her in the past, but I won't put the poem here again, but I will say the love can be magic too. Don't forget the heart. Love you guys. Very, very true. Very, very cogent. Very, very good art. Thank you, Atropos. We have this from the Discord from Gloomy. Sock puppets are fun. I like to imagine Sayo using sock puppets for her little buddies. Silly shenanigans ensue.
Ah ha ha ha. It is I, the Endless Golden Witch.
Goda. I hate that guy. And Beato sock puppet.
Mwah.
And we have this art from Evie Curry here. Thought this at the start of the stream. We'll post a Tumblr later. A story to remind you of the love you will always have. Aww. Aww. Oh. Ah. Oh, that gets me. Fuck. Oh no, you're... jeez. Oh, that's really good. No, Evie. This is so cute. Oh, there are two. Okay, sorry. I think I missed. Yeah. Okay, I see. I understand what you mean now. The alternating. That's so good. My heart. Thank you. And we have this last-minute submission from Dav as well. Ugh. My heart. Fuck. Help. This is also really good. Thank you, Dav. And just as last time, let's do a final scroll through of all of the wonderful art that we have shown. Today. Awesome. Awesome. And that, I believe... I'm gonna check one more time. One last time, just to make sure I didn't miss anything. But I don't think I did. Nope, I didn't. So, there you go. We have reached the end of stream. Took us a while to get through this. We have approximately 3 streams and a bonus stream left of Umineko. So 4 streams in total, but only 3 left of episode 8. Is all of episode 8 going to be this long? Probably not. Some of those parts are going to kind of be a little shorter than usual, actually, I think. But we'll just see. But yeah. So there we go. That's everything for tonight. Thank you so much, as always, for joining me on this journey. Fellow Voyager Witches, I will see you all next time. Bye!